Well, good morning and welcome once again to Silverstone on the national track here at the home of British Motorsport. Day number 2 of our Platinum Jubilee weekend. Headlining are the Pragas, also got the BMWs, the Hyundais, the Junior Saloon Car Championship, and let me tell you, it is wet. Also, what we loved last time at Snetterton was the 2 CVs. They raced twice today, so plenty of action. Sit back, relax, in the dry and the warm. I'll be in the paddock in the pit lane. Dave Goddard will be your commentator. Let's go and speak to some of the drivers ahead of race number 1. Our championship leader here, is it 5 wins out of 6, Harry?
6 out of 7.
6 out of 7, and on qualifying for here at the National, on pole for both races, right?
Yeah.
What are you doing down the National?
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's such a tight, short circuit, and everyone's pretty much doing the same thing. Around here, it's just minor details that will get you the extra thousandths, hundredths, tenths. So, I mean, I just, again, stitched everything together and got a good lap in.
Now, we've just seen you in the Westbourne Motorsport van there, having a look at some data and some lines. You're saying the line in the wet is different to the line in the dry. What are you learning in there right now?
I mean, I'm always learning, obviously, being this young and this still new to motorsport. And it's just, I mean, where you're finding the grip in the wet, because it could be different, and it's different anywhere, depends how wet it is. So there's obviously so much to learn, and it's difficult in the wet because you never know where it's going to be or where to brake, so you just need to learn how to adapt to it.
How much experience have you had around Silverstone and the national course in particular?
I was here last year around this circuit, and it was alright. I had some good coaching from Jake Hill. So I was right here last year, and obviously I've been okay this weekend.
Now, you are having a sensational year, a bit like we saw Charlie Hand have last year, who's moved on to the Brit car now. I mean, it's 6 wins out of 7, it's pole after pole. Where can you keep developing? Because it's almost perfect. I
mean, I don't know. I mean, in the future, going to see how much I can carry this momentum into like adult racing, and how much I've learned and how much that will carry over into bigger stuff.
Are you starting to feel like there's a target on your back now?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Perfect. Harry, best of luck in today's 2 races today, and there's not much of a gap between them either, but keep it on track, do well.
Thank you very much.
Right, let's go and see who else we can find in the Junior Saloon Car Paddock before race 1. Okay, we've spoken to Harry Hickton, now we speak to Jensen Bell and Dara Flock, 2 of our drivers in the Junior Saloon. Guys, weather's pretty rubbish. How was qualifying and paid practice yesterday? Because that was 24 hours ago.
It was quite a sketchy session, but I was able to find what worked with the greasy track, but I was able to find a decent line and be able to get P8 for race 1.
Fantastic. Dara, you got P4?
Yeah, in the paid practice it started to rain a bit, so we got a feel for the bit of the wet lines and stuff, and qualifying went well. So.
Now, both young drivers, have you experienced this kind of weather before, and are you looking forward to it, or is it a little bit daunting?
I used to have weather like this all the time, and when I used to race short ovals, but I've never experienced wet weather on a scale like this, so yeah.
Now, Dara, this is a fairly short track, only a few corners really apart from the chicane at the end. So what's going to be the key to you put in a great qualifying performance, what's the key to the national circuit?
Well, you just have to get the lines right and stuff, because if you got a bit wide of an apex, you'll lose the speed down the straight. So. Yeah.
Only about 25 minutes from now until race time. What do you guys get up to in the sort of interim?
We're just analysing on what kind of lines we need to take and how we would do our starts, and just make sure we know what line to take and that. Yeah.
And question for both of you: what would be a good weekend for you here at National Silverstone?
Finishing. Finishing's my main priority, but if I can get top 5 or something, I'll do.
Because you're not doing too bad in the championship, are you?
Doing 4th in the championship right now. Yeah.
So climbing into 3rd position potentially.
Hopefully, yeah. A bit of a stretch, but I'll try. Yeah.
Dara, ambition for the weekend?
Yeah, I'd like to get in the top 5. Hopefully, try and get on a podium again. But yeah, that would be, and go a bit higher in the championship. That's good.
Guys, it's nearly race time. Best of luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Right, let's go and speak to our only girl on the grid. That is Cole Lynch in the car 353. Okay, so here we are with our only girl on the grid this year. It's Cole Lynch. Now, Cole, you've not been at the last 2 rounds. Why is that?
No, I tore the muscle in my shoulder testing at Cadwell, so I wasn't cleared to race for the next 2 rounds. But we're back strong. So.
Is it strong? Is it all right?
Yeah, it's fine actually. I wasn't sure how it would handle like this weekend, but it was fine actually. So.
And how was sort of testing and qualifying yesterday? Because it's a little bit greasy. We'll talk about the weather today in a minute, but how was yesterday for you?
I was cautious coming back from an injury, so I was not pushing the car as much as I could have. And then the weather, I don't like the rain, so it was interesting. But it went pretty well. So.
Now, you're usually car number 7, but you've changed to 353. Why is that?
Well, it didn't bring me the best of luck last year, so I thought I'd try again with 353. So it's doing better this year.
Only girl on the grid. Does that sort of affect you at all? Do you care? Because we had 4 girls last year.
Yeah, it was nice to have the girls with me last year, but it makes no difference, to be fair, when you're on track. But they've moved on to do some great things, so I'm happy for them.
And what would be a good weekend for you?
I'd like top 20 finish, because I don't like the rain, so we'll see. We'll see how.
You don't like the rain. Have you looked outside?
It's not good. It's not good.
It's not good. So best of luck. Hopefully speak to you after the race, but have a fantastic weekend.
Great, definitely.
Cheers,
Thank
Colin.
you.
Thank you. Right, it is back time to go junior saloon car racing. Over to your commentator, Dave Goddard.
Thanks so much, Ewan. Yes, good morning, race fans, and welcome to a decidedly damp Silverstone, the home of British Motorsport, the second day of our Jubilee race weekend here on BARC TV. Dave Goddard here to take you through day 2 of action. It's going to be decidedly slippery out there. Slight delay to our first qualifying session of the morning for the Kumho BMW Championship. They're just doing their last few laps now before our first race of the day, which is for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. They had their qualifying session yesterday. A 15-minute plus 1 lap race coming up for them. They're identical Citroën Saxo VTRs. Then there's a couple more qualifying sessions before our next race, which will be for the 2CVparts.com Classic Citroën 2CV Championship. If you've not seen them before, you've certainly got a treat coming up. Not the most likely of race cars you would think on paper, but if you saw them at Pembrey supporting the British Truck Racing Championship, you will know what enormous fun they are. After the 2CVs, we have the first of 2 20-minute races for the Kumho BMW Championship, a mixture of BMWs and BMW Minis out on the grid for them today. Then a second race for the Junior Saloon Cars. Then a half hour for lunch, and that's followed by a 1 hour race for the Praga Cup, their second race of the weekend. They had their first race yesterday, the Praga Cup UK, the University of Wolverhampton team taking their first ever win. And that's followed by something a bit different from the Carbonate Lighting Hyundai Coupe Cup. It's their annual 45-minute mini enduro race with a mandatory pit stop. Some of the cars being shared by 2 drivers. And then a second race to follow for the 2CV Parts.com Citroen 2CVs, and finally a second race for the Kumho BMWs. So that's how things play out here today. Just come to the end of the qualifying session for the Kumho BMW Championship. We'll just have a look at the times from that one actually on our live timing. If you want to follow the live timing, then go to tsl-timing.com. We'll do our best to keep you up to date from there as well. It is Brad Sheehan in his M3 who has gone quickest. The pink and white Days of Thunder liveried car who has qualified fastest provisionally in the Kumho BMWs, ahead of James Card in his similar Class A M3, the Silver Machine. Brian Branson completing the top 3. We saw him out in the Brit Car Trophy races, showing with Jasvir Sapra yesterday. They unfortunately spun out of race 2. Jas Sapra is out there now. He's only 17th quickest with his M3. A good field of BMWs and the BMW Minis out there as well. 22 cars we have in this session, but it will shortly be on to the junior saloon cars as well. Great to see plenty of you already watching on our YouTube live stream. We've already heard from some of the JSCC Junior Saloon Car Championship racers, with Harry Hickton looking to continue his winning run. Just 1 defeat for Harry so far this year. Came into racing last year as a complete novice at the wheel of his Citroen Saxo, the son of David Hickton, long-time saloon car racer. Most of his rivals have come through the world of karting or short oval motor racing. But Harry came in as a complete novice in his Saxo last year, never raced anything before, and now this year he's only been defeated once. That was up at Cadwell Parks, beaten by Max Hall, who's currently second in the points. There is an amendment to the originally published timetable, I can tell you today. A bulletin was sent through yesterday confirming that the lunch break today has been shortened from 1 hour to 30 minutes. So everything after the lunch break on the original timetable has been brought forward by half an hour, just to speed things up a bit here at the home of British Motorsport here at Silverstone. Now hopefully things are going to brighten up a little bit later on. We had a lot of rain in the early hours of this morning that continued into our first session of the day. And hopefully the worst of the rain is going to dissipate after our first race. The junior saloon cars are unfortunately going to cop the worst of the conditions, but that won't let them hold things back. We should hopefully see 30 cars out there for our first session of the day. The Orange family is out on track with volunteer marshals. A bit of sweeping up to be done there already. That's at Beckett's corner. The cars go through to the right there and down the Wellington Straight under the bridge. Our thanks to all our volunteer marshals. There's no way we could go racing without them. A little bit of sweeping up to be done before we bring on the junior saloon cars. We'll bring you the grid as soon as the cars start to line up for what will be a 15-minute plus 1 lap race. The junior saloon cars do it differently because instead of when the time goes down to 0, the checkered flag coming out, it's the last lap signal that goes out instead to make the race a little bit longer. I can tell you some cars failed post-race scrutineering, well, post-qualifying scrutineering yesterday. They had their qualifying session, the junior saloon cars, yesterday afternoon. 4 cars were found to be under the minimum weight limit, and therefore they had their practice times disallowed. They will start from the back of the grid with a 10-second penalty, and they are Charlie Constable, number 6, 33 of Jacob Baldry, number 17 Riley Price, and treble 8 of Alex Mustave. They will start at the back with a 10-second penalty, and that's for both races because the qualifying session set the grid for both races. The driver's fastest lap sets the grid for race 1, the second quickest lap for race number 2. Just had an update through from the Praga Cup as well. We're going to have, by the looks of it, an extra car on the grid today, which is good to see. A driver we saw racing the Pragas last year, an ex-junior saloon car racer, Jack Fabi, is going to be on the grid here today. Didn't see him yesterday. He's going to be out as a late entry in car number 2, running in the invitation class. Jack Fabi, here's inspiration to all our junior saloon car racers, now racing in historic Group C sports car racing. Most remember the Group C cars from the 80s and early 90s at Le Mans. He's now racing a Tiger sports car in international racing. He's going to be contesting the Le Mans Classic this year. I'm not jealous, honest. But that's inspiration to these young racers in their identical 1600cc Citroën Saxo VTRs. Out onto track they come. We'll bring you the grid in just a moment. Like everybody is there. Those last couple of cars from the back, those are the cars that will be going with the penalty. There's Riley Price, number 17. You can see how slippery it is out there as they come out from the assembly area in front of the BRDC grandstand at the entry to Brooklands, the only left-hander really on the course except for the left-hand flick at Maggots. They'll line up on the grid, then complete a green flag lap before a standing start. Grid lining up as follows. It is number 46, Harry Hickton, on pole, as he has been for every race so far this season. 322, Jamie Petters, last year's Rookie of the Year, will be alongside him. Alongside Harry Hickton is Jamie Petters. On the second row, we've got number 93 of Max Hall, alongside number 22 of Dara Flock, the Irishman. Row 3, Harvey Dent, number 58, and Jack James, the scholarship winner for 2022, is on row 3 in car number 53. Fourth row of the grid is number 9, Jack Riddell, and 871, Jensen Bell. On row 5, Jacob Heap, number 16, and number 64, making his debut this weekend. Good luck to Donovan Dyer. On row 6, Gabriel Parfait and Oliver Cottam in numbers 280 and 98. Row 7, number 12, Jonathan Moore, alongside 10 of Harry Smith. Row 8 is 77, which is Travis Chapman, alongside 78, Kieran Roberts. Row 9, number 30, Jamie Good, and 92, Adam Parker. Row 10 is 59, CJ Morgan, and 303, Zach Palmer. The 11th row, 11 of Oscar Dix, and 19, Sandro Ballesteros. The 12th row, treble 3, Adam Harding, and number 36, Joel Ryan. Row 13, 353 of Cole Lynch, and number 13, Luke Scrooby. On the 15th row, with the gap being there for the drivers of the penalties, we've got number 6, Charlie Constable, and 33 of Jacob Baldry as the cars move away for the green flag lap. And the final row, also starting with a 10-second penalty, number 17, Riley Price, and treble 8, Alex Mustaf. It's going to be decidedly tricky in the early laps in particular as the drivers get acclimatised to these conditions. I'm going to wait to see here whether they actually get 2 green flag laps, because it was dry when they qualified yesterday, and if there is a change in conditions, you sometimes see drivers given an extra green flag lap. As a measure of how wet it is here at Silverstone, you may notice, those of you who were watching yesterday, that our camera on the outside of the first corner at Copse has moved slightly. That's because the camera position we were in yesterday is flooded. So apologies there that we've had to move our camera around the corner a bit. Head round on their green flag lap then. Harry Hickton in pole position, number 46, looking for win number 7 this year. Jamie Petters, last year's Rookie of the Year, beat Louis Hansel to the honours there in the last race of the season at Brands Hatch. He's not had the best of years in 2022. He's only 16th in the points, by far his best qualifying efforts so far this season. The ex-mini stocks and Ninja Kart racer on the short ovals. The other ex-oval racer in there is Jensen Bell in the very brightly liveried number 871 car. Now, are they going to pull up on the grid this time, or are they going to go round again for another green flag lap? We'll wait and see. They are going to go round again. I thought we might get a second green flag lap here, just to let them get acclimatised to these wet conditions. There's Gabriel Parfait, number 280, entered the JSCC scholarship over the winter. Been racing in indoor karting and sim racing in the run-up to this season. It was Jack James, the Londoner in number 53, who won the scholarship. Last year, of course, it was Chloe Grant, the Scottish young lady racer. She's now gone on into the world of single-seater racing. As we said during our pre-race interviews, just Cole Lynch representing the ladies on the grid this year. Last year we saw the likes of Arwen Graham and also Ashley Gregory out on the grid. She's gone back to short oval racing, incidentally, Ashley Gregory. She is here this weekend at Silverstone, helping out with a bit of driver coaching. We head round the right-hander at Luffield. Now, are they going to line up this time? Looks like Harry Hickton is now slowing the field down. Will they get another lap? No, the marshals are in position on the grid. Yellow flags in the air. They'll bring the grid to a halt. So 2 green flag laps to get acclimatised to the conditions. It will be Harry Hickton in pole position, the blue and red number 46 car. Currently well clear in the championship, 47 points clear of Max Hall, the leading rookie, second in the points. Third in the point standings is number 77, which is Travis Chapman. And 871 Jensen Bell in fourth, with number 59 CJ Morgan rounding out the top 5. The Petters racing car 322, Jamie Petters, very brightly coloured machine on the front row. Then the blue and yellow number 93, that's the Westbourne Motorsports run car, I think that is, of Max Hall in position. And alongside him, the Irishman Dara Flock in car number 22. Just see him over to the left there, the blue and orange machine. 58 on row 3 is Harvey Dent and Jack James in the 53 car. This will be a 15 minutes plus 1 lap race. If anything, I think the rain has eased off a little ahead of our first race of the day for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. The pack about to be unleashed on the national circuit here at Silverstone. We await the all clear from the marshals. The red lights will come on and then the pack will be unleashed down towards Copse Corner for the first time. Revs are up and away we go with the first race of the day here at Silverstone. Young guns go for it down towards Copse Corner for the first time. It's Jamie Petters side by side with Harry Hickton. Good start by Petters. Looks like he's got the lead on the inside into the first corner. You can see the spray being kicked up as they make their way around the right-hander. It's up towards the left flick at Beckett's and at Maggots, then down into the right at Beckett's. How can you see anything in these conditions? Harry Hickton and Jamie Petters are all right. They're out in front. It's Max Hall in third place. Petters will take the lead, I think, on the inside. They slip and slide their way through behind. Harvey Dent didn't get the best of starts, trying to recover there around the outside in the number 58s. I think they've all made it round the first couple of corners. Now it's down the Wellington Straight, under the bridge, and towards the left at Brooklands. It's still side by side for the lead. Harry Hickton and Jamie Petters. There's the 53 of Jack James. They make the best of starts and they're sliding all over the place. Look at this. You can tell it's the short oval racers in 871 and 322 because they're the ones who are completely sideways. Jamie Petters has held his lead through there, just about ahead of Harry Hickton. It's Hall and Flock fighting it out for third place, the 2 blue cars. And then up behind them is that Parfait up there, Gabriel Parfait in the 280 car. He's made a fantastic start. If so, he started 11th on the grid. Yes, he's come through in 5th. He's gained 6 positions on the first lap there. Jamie Petters had the lead at the line. He's got the lead on the inside line into Copse. He's still sideways. They're just throwing these Saxos around like they're in carts. Who's that going around the outside? 93 of Max Hall running wide over the curves, trying to stay ahead of Dara Flock for third position. Parfait with an amazing first lap up into 5th position. Then we've got Jensen Bell in the white car there. He's ahead of Jack Riddell in the number 9, trying to go through on the inside. Then it's Jack James 53 and the number 16, the Lucas Oil car of Jacob Heap. Behind him is Harvey Dent and Oliver Cottam in the pink and blue number 98. A frantic first lap there, to say the least. Look out for the 4 cars coming through, started with the 10-second penalty, as well as Harry Hickton moves to the inside down into Brooklands. the pack follow their way through behind now. Has Harry Hicton taken the lead on the inside there? No, he hasn't. Through the right-hander at Luffield, and Jamie Petters sliding his car around again. He's enjoying himself out in front. His brother Dan Petters, the former pickup truck racer, also graduated from the short ovals, now races a Porsche in a variety of sports car events. They go through the spray. The sky, if anything, is slightly lighter after a couple of laps here. But in the pack at the moment, it's like Fuji 1976. James Hunt fans will know what I'm on about there. If you've seen the film Rush, you'll know all about the Japanese Grand Prix of 1976. Gabriel Parfait, his best run of the season so far up there in the 280 car. Max Hall has done the fastest lap of the race. He's in third, 122.214. We've got a spinner. That's Luke Scrooby, the number 13. Looks like he's been hit as well. The rear bodywork missing. There's another car off on the inside. I think that's Cole Lynch, the 353. Yes, it is. She's gone around as well. Yellow flags will be out at Copse Corner. There goes another one. That's Riley Price, number 17, spinning in from stage right. There's cars everywhere at Copse Corner, side by side for the lead. Jamie Petters trying to hold the inside line for the left-hander. He does so. Harry Hicton will try and cut back on the inside. This time he goes sideways. Well, they're throwing these cars around. It's more like rallycross than a circuit race at Silverstone at the moment. We have seen the World Rallycross Championship at Silverstone, of course, not on this circuit. There's another one off. That's Joel Ryan, and look at the state of his car. Pulling in there the 36 machine. I think the red flags are coming out. I saw a red light flashing there. There's the reason. Luke Scrooby's car stranded on the track at, I think that's at Copse Corner, and the red flag is out. Race stopped. He couldn't get the car moved there, so the race is brought to a halt with just under 11 minutes left on the clock, so there will be a restart. With Jamie Petters in the lead. We'll wait to see what's going to happen here. I imagine the cars will be brought onto the grid. There's the stranded car of Luke Scrooby. Unlucky 13 indeed for him. Now, looking at the damage to Joel Ryan's car that we saw pulling off the circuit there, I would imagine there's been some contact between those two, the 36 and the 13, with the rear bodywork missing off Luke Scrooby's car. Rest of the pack heads round towards the grid. There's Jacob Baldry, one of the cars that started from the back after that penalty. They had to start with that 10-second penalty. They failed a weight check for cars after qualifying. Field troops single file back towards the grid, presumably to get ready for a restart. Certainly is treacherous out there, the spray making it difficult for the boat drivers towards the back to see where they were going. But fair play to these young racers, as young as 14 years of age. Jamie Petters in the lead of a race, I think the first time he's led a JSCC race. He was the top rookie last season, but didn't take a race win. Harry Hicton in second place. I think that's only the second time this year Harry Hicton's been in second place. First time was at Cadwell. Max Hall took the win. Harry Hicton celebrated his birthday 4 days ago, so looking to pick up some trophies in celebration here. Luke Scrooby is towed in by the JCB. That's the end of his race. Hopefully they can fix that damage for race 2, the Jeekins race preparation team. We mentioned Rallycross. The Jeekins family started off in Rallycross. Alfie Jeekins moved into the JSCC from Junior Rallycross, and I believe he's now in the Mini Challenge. Okay, under the red flag here at the Silverstone circuit then. Following a couple of incidents. in our Junior Saloon Car opener. The marshals have a bit of sweeping up to do once again. I think the red flag was just because the number 13 car couldn't move away there. Luke Scrooby couldn't get it going again. He's okay. That's the main thing. Just to advise you once again, those of you who saw a timetable yesterday, the lunch break has been reduced. It was due to be 1 hour, it is now 30 minutes, so we start half an hour early after lunch. Red flag out due to a collision up at Copse Corner. Luke Scrooby's car left stranded on the outside of the circuits. The race will be restarted because we were only about 5 minutes into that race. We'll wait to see what length of time the restart will be. The leaders having only completed one full lap of the Silverstone national circuits, according to the timing screen. Coming up after this, we'll have a short break for a couple of qualifying sessions for the Praga Cup UK and the Carbonate Hyundai Coupe Cup. It's their enduro race here today, something a bit different. Normally we see 15 or 20 minute sprint races. They've got a 45-minute pit stop race today, the Coupe Cup. They were in good form at Snetterton last time out. Alistair Dendy was the double winner on that occasion. Likes of Alex Kersley and Wayne Rocket will be fighting back. Cars have been pulled into line on the grid then. Jamie Petters has got the door open. I don't know whether that's to keep cool or to keep his windscreen from misting up. Using it like a fan to keep himself cool, I think. Harry Hickton, the championship leader, second. Then it's Max Hall. And then Gabriel Parfait in the number 280 car. He's having a fantastic run. Started down in 11th. He's up to 4th. Just got ahead of Dara Flock there, the Irishman, when the red flag came out. The active welding car just ahead of 871, Jensen Bell. Then we got number 9 of Jack Ruddell in the Wheatley prepared car. Teammate of Cole Lynch and Jamie Good. Jack James next in the order. Then Jacob Heap and Harvey Dent rounding out the top 10. So the cars involved in the incident there, Luke Scrooby, number 13, the 36 of Joel Ryan. We saw spins for Cole Lynch and Riley Price as well, but I think they got going again. Just a couple of cars involved there. But hopefully we will be back underway very shortly. Okay, just receiving a communication from race control there. We are going to have a full restart over the full 15 minutes plus 1 lap. And there's going to be an additional warm-up lap as well to get some heat back into their tyres. So it's going to be a full restart, the grid being formed up again. Chance to remind you of the grid. If you are just joining us here on BARC TV, a warm welcome to a rather wet Silverstone. Day 2 of this Jubilee race weekend. We extend our congratulations to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth on her 70 years on the throne. I believe she did visit Silverstone for the first ever British Grand Prix of the World Championship, the first ever World Championship Grand Prix. It was back in 1950. The royal family were in attendance. Of course, it was a couple of years before Elizabeth ascended the throne. But the royal family, with King George, the reigning monarch back then, were in attendance. There was even a royal in that race. Prince Bira of what is now Thailand was competing back then. One of the ERAs that he races used to race, now competes with the Vintage Sports Car Club. There are a couple of laps completed on the first start. It will be a full restart though after that incident at Copse Corner. So it's Harry Hickton and Jamie Petters on the front row. Second row, Max Hall and Dara Flock. Row 3, Harvey Dent and Jack James. Although, is the order being rejigged here? Because Gabriel Parfait is up there. So yes, I think we are going from the order that the cars that were in, the cars were in at the end of that opening lap, by the look of it. Don't think we've had a reissued grid sheet. I mentioned the Vintage Sports Car Club just now. There is a meeting for them at Donington Park today. We've just had a comment in from someone spectating there and watching our live stream coverage while in the grandstand. So thanks for tuning in. Staffordshire Dashcam videos. Thanks to all of you for watching on. Thanks for your comments on our live stream. Hope you're all enjoying the action we've had so far. Hopefully we'll be underway again very shortly with our first race for the junior saloon cars. Okay, thanks for your patience during that brief delay, race fans. Cars now move away for a warm-up lap prior to the restarts for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. A couple of cars with their windscreens rather steamed up there as well. Harry Hickton and Jamie Petters head the grid. Number 6 there at the back, that's Charlie Constable. Gabriel Parfait up there, there's Riddell, James, Jacob Heap, Harvey Dent, Oliver Cottam. The rest of them go through on this revised green flag lap. Benign Jack Riddell looks a bit steamed up there, that windscreen. I hope he can see where he's going. Are they going to go round again, or are they going to form up on the grid this time? Looks like they are going to form up this time. They're slowing to take their grid positions. Harry Hickton on the right in the blue and red car, looking for win number 7 out of 8 races this year. Jamie Petters looking for his first ever JSCC win. Max Hall looking for his second. He had a win at Cadwell Park. Dara Flock looking for his first as well. Likewise, Parfait in 280, Jensen Bell 871. This is going to be an interesting one. 15 minutes plus 1 lap, the restarts for the Junior Saloon Car Championship, round 8 of the season here on the Silverstone National Circuit. Waiting for the last couple of cars to get into line at the back of the grid. The red lights will come on, and when they go out, we will be underway. Like everyone is in position. I saw Marshall's on the move at the back of the grid there, so has somebody had a problem? Can't see from our vantage points, unfortunately. Okay, the cars in position then, and we are underway. Short delay there, was a slight problem towards the back of the grid, but a great start by Jamie Petters in the 322 car. Good start by Dara Flock. Not the best of starts by Harry Hickton, but we are underway with our first of 2 Junior Saloon Car races today here at Silverstone at the second attempt, and a great start by Jamie Petters. He leads the way into the spray on the run towards Maggots and Beckett's for the first time. Petters leads it. Harry Hickton has recovered around the outside into second place. Side by side for third, Max Hall and Dara Flock. Gabriel Parfait trying to get around the outside. He's gone too wide there. Goes rally crossing on the outside of Beckett's, moves back in on that wider line. Everybody else is away cleanly behind by the look of things. It's like possibly Adam Parker with a loose wing mirror there, so there's possibly been a bit of contact in the first exchanges. Petters leads it from Hickton as they head their way into the left-hander at Brooklands for the first time. Hickton is a little bit wide on the outside line. Parfay's gone wide again, coming through Brooklands. Jensen Bell is up there, and Parfay's all over the place in the 280 car. He's pushing a bit too hard, I think, in these early laps. Just about held it together there in, I think, 6th place, but it's Petters who leads ahead of Hickton. 3rd place is Max Hall, then it's Dara Flock in 4th place. The rest of them stream through behind. Over the line they go, it's Flock in 4th, Jensen Bell is 5th, and Parfay still there in 6th position ahead of Harvey Dent. And CJ Morgan's had a good first lap. The 59 car up into 8th position has gained some 5 places. There's Morgan, the pink car, number 59. Jacob Heap has dropped back a little ahead of Oliver Cottam and the 77 of Travis Chapman as they head out towards Beckett's corner for the second time. It's Jamie Petters looking for his maiden victory, just about holding off Harry Hickton. Trying to cut in through the right-hander at Beckett's is Max Hall in 3rd place. Bouncing over the curb a little there on the outside. Trying for the inside is Gabriel Parfay. He's got it right this time through Beckett's corner. He could get 4th place here. Yes, I think he's done so in the black number 280 car. Harry Hickton goes to the inside as they head down into Brooklands corner. Can he get the line away? No, he's not close enough to Jamie Petters. Closing up on them as well is Max Hall. They've gone a few lengths clear of their opposition around this second lap. 4th place is the 280 car of Gabriel Parfay, going great guns here. He's quite a way down the championship as well. He's only 18th in the points. Dara Flock is next in the number 22, the former junior Rotax kart racer, and CJ Morgan is revelling in these conditions. Just gone round the outside of Jensen Bell, coming into Woodcut and up into 6th position ahead of Bell, Harvey Dent, Jack James and Jack Riddell down to 10th position. Great stuff so far from the young guns. We lost 3 cars in the first running of this race. Luke Scrooby and Joel Ryan were 2 of them. Charlie Constable has also not come round on the restart, was at the back of the grid, number 6. So I think we've lost him somewhere. Jamie Petters hanging on in the lead. The ex-mini stocks racer started his career at the age of just 6 in the Ninja Karts formula on the short ovals. Running wide there, Travis Chapman in the 77 car. These identical Citroen Saxo VTRs, all 1600cc, making for a very even field. Side by side there for 4th, Parfay and Dara Flock together. Watch for CJ Morgan, the pink number 59 car. He's loving these wet conditions. A little bit sideways there into Brooklands. That's the slipperiest part of the circuit, I think. Petters, Hickton and Hall still clear of the rest of the field, out of Luffield. Parfay still holding 4th place, having a cracking race in the 280 car, and it's Dara Flock. 6th is CJ Morgan. Looks like 7th behind them could be Harvey Dent now. The number 58 has come through. Yes, he has. Jensen Bell has lost a couple more places, not enjoying the wet weather. Petters on the inside, Hickton on the outside. Just under 11 minutes to go as they head through Copse Corner. Here comes Max Hall around the outside, the only man to defeat Harry Hickton so far this season. Side by side as they head towards Maggots and Beckett's, and Hickton having a look on the inside as they go into Beckett's. He's going to take the lead on the inside. He's done so as he outbraked himself there. Petters back on the inside. They're side by side coming out of Beckett's. Max Hall could try and make it 3 wide here. Dara Flock has run wide there coming out of Beckett's. Could lose a couple of places because Harvey Dent and CJ Morgan are up there with him. Cracking racing despite these slippery conditions here. Holding the inside line is Jamie Petters. He swapped places through Beckett's for the lead. With a perfect view of the lead battle is Max Hall in that 3rd place. Petters has gone wide coming out of Brooklands. He got onto the wet stuff on the outside there. Hickton tries to get round the outside, but it's a right-hander the next corner at Luffield. Petters holds the inside line, keeps Hickton behind him. This is good driving by Jamie Petters, much more controlled than he was in the first running before the red flag. He was sliding all over the place, has brought things under control. CJ Morgan's up to 5th. He's got ahead of Dara Flock. His car's sliding about further back. Tail end of the field comes through there. Jack Riddell has dropped down the order, the number 9. He's had a moment somewhere. And lead trio together through Copse Corner. There's a yellow flag in Sector 2. There's the reason why Oscar Dix has had a spin in the Jeekins prepared number 11 car coming through Luffield. He rejoins towards the back of the field. Fastest lap of the race has been done by Dara Flock, the number 22. So he's trying to fight back on the tail of Harvey Dent there. Behind him, Jack James in the black and turquoise car. He's got Jacob Heap alongside him, then Jensen Bell, Oliver Cotton. There's Travis Chapman, number 77, another of the Jeekins cars. The rest of them come through. Looks like Harry Smith next in the order in the number 10. Leaders heading down to Brooklands once again. Here they come, it's almost 3 wide into Brooklands. Goodness me, this is going to be interesting. Harry Hicton's gone straight on, so through into the lead. It's going to be Max Hall. He's got through on the inside. Brilliant by Max Hall. Determined move on the inside there, but he's sideways into Luffield. Look at this. Opposite lock there from Max Hall. Goodness me. And Parfay's into the battle now as well. Harry Hicton, who went straight onto the tarmac runoff area at Brooklands. Jamie Petters frantically trying to move across and defend from Max Hall, squeezing him towards the inside. This is fantastic racing. They're leaning on each other heading down the straight. Here they come. Who's going to be leading into Copse Corner? At the line it was Hall and Petters side by side. Looks like it's going to be Max Hall who takes the lead. He's through and Harry Hicton's back into it. He slides up the inside of the 322 car of Jamie Petters. They almost lean on each other. Drama Motorsport, it says on the back of Jamie Petters' car, and this certainly is drama here at Silverstone. Max Hall leads. Great move through at Brooklands there on the inside. Hicton sideways again. He's pushing too hard as he tries to recover the lead, I think. He's all over the place. Petters is third, and Gabriel Parfay, still with the novice cross on the back of his car, is up in fourth place. Here's a replay of some action further back. That's the 333 car of Adam Harding going for a spin. And bang! That's the 33 car of Jacob Baldry that has smashed into him, I think. Now, hopefully Adam Harding's going to move that away, otherwise the race could be stopped again. Oh, the leaders, they all go! Goodness gracious, coming through Brooklands there. Over the grass goes Max Hall. He comes back on into the side and he's off! Off goes Max Hall. Oh my goodness me, what a shame. Pushing too hard for the conditions there, Max Hall sadly slides off. He nearly took Gabriel Parfay with him. Now who's going to come out of this with the lead? Parfay has somehow held his lead. This is brilliant stuff. The drivers are loving this, the spectators are loving this, I'm loving this as well. Max Hall isn't though, he's rejoined towards the back. Just tried too hard through Brooklands there, but all 4 of the leaders, they were completely sideways coming through Brooklands. Harry Hicton still sideways. Gabriel Parfay leads in the 280 car. Gabriel Doyle Parfay to give his full name. Let's have a look at that again coming into Brooklands. It was Hall on the inside, then Hicton. Look at the angles they've got these cars at. This isn't junior saloon cars, it's drifting competition. Then Hall tried to recover over the grass. There was no way he was going to get round the corner. He bounced off at Parfay and went into a spin. There was no way he could get the car stopped there to get round Luffield. Okay, pause for breath. Now who's leading now? It is still Gabriel Parfay, the number 280 car with Harry Hicton behind. What's going to happen into Brooklands this time? I can hardly watch. Here they come. Down into the left-hander. Petters third. CJ Morgan's up to fourth. To the brakes for the slipperiest part of the circuit at Brooklands. Round they come. Yes, they've got it round this time without sliding onto the runoff area. And Gabriel Parfay in car number 280 continues to lead the way. The scholarship driver in the winter. Jamie Petters chasing in third. Then CJ Morgan up into fourth place. He's going well. Fifth is Harvey Dent in the 58. Then a gap back to, it looks like Jack James now in sixth position. And Dara Flock's had a tangle with Jack Riddell, that was, so more carnage at Luffield. Dara Flock is stuck there in the middle of the track. Hopefully he can get going again. The yellow flags are out there. But this is absolutely superb stuff. The crowd are loving this. I can hear in the background plenty of noise coming up from the ground. Oh, there's another one gone. It's Riley Price, the 17. Now if Dara Flock can't get that car going, they're surely going to have to stop the race. Once again, there's just under 5 minutes of the race to go. Now can the marshals get Dara Flock out the way? This is a brave effort by our volunteer marshals. It's only a fairly short lap here on the Silverstone National Circuit. They're trying to get the car off track there, the 22. Onto the grass. And the red flags are coming out. Yes, red flag's out with Dara Flock's car stranded at Luffield. And I'm wondering if, with a second red flag, if that's going to be the race called. We'll have to wait and see. If so, we'll have to await confirmation of the result. But I think that would mean that Gabriel Parfait is going to take his maiden win. Cars with bits of bodywork hanging off there. That was incredible. There was so much going on there, I couldn't keep up with it. Right, so the cars are pulling up on the grid. Are we going to get a restart? We'll have to wait and see what the officials say. There's 4 minutes 42 left on the clock. Okay, a pause for breath, and yes, the cars are going off into the pit lane, so I think that's end of game for the junior saloon cars. They do have another race later on, but I think that race is going to be called. The cars are taking off, being taken off track into the pit lane. And I imagine we'll be heading to Parc Ferme. We'll get an update in a second. Yes, the checkered flag icon has now come up on the timing screen, so I think that means the race is being called early. Yeah, the lap counter has gone back to the end of lap 6. And I think that means a first ever win for number 280, Gabriel Doyle Parfait, the driver of the Oryx competition number 280 car, the man from Liverpool, I believe, has, subject to official ratification, just taken his maiden win. That's a great effort from Gabriel. He started back on row 6 of the grid. Now, provisionally, subject to change if anything comes through from race control, we'll let you know. This is the result. Doyle Parfait the winner ahead of Harry Hickton, so a second defeat of the season for Harry Hickton. Jamie Petters gets his best result of the season in third. CJ Morgan was going well. He ends up in 4th place ahead of Harvey Dent. Dara Flock in 6th place. We'll wait to see if he is classified though, because it was his stranded car that brought out the red flag. Next in the order, Jack James in 53 ahead of Jacob Heap, Travis Chapman and Oliver Cottam completing the top 10. Behind them, Harry Smith, then Jensen Bell, Jack Riddell, Jamie Good in the number 30 car completing the top 15. Max Hall after his off at Luffield. Behind them, we had Zach Palmer in 303, the 33 of Jacob Baldry after he walloped the spinning car of treble 3 Adam Harding. Harding was 19th behind Sandro Ballesteros. Behind them, the 64 car of newcomer Donovan Dyer, his first ever race in the series. Then Adam Parker, Kieran Roberts, Riley Price from the back of the grid, Jonathan Moore, Alex Mosthav, Cole Lynch pulled into the pits on lap 6. Oscar Dix was the other finisher, I think, after he made a pit stop as well after a spin. And we lost Joel Ryan, Charlie Constable, and of course Luke Scrooby on the first starts. Right, I think we all need a bit of a breather after that one. What a cracking showing that was from the junior saloon cars. They are back out later on for race 2, which is the last race before the lunch break. But fair play to the drivers who are, of course, not particularly experienced. They are only young racers, 14 to 17 years of age, and coping with wet conditions like that as well. They've tried their hardest to put on a show there. The spectators present here at Silverstone, I can tell you, we're absolutely loving the action there. And provisionally, congratulations to Gabriel Parfait on his first ever junior saloon car victory. Hopefully be able to hear from him a little later on. Bit of a clear up for our volunteer marshals to do. Fair play to all of them, being out there in the rain today. Now, next up, we're going to have a short break for a couple of qualifying sessions taking place for races taking place this afternoon. The next race coming up here today it's due off at about 11:05, but it's will be taking place when the two qualifying sessions come to an end, because we are running a little behind time due to the red flag there during the Junior Saloon Car Championship. So we've got the 2CVparts.com Classic Citroën 2CV Championship. Plenty of entertainment, plenty of slipstreaming from them. After that, it's the Kumho BMW Championship, and then a second race for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. A little bit of recovery work needed before that. Couple of cars stranded out on circuits, unfortunately. Well, while we have this break for the couple of qualifying sessions for the Pragas and the Hyundais, if you've not seen the 2CVs before, we're going to give you a taster of what is coming up later on, because we caught up with them down in Wales a few weeks ago, supporting the British Truck Racing Championship at the Pembrey circuit, and we can see how the Classic Citroën 2CV Championship got on down at Pembrey. For this next race to get underway, race 2 of the weekend for the 2CVparts.com Classic Citroën 2CV Championship. And the grid set by the second half of qualifying yesterday. It's the second driver in some of the cars. But on pole position is a man we just heard from, Gary Adnitz, at number 97 in the Team Lion car, alongside number 96, the best ever qualifying effort by Chris Hall, driving for Pork Pie Racing. Pork pies. Second row of the grid, 79 David O'Keefe. He was the winner yesterday. Gary Adnitz unfortunately broke down at the start of the race. That's the second Team Lion car of David O'Keefe, alongside 89 Nick Crispin in the DD Motorsport car. Row 3 at number 92 Nick Rhodes, driving for Crisis at Tête Rouge. The Crisis and Tête Rouge teams effectively running that car together. Alongside him, number 24 Leon Davies for Team Gadget Racing. Failed to finish yesterday's race. Row 4, 2CV legend, with many titles to his name, 47 Pete Sparrow, not in the Team Lion car this year. He's in one of his own cars, a Sparrow Automotive car. And number 81 Simon Turner, alongside, driving for Tête Rouge Racing, Red Face Racing. Row 5, Matthew Hollis, we just heard from his dad. Matthew Hollis in the family number 72, alongside 99 Max Wire in the Fast Underpowered team car. That car was raced by Roy Eastwood yesterday. Row 6 is Katie Story, number 29. She's driving for Rosie Racing. I think it was her sister Lauren who raced that car yesterday, alongside number 40 Chris Yates, driving for Team Blueberry Muffins. Where do they get these names from? Row 7, number 80, that's driven by Nicholas Home, newcomer this year. Car was raced yesterday by Ainsley Bousfield, alongside number 33 Glenn Oswin. He's in the ECAS 2CV Parts team car. It's the purple and yellow car. Matthew Arrowsmith Brown raced that car yesterday. Row 8, we have Mick Story, number 22, in the other Rosie Racing car, alongside Luca Proietti in the Bacon Racing car. Father Sandro drove that car yesterday, had some problems with it, so hopefully Luca is there. Row 9 is the man we've just heard from, Nigel Hollis, in the Hollis Motorsport number 70, alongside Shirley Hennessy in number 35, the car known as Rhubarb, run by a team called Blueberry Tarts. And the final 3 cars on the grid. Number 41 is driven by Sir Aubrey Brocklebank, and yes, that is his real name. Classic 41 Factory Racing, alongside Lawrence Broadhurst. Good drive by George Broadhurst in that car yesterday to take 11th place. Andrew Bull is next, number 76. He had problems in qualifying yesterday. That's another of the Tête Rouge team cars. There are a couple more cars scheduled to be at the back of the grid. Julie Walford in number 55, the Steve Walford racing car. It was, I think it's her husband, Steve, who raced yesterday. And number 13, Seb Jones-White in the other Bacon racing car is at the back of the grid. We've got a bit of groundwork going on. That's the reason for a slight delay here. A hole has appeared at the side of the track, just out of Dibeni, that is. Presumably a truck has dug that up. So a few repairs needed. You don't want to hit a pothole on the side of the circuit at race speed, even in a 2CV. That will cause problems. Anybody waiting for a bus? They've been doing bus tours of the circuit, would you believe, during the lunch break here at Pembrey. Some old Bristol VR buses there. I think that's East Lancashire Coachworks bodywork they've got on them as well. Yes, I'm a bus fan as well. If it's got wheels and an engine, I'm there. Right to Caitlin Penny, who says, I don't like pork pies, I'm much more of a blueberry muffins fan. Kira Valentine Bull says, go Bully, presumably Andrew Bull, towards the back of the grid in the Tête Rouge with Propolis Process Solutions car. So nice saying that after a few drinks. I think Ewan is down in the pit area and is talking to one or two of the drivers while we have this slight delay.
Thank you very much, Dave. Well, we're not quite in the pits or in the paddock or in Park Ferme. We were actually just on the edge of the track here as we've got some repairs going on in the background, hence the delay. We're just waiting for the 2CVs. And I'm here with Martin, owner/patron of the team line. You've had a great...
2CV team line.
2CV team line. You've had a great start to the weekend. Let's have a chat about your experience and history of Team Line.
Well, I read Autosport from when I was in short trousers, and I used to go to Snetterton. I was a marshal there when I was at school, and then eventually I could afford to buy it every month, and things went on, and I'm in the picture frame trade, and a chap called Jem Marsh, who some oldies might know, he developed the Marcos cars. He said one day, why don't I do it? So I went through the bits, I did the ARDS test, and got all the kit, and we raced at Mondello, and it was all exciting, and after a few laps you realise it's a lot harder than it looks on the telly. And gradually I realised I was a better team manager than race driver, and 10-15 years ago I paired up with Pete Sparrow, and we make a good partnership. He's a guy who he was in the first race at Mallory 32 years ago, I think.
Wow.
And it's worked out quite well. We've never had a bad word, and we've been quite successful. We've won the 24 hours 6 times, and numerous it's very hard to win the 24-hour race, very hard, and so it goes.
And why the passion for 2CVs?
No idea, really. I mean, a lot of 2CV people are really into it. They're owners. I wouldn't drive one on the motorway. It was just a convenient way to go into motorsport in the style that we could afford, and in on the budget. And it's fun, People say it's only 85 miles an hour, but if you drove your car into a telegraph pole at 85 miles, you would know it.
Absolutely.
And it's very friendly. We know everyone in the paddock, uniquely in one makes. Everyone helps everyone else. If there's parts, no one would refuse help. And if a guy has a big crash, they'll all pile in to help get it on. It's just a tradition of the club, and it's a bit of fun.
Fantastic. I think we can just hear the 2CVs in the background going round now. Just talk us
some
about...
people call a dreadful whining noise.
I wouldn't dare say that. You're successful this weekend so far, Team Line. What are your ambitions for today and the season as a
Well,
whole?
we were a bit mixed yesterday. One car lost its gears on 100 metres from the start. The other one won the race. So something between those, I suppose. It'd be nice to come 1-2. The guys are very keyed up. We would hope to finish, earn a good finish for both cars. But there's a lot of competition out there, and we're only marginally. There's no big gap. There's about 10 cars that are only a second or so faster than us.
And South Wales, beautiful sunshine. You can't beat this, can you?
Well, we haven't been to Pembrey for 8 years, and really the place is lovely and fresh. The weather's been kind to us, and I think the consensus is we would like to come back. We do love being on with the trucks, kind of little and large.
And a good crowd today as well.
It looks huge, yes. And of course, if they've got a big crowd, they can afford to improve the circuit, the usual thing. So yeah, it's great. And Phil Davis does a super job. He makes it all welcome, lovely preparation, super.
And the more exposure for 2CVs, the better, because we don't see much of the 2CVs in the past.
I think this is the first live transmission, apart from the coverage we've had for the 24-hour in the Citroën 24-hour from Snetterton every August. So watch more.
And we're all enjoying it as well. Martin, thank you so much for your time. We're about to go out to the racing now.
Thanks,
right.
Ewan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now let's go back to Dave Goddard for some 2CV racing.
Thank you, Ewan. Nice to hear from Martin, the man behind Team Lion. His car's first and third on the grid for this one. Gary Adnitz, the championship leader coming into this round. He won both of the races at the opening weekend of the year at Cadwell Park. But unfortunately, his car was the one that broke its transmission at the start of yesterday's race. He didn't get away off the line. They probably had it repaired as soon as the car was back in the paddock. I mean, you can change an engine in one of these cars in about 15 minutes with enough hands on deck. And he starts alongside Chris Hall. Great to see the Pork Pie racing car on the front row for the first time, that blue machine. David O'Keefe, yesterday's winner on row 2 in the second of the Team Lion cars. And Nick Crispin in the bright red car completing the second row. Watch for Pete Sparrow. He's in the grey car with the Union flag on the roof. Runs a 2CV specialist garage in Herefordshire, and he's a multiple 2CV champion.
So he's looking for redemption today.
Is that bus joining the grid?
On pole position, a time of 1:23.
Now, I know we've got truck racing this weekend, but I'm not sure we're going to have a bus race.
Then you've got number 96, which is Chris Hall.
Where's he going?
Chris going well there in the 96.
Well, I've never seen this before.
Next row we have
There are passengers on that bus as well.
He was on pole yesterday and won the race yesterday from pole position. So David is there, long time.
Well, it's fair to say in motorsport that 2CVs and buses have never been seen on the same grid. Oh, there's the other one. We are going to have a bus race.
Ever 2CV race at Mallory Park in 1989. And he's been
I won't peddle the obvious joke about two buses turning up at once.
Since then, he's actually won the.
Have they got lost on the way back to the paddock or something?
6 times. So very accomplished.
Passengers on the top deck are enjoying it.
We've then got 89 Nick Crispin on the second row. He had a
Just waiting to see what these buses are doing. He's heading into the pit lane, I think.
orange and black car.
Well, I've never seen that before.
Rhodes in number 92. That's the green and blue machine.
I think he's missed the pit lane entrance.
Yesterday.
The bus driver's missed the pit lane entrance. Look. Oh my goodness.
24. He was
We mentioned about race licence test. Here's your bus licence test. How to do a 3-point turn in a double decker.
which slowed him right down. And then the man you've got to watch for, number 47, is Pete Sparrow.
The bus has missed the pit lane entrance and he nearly ended up joining the green flag lap for the 2CVs. That is absolutely extraordinary.
Team, which is 97 and 79, but he's taken this car on to see if he can develop it.
Right, well, Bristol VR bus.
Won the race. He got fastest lap, he came second. He's a
Bound for Tenby, according to the destination blind, along the Welsh coast.
countless times, and he really is the danger man.
Now he's got to do a 180-degree left. He's going to have to do another 3-point turn here if he's not careful.
Turner, and then the next one
Superbly done.
in 72.
Well done, South Wales Transport.
99. The next row we get Katie Story in 29, and she's part of the commentary team.
I have seen a race for Route Master buses. It was at Northampton Stock Car Stadium many years ago.
Even though she was supposed to be in this race called.
It's on YouTube if you want to find it. But anyway, it's time to go 2CV racing. Gary Adnett in pole position looking for win number 3 for the season. It's a green flag lap, then a standing start, 15-minute race.
Minutes behind from what we were meant to.
As Gary Adnett explained during his synopsis of 2CV racing, it's really the car and the team that score the points. So if two drivers are sharing a car, for example, it was Jennifer Hall racing the 96 car alongside Chris. Yesterday, Jennifer did race 1, Chris is in for race 2, but they will score the same number of points. It's the car effectively that scores the points. There are 4 events for the 2CVs. They've been to Cadwell Park. After this, they go to Silverstone on the national circuit and then on to Croft, I believe, in the northeast. And after that, it's the big weekend for them, the 24-hour race on August Bank Holiday weekend at Snetterton in Norfolk. There's the green and blue Crisis at Tate Rouge car. Leon Davies in the blue and gold car, that's the Team Gadget racing car. One team name I remember that is missing this weekend is Jelly Snake Racing. Jelly snakes, blueberry muffins, pork pies. No wonder I get hungry commentating on these races. There's the number 40, that's the blueberry muffins car, driven by Chris Yates. Look closely at that car. You may have seen when we saw it in the paddock, it's got googly eyes on the headlights and they move when the car corners. That's the sort of bluish car with the green wings. Number 13 at the back there, that's Seb Jones-White for Bacon Racing. Yeah, Bacon as well, although spelt slightly differently, B-A-Y-C-O-N. He was a mechanic for that team over the last couple of years and making his debut this season. Simon Turner's got some eyes on his headlights, but his don't move. There's the number 40 with the eyes on the headlamps. Number 30, Luca Proietti, driving the car raced yesterday by his father Sandro. Okay, they're pulling into line on the grid then. If this is anything like the race they had yesterday, which we saw during the lunch break, this is going to be an absolute belter. So the two Team Lion cars will start as the favourites, along with Pete Sparrow in 7th on the grid. Normally races for Team Lion, the number 97. He's won several titles in that car. Said he was taking a year out of racing this year, but you cannot keep Pete Sparrow out of a 2CV. In his own car, the grey car, 4th row of the grid. But everybody will do their utmost to provide entertainment. Car 41, the orange car further back, that's Sir Aubrey Brocklebank. Surely the greatest name in UK motorsport. Red lights are on. Revs are up from the 600cc engines, and here we go. Much better start than yesterday for Gary Adnett in the 97. Transmission let him down as he came off the grid in yesterday's race. Good start by Nick Crispin in the red car down the outside. Not the best of getaways for Chris Hall, but he was pleased just to be up on the front row in the pork pie car. Down into the first corner it is the 97. Not Pete Sparrow this year, it's Gary Adnett who leads. Nick Crispin on the attack as they come out of the right-hander at Hatchets. Everybody round the first corner okay. Back of the field, the number 13 of Seb Jones-White, one of our newcomers this season. They make their way towards the left-hander at Dibeni, and it's the Team Lion cars first and third. Adnett leads, David O'Keefe in third, behind Nick Crispin. They start to spread out around the circuit now. The leaders into Senna's, 5 cars line astern. Good start by Pete Sparrow up into 5th behind Nick Rhodes, and sideways there the 99 car is going to go off onto the grass. Whoops, that's Max Wire, one of the newcomers. 2CV veteran Roy Eastwood raced that car yesterday. Behind them, number 22, Mick Story in the Rosie racing car. I believe Rosie is the name of that car. You kind of think that all these cars have their own pet names, don't you? Those sorts of cars. But up the inside there, Nick Crispin for DD Motorsport has just taken the lead. There's Luca Proietti. Bacon Racing having a few problems with that car in qualifying in the first race yesterday. He's got 76 of Andrew Bull in the Tech Rouge car. Well, one of Tech Rouge's cars. They say, hey, somebody's going grass tracking, and we've got a spinner. Round goes the 33. That's the ECAS 2CV parts car, driven today by Glenn Oswin. He's lost it. Oh dear. So a bit of a change in the order at the front. Nick Crispin's taken the lead, and 97 has been shuffled back into about 4th place there. So it's all change at the front, because Gary Adnett was shuffled back to 5th place. So we've got a cloud of smoke there. Is that Pete Sparrow? I think that's the 47 car in trouble, yes. So Pete Sparrow goes up in a cloud of smoke. He could be out of the race. Well, normally we see him right at the sharp end, but he's got mechanical problems. He's pulling off. The engine, I think, has let go in the 47 car. Nick Crispin in 89 leads, ahead of David O'Keefe and Nick Rhodes. Enough mechanics. They could put a new engine in Pete Sparrow's car. He'll be back on track in 5 laps. Said he can change an engine in the time it takes to have one sprint race in these cars. There's Luca Proietti, chasing down the number 99. He's already had a moment in this race, Max Wire. This is going to be pretty close, this race, even closer than yesterday perhaps. There's Mick Story having a go at one of the Hollis family cars. I think that's Matthew in the 72, yes, Hollis Jr. Behind them is Chris Hall, who's dropped back from his front row position in the pork pie. Ahead of them the 81, Simon Turner for Tête Rouge Racing. All sliding a bit wide out of Honda curve. Down the straight they come towards Hatchett's hairpin. 2 laps completed. It is David O'Keefe who has gone to the front ahead of Nick Crispin. Nick Rhodes in 3rd, down to 4th is Gary Adnett. And then we've got number 24, Leon Davies. 5-car breakaway at the front of the field. Mick Story's going well up there in 6th place. He's just taken Simon Turner for 6th position. Through the left at Dibeni out towards the crossing. I suppose you could rename that bit of the circuit the bus stop chicane, couldn't you, with those buses in the background? Over the crossing they go. There's Story ahead of Turner, then Hollis, Hall, and the number 40 of Chris Yates, the Blueberry Muffins car. Matthew Hollis under fire from Hall. There you can see the eyes moving on the front of that number 40 car. That is brilliant. Such characters, not only the drivers, but the cars in this series. Number 80 there, one of our newcomers, Nick Home, going well. Chased by Luca Proietti. Sandro and Luca Proietti used to race in Fiats in years gone by. As did Martin Ryman, who raced the number 41 car yesterday. Now raced by Sir Aubrey Brocklebank. Brilliant name, though. It sounds like a character of Tom Sharp novel. There's the number 29, that is Katie Story, racing one of the family 2CVs. You can see all three of the Story family's names on the side of Rosie. Well, I don't know which car is called Rosie. They've got two cars out here, Rosie Racing. Here they come. There's Sir Aubrey in the number 41. True eccentric at the wheel of the orange 2CV there, chasing the number 70 of Nigel Hollis. Further back there's Lawrence Broadhurst, number 48, based in Cannock in Staffordshire, the SL Racing car. Somebody's pulled off there on the inside of the home straight. We've got yellow flags as well coming out towards the crossing. There's a car pulled off. In fact, there's a couple of cars pulled off, I think. We've lost Seb Jones-White. He's the car stopped on the inside by race control. As up the inside goes Matthew Hollis, slides past Simon Turner in the Citroën, the Tower Citroën Specialist sponsored Tête Rouge car. Looking at it sideways there, Matthew Hollis in the almost Gulf liveried number 72. Behind them 76, that is the car of Andrew Bull. He's come through well from the back. Side by side with Chris Hall in the number 96, that's Pork Pie Racing. Max Wire up the inside, recovering from running wide earlier on. Big battles all the way down the order. It's still David O'Keefe who's got the lead. Leon Davies has done the fastest lap. He's at the back of this train for the lead in number 24. O'Keefe defending, looking for 2 wins this weekend. Here comes Gary Adnett on the inside, Nick Rhodes on the outside. Crispin holds second, Nick Crispin in the 89 for DD Motorsports. Nick Rhodes ran a bit wide there through the hairpin in the green car. That's the Crisis at Tête Rouge car. Crisis Motorsport used to be an independent team, now running in conjunction with Tête Rouge Racing, hence the name. Side by side for fourth with Team Gadget Racing. 24 driven by Leon Davies. Mick Story has escaped into 6th place, then it's Matthew Hollis, Simon Turner. Andrew Bull's up to 9th, he's going well. Chris Hall in 10th. Luca Proietti having a quiet race in the number 30 car, and here comes number 40. Watch as he corners. See the eyes move across the headlamps on Chris Yates' car. Max Wire on the grass again. 2CV rallycross anyone? So number 80 goes by him. That's Nick Home in the ATB car. Experienced Ainsley Bousfield raced that car yesterday. Nick Home, the newcomer, on board today. Simon Turner on the back of Matthew Hollis for this group, battling for 7th place. Mick Story's rather on his own. He's 4 seconds off the lead battle. The top 5 are covered by less than a second as they crossed the line last time through. And sideways there goes the number 80. That's caused a bit of a ripple in the pack there. We saw a few cars run wide out of Honda Curve. I think it was the number 80 of Nick Home who got sideways. Matthew Hollis stood at the head of this group in the 72. David O'Keefe leads Nick Crispin. Now here's a car recovering after an earlier spin. That's the ECAS 2CV parts team. They've had a few wins in the 24-hour event in the past, that team. I believe Roy Eastwood used to drive for them at one time. Glenn Oswin on board today. 2 cars out of the race. Seb Jones-White has pulled off, and of course we saw Pete Sparrow go up in smoke. Rare retirement for Pete. Leon Davies, a bit of bodywork loose on the front of his car. He did get a warning for contact in yesterday's race. He hit the back of Nick Crispin coming out of Honda Curve, and Crispin did well to save it from spinning. Leaders along Speedway Straight. It's Team Lion now running 1 and 2. 97 of Gary Adnett has come through into 2nd place. Rhodes in 5th. Here comes Mick Story. Now he's catching the leaders slightly now. Of course, the 5 at the front battling with each other, losing time to those behind. A multitude of hues of blue in this battle. Nick Holm alongside Chris Yates. Loving the odd door on the back of that car. Use parts of any car to keep these cars running. Luca Proietti runs a bit wide there. That's is that Luca? No, it's the 76 of Andrew Bull, sorry, the similarly coloured car. Luca Proietti's further back. Andy Hollis continues to lead this battle for 7th. Simon Turner in the red 81 car on the inside as 96 Chris Hall runs a bit wide and nearly into the side of Andrew Bull there. Chris Yates takes the opportunity to go around the outside of about 3 cars in one move, which is something you don't very often see on that part of the circuit. Meanwhile, battle is joined for 2nd place as Nick Crispin goes side by side with Gary Adnett, and that's allowed David O'Keefe to escape a little for the lead. And here comes Liam Davies on the inside. Gary Adnett's caught on the wide line, and the Team Lion car, which won last year's championship in the hands of Pete Sparrow, is going to go down to 4th, because Liam Davies goes through in number 24. Nick Rhodes could get through for 4th as well in the 92, the Crisis car. And Mick Story all the time is inching up on them. He was about 3.5 seconds off last time through. We'll see if he's closed by any stretch here. Adnett is down to 5th because Nick Rhodes has gone through. Now Nick Rhodes looking to attack Liam Davies for 3rd position in the blue and gold gadget car. Nick Crispin, meanwhile, is getting ready for an attack for the lead. 5 minutes of this race to go. We're at 2/3 distance. This 2nd race of the weekend for the 2CVparts.com Classic Citroën 2CV Championship. There is Lawrence Broadhurst, fairly new to 2CV racing. George Broadhurst took that car to an excellent 11th place yesterday. There are the leaders, and Nick Crispin has not taken the lead away. It is still David O'Keefe who leads as a car stopped on the exit of Spitfires there. Who's that? It's a blue car, I can tell you that. There's a few blue cars in this race, so we won't hazard a guess yet as to who it was. Has the gap come down further? Yes, Mick Story is close to within 3 seconds, about 3 seconds now of those ahead of him. Here's the group for 6th place. Look at this, headed by Simon Turner. It's anybody's race behind him. Here comes the 76 of Andrew Bull. Now, he started from the back of the grid in the number 76 Tête Rouge with Propolis Property Solutions run car. 99 behind him is Max Wire. Then the Hollis family together now. No, it's not. That's the number 80 car, I apologise, of Nick Holm. The car that stopped might be Nigel Hollis, actually. Further round the back of the circuit. We'll wait and see, though. 3 wide into Carter's Cove. Look at that up the inside from Max Wire. He's going well. He's up into, I think that's 6th position now. We'll wait and see as they come through. No, Mick Story's in 6th. It'll be 7th, I think, for Max Wire as they come through. There are the 5 leaders. Nick Crispin still attacking to try and take the lead. Max Wire is up to 7th. He's gained 5 places in 1 lap there. That's sensational. And through up the inside goes Nick Crispin, has just taken the lead. Further back, Nigel Hollis is still going. It's not him that stopped at Spitfires. He's chasing Shirley Hennessy in number 35. The Blueberry Tarts car, known as Rhubarb. You can't make this stuff up. It's brilliant. The car that stopped, I think, looking at the timing screen, is Chris Hall. He stopped for a pork pie. Nick Crispin has an attack into Brooklands there, but he can't get the inside line away from David O'Keefe. David, probably the most experienced driver on the grid. He was in the first ever 2CV race held in the UK at Mallory Park back in the early 1980s. Here's the 2nd group. Simon Turner's got back ahead into 7th place now. Down to 9th is Max Wire. This lot of swapping places for fun. 55 in there, that's Julie Walford. She's going well, started from the back. And here are the leaders. Nick Crispin on the tail of David O'Keefe, but watch for that number 24. The Team Gadget car of Liam Davies. He's ready to launch an attack here. He might not get the chance because Crispin's moved across. Thanks, Ewan. Well, I cannot wait for this next race to get underway. Race 2 of the weekend for the 2CVparts.com Classic Citroën 2CV Championship. And the grid set by the 2nd half of qualifying yesterday. It's the 2nd driver in some of the cars. But on pole position is a man we just heard from, Gary Adnett, number 97 in the Team Lion car. Alongside number 96, the best ever qualifying effort by Chris Hall, driving for Pork Pie Racing. Pork pies. Second row of the grid, 79 David O'Keefe. He was the winner yesterday. Gary Adnett unfortunately broke down at the start of the race. That's the second team Lion car of David O'Keefe, alongside 89 Nick Crispin in the DD Motorsport car. Row 3 at number 92 Nick Rhodes, driving for Crisis at Tête Rouge. The Crisis and Tête Rouge teams effectively running that car together. Alongside him, number 24 Leon Davies for Team Gadget Racing, failed to finish yesterday's race. Row 4, 2CV legend, with many titles to his name, 47 Pete Sparrow, not in the Team Lion car this year. He's in one of his own cars, a Sparrow Automotive car. And number 81 Simon Turner, alongside, driving for Tête Rouge Racing, Red Face Racing. Row 5, Matthew Hollis, we just heard from his dad. Matthew Hollis in the family number 72, alongside 99 Max Wire in the Fast Underpowered team car. That car was raced by Roy Eastwood yesterday. Row 6 is Katie Story, number 29. She's driving for Rosie Racing. I think it was her sister, Lauren, who raced that car yesterday. Alongside number 40, Chris Yates, driving for Team Blueberry Muffins. Where do they get these names from? Row 7, number 80. That's driven by Nicholas Home, newcomer this year. Car was... Lucky Kera on pole. Owen Hizzy alongside. In drier conditions this time, this is going to be a very fast-paced start for the Britcar Endurance Championship Trophy category. Race 2 here on the Silverstone National Circuit here on BARC TV. Pace car has pulled aside. The pack takes it steadily up towards the red lights. When they go out, the race will be on. Here we go, the revs begin to rise. Waiting for the red lights to go out. And the pack is unleashed. Here we go. Good start by Jasper Sapra in the orange number 40 car. Aldo Riti moving up the inside as well. The Ginetta's going to be caught on the outside line through Copse for the first time. Decent start by Axel van Nederveen in the white Ginetta moving up as well. But it's Lucky Kera who leads the way as they go up towards Maggots and Beckett's for the first time. Second place is Owen Hizzy in the Ginetta, and Jasper Sapra third in the BMW. Great start by Josh Tomlinson. He's up into fourth place in the Mazda RX-8 as they start to sort themselves out for the first time. James Alford's made a decent getaway from the back. He's made up a few places in the Golf as they head along the straight for the first time. It's BMW, Ginetta, BMW, then the Mazda, then the second of the Ginettas, round Brooklands for the first time. And it's Lucky Kera who leads the way. Axel van Nederveen attacking Josh Tomlinson, under fire in turn from James Whitley, the Paralympian at the wheel of his number 70 BMW, chased by the number 24 of Ian Astley in his Ginetta, the second of the SVG Motorsport Class 1 cars. Complete the first lap then with Lucky Kera in the lead from the 74. Was in second place, but now Aldo Riti comes through at the wheel of the 177 BMW down the inside as they pass the pits. Fourth place is Jasper Sapra in the number 40 car. He'll be racing his teammate Brian Branson, will be racing that car tomorrow in the Kumho BMW Championship, all being well. Josh Tomlinson next in the Mazda, then two Ginettas. Van Nederveen ahead of Ian Astley, who's got past the Team Brits BMW. There's Jack Meakin at the wheel of the Clio. He shares with James Black, the Westbourne Motorsport car. It'll be Charlie Hand leading the Clios. Started fifth, but has understandably dropped back a little against the more powerful cars. Jasper Sapra wide into Brooklands, trying to get round the outside of Owen Hizzy in the Ginetta for third place. Hizzy holds the line for Luffield. Much faster pace start as we expected with much drier conditions. Tomlinson going well in the Mazda there, but under fire from Axel van Nederveen. Squeezes him to the inside as they head through Woodcote Corner. Close fighting there further back as the leaders go over the line for the second time. Is Van Nederveen going to get the inside line away on the rotary Mazda? Yes, he goes through up into fifth at Copse, chased by Ian Astley's Ginetta. He's made a great start, up from 14th on the grid, and there's James Whitley behind in the Team Brit BMW, leading Class 2. Class 3 is being led by the number 77 Golf, further back in the field. Astley up the inside, past the Mazda, the two Ginettas go through. The next targets for Josh Tomlinson is that Team Brit BMW. A long way to go yet though. Out in front it is Lucky Kera from Aldo Riti in the number 177 BMW. James Whitley's now got the BMW of Team Brits past the Mazda. There's our third place fight between Jasper Sapra, the man from Warwickshire, and Owen Hizzy in the Ginetta. There's Charlie Han next in the order. The Clio's going well here. They're renewing their rivalry with the Class 3 Golfs there. The number 77 of Mark Jones battling with the Clios. A whole horde of Renaults together. There's 4 of them in that fight with Mark Jones. It's still Charlie Hand at the front of the Clio class by 1.8 seconds ahead of the number 4 of Scott Simons this time. Battle of the Ginettas heads down into the right-hander at Beckett. Axel van Nederveen under fire from the 24, driven by Ian Astley. Trying to build up as big an advantage as he can because he's the quicker of the 2 drivers in that car. Neil Wallace will take over at the pit stops. Peter Dillnott leads the G40 class further back for the Ginettas. But the BMW is going clear. See what the lead is for Lucky Kera this time. It was 2 seconds at the end of the previous lap. Head over the lines increased by nearly half a second more, so Kera starting to pull away. Is it going to be a double for the 98 car here at Silverstone today? They will of course have extra seconds added on to their pit stop. Have to serve an extra 15 seconds, the 98 car. 74 Ginetta will have 10 seconds extra, and the Clark and Reety car an extra 5 seconds for 3rd place in class in race 1. Charlie Han will have an extra 15 seconds as well in the Clio category, which he leads here. A clutch of Clios in there behind with Mark Jones in the Golf. He leads class 3. Looking for a double win in class 3, Mark Jones and Rob Taylor. They'll have an extra 15 seconds to serve in the pits as well. It's good playing to James Alford's hands. He's coming through nicely from the back of the grid, and of course with that disqualification he doesn't have a success penalty. 28 there is the Clio of Brad Thurston, shared with Matt Cherrington, leading one of the Motorsport cars. Here's Charlie Hand, reigning junior saloon car champion, leader of the trophy category in Brick car this year. Kera continues to lead. 3 seconds his lead now, so he's lapping about half a second a lap quicker than the 177 of Aldo Ritti behind him. 40 of Jasvir Sapra, Lucky Kera's brother-in-law, in 3rd place. 4th place we've got the Ginetta of Owen Hizzy. 5th place it is Axel van Nederveen, but he's about 4 seconds further back. Battle for the Clio lead is for 9th overall. Main battle is for 2nd place in the Clios. Look at this, and you've got James Alford monstering up the inside there into Copse Corner. He's past the number 11 Clio of Richard Ashmole. Going for Jack Meakin now in the 69 car for Westbourne Motorsports. Great racing all the way down the order from the Brick Car Trophy cars. Ashmole running wide there in the Clio. Under fire from the 35 Golf of Rhys Hurd, the car run by ex-junior saloon car racer Stephen Chandler, now a team owner. Has raced that Golf in the past, and James Alford leaning on Brad Thurston's Clio there. Mark Jones has got the Golf past Charlie Hand. He leads class 3, the black TSR Golf. James Alford coming through as well. He's 2nd in class 3. 3rd in class 3 is the Chandler Motorsport car. 26 cars on track. So I don't think there were any non-starters in that one. Just taking a quick glance at the grid sheets. Well, all 26 cars that were eligible are out there. Tom Willis says in our comments thread, come on the Motor1 Clios. Certainly battling away hard in the midfield. There go our leaders. The lead gap has increased now to 4 seconds for Lucky Kera over Aldo Ritti. The Liqui-Moly backed Intersport Racing BMW Kevin Clark will take over that car. He's being reeled in here by Jasvir Sapra. We know how quick Jasvir is. He won the 2 races at Snetterton for this championship in his own BMW, in Brian Bransom's car today. He's right up on the tail of the 177 car there as they lap one of the Ginetta G40s, 62 car of Graham Bishop, I think that is. There's Peter Dillnott, he's leading the Ginetta G40 category at the moment, so the group of cars all run by SVG Motorsport. 2 cars in class 1 as well, they've got a busy day. Here comes Sapra, throwing that BMW around. He'll be out in his own car in the Kumho BMW Championship tomorrow. Brian Branson will race the orange machine, and Jasper will be out in his E36 M3, a yellow car, not the grey car. Yep, they've got a whole collection of BMWs here this weekend, that team. Here's the battle further back. It's Volkswagen against Renault, Clios against Golfs. Just as we saw in race 1, very evenly matched, these hatchback racers. One of the Clios running wide there, Brad Thurston, side by side with Richard Ashmole in the number 11. Ashmole had a good run at Snetterton last time out, got a couple of podiums in the Clio class. Charlie Hand still keeping up with the Class 3 Golf of Mark Jones. Here comes James Alford. He could be favourite for the Class 3 honours in this one. Well, we could call it the golf class because there's only golfs in it this weekend. Lead gap now up to 4.7 seconds. Kera's pulling away. Ashmole still all over the back of Brad Thurston's Clio. Still Jasper Sapra, only 0.4 of a second behind the Intersport BMW for second overall. Meanwhile, Reese Hurd is on the tail of James Alford. That's the battle for second in Class 3, these two Golfs. They've got ahead of Jack Meakin in the Clio. Round left fielding, behind one of the Motor Swan Clios. I think that's the number 4 of Scott Simons. It's Mark Jones coming up on one of the Ginettas. Golf of Reese Hurd flashing his lights there at James Alford. They're fighting for position, so you can't be flashing in to move over and let him through. Leader completes his 10th lap, 4.6 seconds in it now for the lead. There's a yellow flag in sector 1 showing on my timing screen, so whether somebody's gone off there, we'll wait and see. Oh, that's the problem at Beckett's. Jasper Sapra's spun. There's what's happened. So the yellow flag's out with Jasper Sapra having spun. There's yellow flags at Brooklands as well, and the safety car's coming out. Jasper Sapra can't get the 40 car going again. He was in third place and challenging Intersport for second. Disaster for Jasper Sapra. Signalling for assistance from the marshals. He spun the number 40 BMW, he stalled the engine and can't get it going again. Kind of signal the cars round him there that he's still in the car. The Mazda going wide around him there, Josh Tomlinson. So the safety car is out. The pit window is not yet open. We're about 8.5 minutes away from the pit window opening as I talk to you. And the safety car having to come out with Jasper Sapra's BMW stranded on the track there. That's the third place car gone. Now hopefully the marshals can push start him and he can get that car back to the pits to be checked over. There is the safety car, the Kia. That will pick up Lucky Kera, the race leader. Emerges in front of James Whitley's BMW. He's currently running in 6th place. So that means that Owen Hizzy and his Ginetta will go up into 3rd place. The number 24 Ginetta of Ian Astley will go into 4th. The 111 Dayton Motorsport Ginetta of Axel van Nederveen into 5th. And yes, Jasper Sapra being pushed in behind the tyre wall there. Well done, marshals. Oh, and that's Aldo Riti. What's happened there? That's the 2nd place car. Now, have those two collided? Where is that car stranded? That's on the pit straight, I think. Yes. Now, out of our sight, has there been a collision between the two BMWs? Because we saw Sapra off at Beckett's. Now Riti has pulled over, we don't know what the problem is, on the pit straights. So whether they've had a collision, we don't know. That could be the reason for the problems there. Yeah, and that car's being wheeled away as well. Two of the favourites gone. Well, this is all playing into the hands of Lucky Kera and also Owen Hizzy and Mark Lee. This is bringing the Ginetta into the equation. So that's why these safety cars are out a bit longer, because they've got the 177 car stopped as well. Right then, what does that do to the race order? Well, Mark Lee and Owen Hizzy, with Owen currently on board the Ginetta, up to second. The 24 Ginetta is third, of Ian Astley. Fourth is Axel van Nederveen in treble 1. Fifth is the Team Brits BMW. They lead Class 2 with James Whitley on board. Sixth is the Mazda, number 33, of Josh Tomlinson. Seventh, it is number 77, the Class 3 leading Golf of Mark Jones. Charlie Hand's Clio is 8th. There's our race leader. Ninth is number 4, Scott Simons with his Clio. And 10th place, number 55, James Alford from the back of the grid in his Golf. Safety car is waving cars through until it picks up the leader. He's got a fair few to wave through before we find Lucky Kera. And as soon as everybody's in the correct order with the leader behind the safety car, we will go back to green flag racing. This is going to create a bit of a hole in the field. The safety car has now picked up the race leader, waved the cars between it and the leader through. This is going to create a bit of a hole in the field, possibly. Yeah, because the lights have just gone out. We're going back to green this time. Now he's got the leader, and you can see there, this is going to create a little bit of a hole in the field. Why is Lucky Kera pulled out wide there? You can't let the back marker through before the start-finish line. They can't. No, the safety car isn't coming in. It's going to do another lap. Bit of confusion there. I thought the light had gone out. But no, we are going to do another lap. Maybe a chance to let the rest of the field catch up here. If they keep going for more than a lap, then we're going to be into the pit window. That happened when we were on the Grand Prix circuit earlier this season and ended with the race in complete confusion. They're letting the rest of the cars catch up here. It's been waved past the leader, because otherwise we're going to have the race in 3 separate segments, effectively. So we've lost 2 of the front runners, 2 BMWs out. Sapra and Branson, plus Rizzi and Clark. See the gaps closing up there on the timing graphic on the left of your screen as the pack closes up on each other. Now, will the safety car come in this time? I'll say, if it doesn't, we'll be getting close to the pit window opening while the safety car is still out. Lucky Kera leads, then a pair of back markers, Dave Beecroft's Golf and the number 13 Clio of Steve O'Brien. Then we've got the second place car of Owen Hizzy. Lights are still on at the moment. Ah, the marshals are still removing Aldo Rizzi's car, that's why. say, we didn't see if there was a collision between the two BMWs there. Well, as the field is headed into Copse, there's only about 80 seconds before the pit window opens. So is the race going to go green and we're going to see half the field dive into the pits? Well, we shall wait and see. It's going to be touch and go whether the pit window opens before the safety car goes in now. I think the safety car is coming in this lap. Yes, that's confirmed by race control. Pack has been able to catch up. Thought we were going to go green that time around, but the marshals were still moving the Intersport BMW behind the barriers. Paul Goodlad at the back of the queue in the Scirocco. Lights are out atop the Kia safety car, the Proceed. That will proceed into pit lane. And Owen Hizzy is ready to get past those back markers. He's got Ian Astley right on his tail. He's got Axel van Nedderveen behind him. 3 Ginettas in a line, but separated from the leader by 2 back markers. That's Steve O'Brien going. And look, the pit window is going to open literally as the race goes green. Pit window opens now. Race goes green now. They couldn't have timed that better, could they? One of the Ginettas, the G40s, dives in at the earliest opportunity. Anybody else? Yep. Another G40. One of the Motor One Clios comes in. Any of the leaders come in? No, they haven't. And that's a big move up the inside by the Data Motorsport Ginetta. And as they went green there, he's crossed the timing line in second place, Axel van Nedderveen. He might have been a little bit over-eager on that restart there. You can't pass until getting past the start-finish line, until you've passed the green flag. So that may have been a little bit of an early move by Axel van Nedderveen there. I'll have to wait and see on that, because he's crossed the timing line in second place. Lucky Kera made the most of the buffer of the back markers there, and he's cleared off into the lead. Van Nedderveen in second place, it's Owen Hizzy in third. Then we've got Ian Astley, the 3 Ginettas still line astern, and behind them is Team Brit, James Whitley in the BMW. Have we got any more pit callers further back? Yeah, the number 4 Clio of Scott Simons is the one that came in. A pair of the Ginetta G40s as well. The 54 of Andy Ball, the 91 car driven by Julian Daniel have come in at the earliest opportunity. They're the only pit callers so far. Settle down again then, with Lucky Kera having instantly pulled out a lead of about 5.5 seconds over the 3 Ginettas, helped by that buffer of the back markers behind him. Now Owen Hizzy on the attack as they go into Beckett's. There's the number 24 car of Ian Astley. Is it me, or has that car got purple headlights? The matchly purple trim on the bodywork. We'll have to have a look as they come towards us again. He's got a very purple BMW behind him, James Whitby. Yes, you can see there, purple, well, I think it's the side lights that are purple on that number 24 car. Owen Hizzy on the outside through Luffield. Axel van Nedderveen normally tends to run until towards the end of the pit window, so we'll probably see him up there until towards the end of this segment. Likewise Lucky Kera and likewise Owen Hizzy, the quicker drivers of the pairings there. And a sensation of the speed there as they head past the pits. There's the Class 2 leader, the Team Brits BMW M240. James Whitby sharing with Chris Overend. That car sadly suffered a rather smoky engine failure at Snetterton. And behind them is the Mazda RX-8. Josh Tomlinson still running well. The Chandler Motorsport Golf has pitted. Reese Hurd handing over to Harry Yardley-Rose. The 62 Ginetta is in as well. Graham Bishop will hand over to Alex Turnbull. Here comes Owen Hizzy having another look on the inside. No you don't, says Axel van Nedderveen. Had a couple of wins here at Silverstone last year in that 111 car. Look at the lead that Lucky Kera has been able to build up as a result of all this Ginetta squabbling going on behind. Kehrer led off the last lap by 7.3 seconds. Going to be more than that this time through, surely. There he is. Into Copse. Leads now to 8.5 seconds. He's pulled away by over a second on that last lap. He's got the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 1.352. As up the inside goes James Whitley. He takes the 24 car. The 74 car of Owen Hizzy has come in. I thought he'd stay out longer than that. But Owen Hizzy has come in to hand over to Mark Lee in the 74 car. So that means this is now the fight for third place overall. Team Brit going well, currently in an overall podium place in their Class 2 BMW. Fourth behind them, the 24 of Ian Astley. Next through will be the Mazda, number 33. More cars pitting further back. The number 13 Clio, Steve O'Brien, handing over to Darren Gerhardt. There we see Ian Astley attacking. He nearly clipped the back of the Team Brit BMW there. He's through on the inside, coming out of Luffield. Past James Whitley. Any more pit callers this time through? Doesn't look like it among the front runners. The 44 Ginetta has come in. Peter Dilnut leading the G40 class. There we see those purple headlamps on the 24 car. Are they pink? It's difficult to tell in the sunlight. They look good in a night race. Ian Astley tries to close in on the 111 of Van Nederveen. This is the fight for second, but they're nearly 10 seconds down on the flying Lucky Kehrer. Meanwhile, back in the battle of the Clios and Golfs. Plenty of entertainment all the way down the order. There's the 11 of Richard Ashmole challenging Brad Thurston. The 74 car is still in pit lane. There's the Golf leading Class 3, the number 77. Up in 6th overall now, Mark Jones. He'll hand over to Rob Taylor. Clio's leaning on each other. That's Brad Thurston up the inside. Taking one of the Motor Swan cars, that was Ashmole, I think. Jack Meakin under fire from the number 4 of Scott Simons. I think he's already made his pit stop. Yes, he has. Lead gap still 9.5 seconds for Racelab BMW over Datum Motorsports Ginetta. 24 minutes just under of the race to go. So past half distance in this second race for the Brit Car Trophy category. As expected, most of the front runners leaving it fairly late to make their stops, with the quicker drivers by and large starting this race this time. There's our leader. Lucky Kehrer's running away with it. He knows he's got that extra time penalty to serve at the pit stop. Aha! Car 111 has been given a drive-through penalty. And I think we know why that is. For jumping the restarts. I thought he passed before the timing line. So Axel Van Nederveen has got to serve a drive-through penalty. And he's yet to make his official pit stop as well. One car that has made its pit stop is the Mazda RX-8. Johnny McGregor will be getting in that car. There's one of the Clios in. Brad Thurston handing over to Matt Cherrington. That very smart-looking turquoise Clio. And Axel Van Nederveen being almost pushed there by Ian Astley. The Team Brit BMW has to go over the curb. What's he doing? Is Van Nederveen slowing already to go into the pits? He slowed very early, if so to go down the pit lane. There's the 74 Ginetta, which is a couple of laps down after its pit stop. Oh, they go in together, the two Ginettas there. 24, I would imagine that's for its regular pit stop, the SVG Motorsport car. Or has Axel Van Nederveen got a problem there? Because he seemed to slow very early coming towards Luffield. Saw through Brooklands the BMW had to go up over the curbs. So whether Van Nederveen has got a problem there, I'm not sure. But we'll see whether he comes straight back out or what's going to happen here. So anyway, this BMW is now in second overall, the number 70 car, because the 74 ahead of him of SVG Motorsport is of course 2 laps down, because that's what you lose on this relatively short circuit when you make your mandatory pit stop. Well, welcome back to live pictures from a rather damp Silverstone circuit, the home of British Motorsport, here on BARC TV. Qualifying just coming to an end for the Hyundai Coupe Cup in a few seconds' time. If you are enjoying the Brick Car Trophy race from yesterday, we're going to pick that up during our lunch break a bit later on, so you can enjoy the rest of that race from yesterday if you missed yesterday's action here on BARC TV. We will be shortly getting back underway with live action here, as we say, the Hyundai Coupe Cup qualifying at the moment for their 45 minutes mandatory pit stop race coming up later today. Checkered flag has just gone out. It looks like it's going to be Alistair Dendy, the double winner from Snetterton, on pole position. But next up in terms of race action is the classic Citroën 2CV Racing Championship, sponsored by 2CVparts.com. They have 2 races today. In some cases, the car being driven by a different driver in each race. Earlier on today, our ace interviewer Ewan Dunlop caught up with some of the 2CV racers down in the paddock.
Okay, before of our first of 2 2CV races here at Silverstone, got Gary Adnett. Gary, 2 wins at Cadwell Park. First round of the championship, second round at Pembrey, not so good.
If we could do Cadwell all the time, I'd stay there. Cadwell was great, really enjoyed it, nice sunny day. Pembrey, weather was fantastic. Qualified on the front row for both again, but at the start of the first race, the gearbox failed when I went to engage second gear. So luckily everyone avoided me and I could get out of the way so the race could carry on. Really disappointed because I was absolutely feeling on it. Overnight the team changed the carburetor because they found a problem with it. I was a bit reluctant, just leave it as it is, I'm happy as it is. They changed it, but it was underpowered for race 2 on the second day. So I was yo-yoing from 2nd to 5th. I could stay with the pack, but I just couldn't do anything at the front. So I came with a DNF for the 5th, but at the end of the day, you know, the car's in one piece and we go again.
Absolutely. It puts you back to 3rd in the championship, so still right up there behind the man behind us, David O'Keefe. So in between the 2 races, I've had the car back, done a lot of work to it, come back here fighting, so I've qualified on pole for the first race, second for the second race. So I'm pleased that I've qualified well all season. I've always been on the front row. I've just got to just try and keep my fingers crossed to convert it into some more wins. We loved seeing them race at Pembrey, like we said, in glorious sunshine down in Wales. Couldn't be much different here. What are these going to be like racing in the wet?
First wet race of the season, so it's a bit of a lottery. We don't know how people are going to run in the wet in these cars this season, so literally no one knows. We'll find out. Hopefully the second race this afternoon should be dry. So I think we're going to have 2 real mixed bags. Everyone's trying to get the water out of the cars because it's all coming overnight. Played around with tyres, so let's have some fun. These things slide really well. Even in the dry they slide. In the wet you're going to see some sliding this morning.
We cannot wait. Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Let's go and speak to our championship leader, David O'Keefe. And here we are, just a couple of metres away with David O'Keefe. David, you look busy.
Yeah, obviously we're having a lovely summer's bank holiday. So just a bit of fettling, wheel changing, better tyres, you know, obviously, and we'll see where we are. Qualifying wasn't too bright for this race. Just went off on my own. I thought, what am I doing here? Because I'm never going to get a decent lap round here on my own. And because it's only 10 minutes, you know, if you back off and wait for the pack again, the flag's out. So 7th.
I mean, championship leader, you had a great time at Pembrey.
Yes, it was, considering, with a lot of us thought, do we want to go to Pembrey, long way? Yeah, it was a good weekend. I had a very good weekend. I'm sure that can't happen twice, but we'll see what we can do.
You mentioned getting a good lap, and how important is it to be in that train of 2 CVs?
Oh, qualifying, definitely. You just, I mean, it's like a second and a half, 2 seconds a lap to the difference if you're on your own. So if you get in the chain, you can carve nearly 2 seconds off, which I proved for the second qualifying because that was 3rd. So that's the big difference.
Now, Gary had problems at Pembrey. He's looking to sort of regain that top spot from you.
Yeah, I'm sure he is. well, we'll just see what happens. I mean, it's a team car with teams, so we just do the best we can with the cars we've got and try and keep it out the silly stuff today.
Best of luck, we can't wait.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, mate. Right, let's go and see who else we can find in the 2CV paddock. And I've moved a little bit further down the paddock and found Julie Walford in the car number 55, doing quite well in the championship, Julie.
Yeah, I think we're ninth at the moment. We didn't have a very good two races at Pembrey, but yeah, we're still up there, so hopefully a decent result today for me and Steve, and yeah, we're doing good.
How did we find you here in 2CV racing? What's your background?
Well, originally started from autograss racing from the age of 14, and then we fancied doing a 24-hour race, and somebody we knew had a 2CV road car, and they said, well, it's 2CVs do a 24-hour race. That was 2011, and then we've just carried on with them since.
Brilliant. So, and you have had a fourth in the championship before as well, haven't you?
Yeah, I think about 3 years ago. That's our highest finish. So yeah.
Now, 2 races today. You're doing the first one, Steve doing the second. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So hopefully I'm starting from 5th. So it'd be nice to move up and
good qualifying. Now, forgive me for asking. It's raining. Why are you trying the car?
Just to get the worst off, because 2CVs are known for steaming up inside. So you're constantly doing that with a screen. You've got no heated screen, so yeah.
So starting 5th, what's your sort of hopes for the race in the wet?
Normally pretty good in the wet, so hopefully, stay up there with the front runners and have a good battle. So, yeah.
We love watching the 2CVs. We can't wait for this one. It's going to be great. Good luck.
Thank you. Yep.
Right, David, it's time to go 2CV racing once again in the wet at Silverstone. Can't wait, can you?
Thanks, Ewan, and perfect timing. The car's just moving off on their green flag lap, ready for the first of 2 races this weekend for the Citroën 2CV Classic Championship, sponsored by 2CVparts.com. This is going to be great fun around the Silverstone circuit. We'll have a look at the grid then. It is one of the drivers we just heard from, Gary Adnitz, number 97 in pole position with the Team Lion car, alongside Team Gadget Racing's number 24, Leon Davies. Row 2, we've got Luca Proietti, number 30, in the Bacon Racing with Liquimoli car. We've got all 3 members of the Proietti family racing this weekend. Alongside him is number 89, Nick Crispin, for DD Motorsport. Row 3, we've just heard from Julie Walford. She's there in the 55. It's her husband Steve who will take over that car for race 2 later on. 92, Nick Rhodes completes row 3. He's in the Crisis at Tête Rouge car. Row 4, the championship leader, 79, David O'Keefe. We heard he had a couple of moments in qualifying. He's in the Team Lion car alongside 22, Mick Story for Rosie Racing. Row 5, 2CV legend Pete Sparrow, number 82, in an unfamiliar car this weekend. He's in the Regimental Racing car alongside Martin Ryman, former Fiat Racing champion, in the Classic 41 car. Row 6, number 76, Andrew Bull for Tête Rouge, alongside number 35, Shirley Hennessy for the Blueberry Tarts. Not making this up, I promise. 72, Matthew Hollis starts alongside 47 of Giles Owen on row 7. The 8th row, number 40, Chris Yates, that's the Blueberry Muffins car. I'd love to know where they get these team names from. 81 alongside him is Simon Turner for Tête Rouge. Row 9 is number 13, Seb Jones White, in the second of the Bacon Racing cars, alongside 96, Chris Hall for Pork Pie Racing. They've got a lot of following in our YouTube comments today. Row 10, 33, Matt Arrowsmith Brown. He's driving for Team ECAS 2CV Parts, alongside number 99, Max Wire for the fast underpowered Citroën team. Penultimate row, 48, Lawrence Broadhurst for SL Racing, alongside number 70, Nigel Hollis, father of Matthew, and number 80, Nick Home, who had some problems in qualifying for the ATB car, starts from the back. Some of these drivers will be out in both races, and some will just do race 1 with another driver taking over the car for race 2, because it's the car, the team, that scores the points, not the driver. There is a drivers' championship, but teams score points towards the 24-hour race coming up on August Bank Holiday weekend at Snetterton that you heard Julie Walford mention there. They may not be the quickest race cars, these machines, but they are some of the most entertaining. Motorsport should be fun is the ethos of this championship. Been running since the late 1980s, and indeed David O'Keefe, who's out there leading the championship, was in that very first 2CV race back in the late 80s at Mallory Park. It's his teammate Gary Adnitz in the Team Lion car on pole position. Team Gadget Racing, the blue and gold there, number 24, Liam Davies alongside him. Believe it or not, a few years ago at Alton Park, one of Team Gadget Racing's cars was raced by none other than George Russell. He was gaining licence signatures to go international single-seater racing, so he raced in a few club races at the start of the season. One of them was in a 2CV. 6 years later, he was racing in place of Lewis Hamilton at Mercedes, so he went from racing one of the slowest race cars in the world to the fastest in 6 years. How many drivers can say they've done that? Second row of the grid, Luca Proietti. It'll be his father Sandro who takes over that car for the race later on. And the number 13 car will be taken over by Oscar Proietti. So we've got all three of the family here. It's Seb Jones-White, who's been a mechanic for Bacon Racing in the number 13 car. There it is, the white and blue car further back. Last couple of cars, there's the SL Racing number 48, that's Lawrence Broadhurst, Cannock in Staffordshire. Number 80 car, yep, that's there at the back, the car of Nicholas Home. It'll be Ainsley Bousfield, a former 2CV race winner, who takes over that car later. In position then, ready for 15 minutes of classic Citroën 2CV racing. One of our commenters earlier, Dan, says, I wonder if they're still using boxes of pork pies as ballast. Well, we haven't had the lunch break yet, so they probably are. Gary Adnitz on pole in car number 97. Car prepared by Sparrow Automotive, of course, Pete Sparrow. Multiple 2CV champion. He's further back on the grid in the Regimental Racing car, number 82, as we get underway with the first of two 2CV races here at Silverstone today. Down towards the first corner at Copse they go. Let's start by Nick Crispin there, the bright orange car on the inside, but it looks like it is the number 30 of Luca Proietti who's come through to take the lead of the race. There's David O'Keefe, the championship leader. Pete Sparrow's in the number 82 car, not his regular car. He was in his own Sparrow Automotive car at Pembrey, but unfortunately blew the engine. So having to race something different today, but he'll soon be used to it. He's raced many 2CVs over the years. Proietti leads then. Liam Davies leaning on Gary Adnitz there, and Nick Crispin up the inside into Beckett's. What a great sight they make as they make their way round the right-hander. Last couple of cars through at the back. There is Lawrence Broadhurst. We'll see George Broadhurst out in that car later on. Number 80 there, driven by Nicholas Home, newcomer this year. Ainsley Bousfield will take over that car, known as Bumble, in the race later on. Here come the leaders then. I think most of these cars have got their own pet names. Part of the character of a 2CV. Look at this, 4 and 5 abreast into Brooklands. There's the 41 of Martin Ryman. Oh, the 13 car's going off wide. He's done a Harry Hickton. That's Sebastian Jones-White. Here come the leaders. They've all gone wide through Luffield. It's really slippery down there. Everybody going out wide. There's Sparrow in the 82, side by side with Julie Walford. Behind them is number 40. That's the Blueberry Muffin, driven by Chris Yates. That's the car with the googly eyes on the headlights, if you look carefully. And yes, they do move as the car corners. That's the car with the green wings there. They come through to complete their first lap, then it is Luca Proietti leading by half a second ahead of Liam Davies at the start-finish line. Third place is Nick Crispin for DD Motorsport, been racing for some 10 years now in 2CVs. David O'Keefe is that in fourth? No, it's Gary Adnitz. The pole sitter's dropped back a little. There's Matthew Hollis, he's going well, the number 72 alongside Sparrow, closing up on Martin Ryman. Now I think he's doing both races this weekend. We normally see him share this car with the marvellously named Sir Aubrey Brocklebank, but I think it's Martin in both races today. Liam Davies down to third because Nick Crispin's come through into second. Adnitz fourth. Fifth is the number 92 of Nick Rhodes, the green and blue car. It does seem like going around the outside is the better line at the moment, and Matthew Hollis is exploiting that very nicely indeed. He's ahead there of the Blueberry Muffins car. You can see the Blueberry Muffin on the back of the number 40. Look. Such a fun championship this is. Nick Crispin moving to the inside as they go down to Brooklands. There's those googly eyes on the number 40 car that I mentioned. They're angry googly eyes as well. That's a new addition. Leader's gone wide at Brooklands. So has the Team Gadget car of Leon Davies. Nick Crispin could take the lead here with a bit of luck. Now he's on the outside for the right-hander at Luffield. He just keeps his foot in around the outside. Well, you're flat out virtually all the way round this circuit because there's no real tight chicanes on it. You don't need to use the brakes in a 2CV. Crispin takes the lead. Davies third. The two Team Lion cars are fourth and sixth. Adnitz and David O'Keefe, the championship leader, down in sixth. He leads the point standings at the moment by 20 points ahead of Nick Crispin, and Gary Adnitz third in the points. So it's Crispin now into the lead in the number 89. The Bacon racing car of number 30, Luca Proietti second. Where else can you find bacon, blueberry muffins and pork pies on the same grid? Leon Davies closing up in third place. Then it's Adnitz, Nick Rhodes, David O'Keefe, Martin Ryman. Matthew Hollis is up to 8th in the 72. Here come your leaders. Pete Sparrow starting to make his way through now in the 82 car. He's just taken Matthew Hollis for 8th place. Chris Yates behind them in the number 40, the Blueberry Muffins car. One of the cars in this field is named Rhubarb as well. I think that's number 35, Shirley Hennessy, the Blueberry Tarts team car. They field an all-female team of drivers for the 24-hour race at Snetterton every year. Great event that is on August Bank Holiday weekend. Nick Crispin leads the way then in car number 89. Races alongside his brother-in-law on occasions. James Dartsier, I think you pronounce his name. It's impossible to spell. 30 going to go round the outside is Luca Proietti trying to get the lead back. There's the Hollis family. That's Nigel Hollis in the number 70. Is that Matthew at the back of the field? Has he had a moment somewhere? Yes, he must have done there. The 72 has dropped to the rear of the pack. He must have gone off somewhere out of our view there, Matthew Hollis, as he was up in the top 10. Down the tail of the field there. Has he got some damage? I think he has. Yeah, he's been off somewhere. Look, you can see a bit of dirt on the side of the car. Not slowing him down too much though. Purple and yellow car there is the ECAS 2CV Parks car. Matthew Arrowsmith Brown at the wheel. Somebody getting a bit sideways. That was Martin Ryman into Cops. Side by side, Chris Yates going for the outside on the 55 car of Julie Walford. Here's the 13 car coming through as well. That's Seb Jones-White, moving from mechanic to driver this year, as is the number 76 of Andy Bull, the Tech Rouge run car. He's been a mechanic for them since the late 1990s. There he is on the inside, the 76 car. Andy Bull, racing for Tech Rouge in association with Propolis Process Solutions. I think I pronounced that correctly anyway. Chasing the 55, Julie Walford from Birmingham. In the slipstream there for the lead is Oscar Proietti. Slipstreaming really the only way to go in a 2CV. You've got 3 long straights and 3 or 4 corners on this circuit. It's designed perfectly for 2CVs, the Silverstone National Circuit, and the car of Gary Adnitz, I think that was going wide at Brooklands. We watch the 3 leaders coming through Luffield. Proietti on the outside line, followed in his wheel tracks there by Leon Davies in the 24. 2 Team Lion cars battling with Nick Rhodes, 2 groups of 3 at the front of the field. Here they come down the straights. Still the 97 car Gary Adnitz at the head of this group, Nick Rhodes in 5th. David O'Keefe, the most experienced 2CV racer of all, even more races than Pete Sparrow over the years. But Sparrow, I think, has won 6 titles, if memory serves me correctly. He's in 7th place, heading the next group. There he is, the orange and white number 82 car. Next, it's Andy Bull fighting with Julie Walford. Then we've got Mick Story in the number 22 car, one of the Rosie racing cars. I don't think that's the car actually called Rosie. It's Mick's daughters that share that car, but they're not out today. The Hollis family together, Matthew in 72, his father Nigel in number 70. Just ahead of Bumble, the number 80 car there, driven by Nick Home. There's number 35, that's Rhubarb, the car driven by Shirley Hennessy. She's got some eyes on the headlamps as well, that's good to see. Number 96, Chris Hall, that's the Pork Pie racing car. Qualified on the front row at Pembrey, but sadly failed to finish the race. Also in there is the 48 there, that's Lawrence Broadhurst, the SL Racing car. We'll see George Broadhurst Jr. take over that car for the race later on. Martin Ryman's been shuffled back in the order behind Sparrow, Bull, Walford and Story. That last lap, and Chris Yates in the Blueberry Muffin got shuffled back as well. May not be the quickest cars, but they are very close racing indeed. I'm liking the blue neon lights on the top of the 96 car there. Matthew Hollis dives past Matthew Arrowsmith-Brown in the ECAS car. This is the tail of the field. Nick Crispin still leads. Nick Rhodes staying ahead of David O'Keefe. That's the fight for 5th place. Closing up onto the back of Gary Adnett as well. Crispin leads by 0.39 of a second ahead of Luca Proietti. Ian Davies in 3rd. 1 second covering the first 3. Even less than that covering the battle of the 4th. There are the leaders. Luca Proietti's got the window open to keep his windscreen from steaming up. You'll see there splash through the puddles on the outside, and Crispin's gone wide on the exit of Beckett's corner there. Down the Wellington straights, side by side. Luca Proietti, I think, could take the lead here if he plays his cards right into Brooklands. They're side by side. This is pretty much flat out for a 2CV down the straight here. Crispin's got the inside line. Round the left-handers, Proietti I think has gone in a bit too hot there. Car leans over on its suspension. No, he's got it round, brilliant, Luca Proietti. He's gone wide on the exit, mind the grass. See, he's not lifting off at all, he's just keeping his foot in, and it's taken him ahead of Nick Crispin. And Luca Proietti. Again, the Proietti family come from a background of Fiat racing. Sandro Proietti, who will race later on, was a big rival of Martin Ryman in the Fiat Racing Challenge, which is now sadly no more. Martin Ryman still got his Fiat 127 though that he used to race in that series. Saw him race it on Boxing Day last year at Mallory Park. Here comes Nick Crispin back on the inside at Copse Corner there. Very close indeed there. It's under 5 minutes of the race to go. And here comes Leon Davies for Team Gadget. They've won the 24-hour race in the past, as have the ECAS team. The last few years it's been Team Lion. We sometimes see the what are called hybrid 2CVs come over to race in Belgium. They haven't been able to the last couple of years due to international restrictions, but hopefully we'll see them back at Snetterton this year. They're hybrid special 2CVs with bike engines and so on under the bonnets. David O'Keefe, we saw there, has got through for 5th ahead of Nick Rhodes. There's Shirley Hennessy ahead of Chris Hall. There's the ECAS car. See the various names on the windows that are the names of the drivers that contest the 2CV races in these, the 2CV 24-hour race in these cars. 33 car will be taken over by Glenn Oswin for race 2. There's the 99 car of Max Wyer we just saw at the head of this group. Is he driving in race 2? Through goes the 80 car there of Nick Home past Lawrence Broadhurst. Max Wyer's doing both races. The 80 car will be taken over by Ainsley Bousfield, so that'll be worth watching there. He's a quick driver of these machines. There's Martin Ryman ahead of the number 40. There you can see the eyes moving as Chris Yates corners. He's got 81 Simon Turner in the Tête Rouge car behind him. Here are the leaders. Proietti back ahead once again. Crispin holding off the attacks of Leon Davies. Side by side, inches between them as they head out of Copse, past the pit lane exit, towards Maggots and Beckett's once again. 23 cars still running. In the 24-hour race even, it's very rare to see retirements because repairs are so simple on a 2CV. The leader's nearly lost it there, coming through Beckett. He got a wheel onto the curb, he slides out, look out! Oh, that was close. Leon Davies nearly went into the back of Luca Proietti. Nick Crispin's been able to get through and take the lead. Proietti almost spun it, coming through Beckett's there. He got a wheel out onto the curb. I thought he was going to spin round, and Leon Davies got on the brakes there to avoid him. That's allowed Nick Crispin into the lead. Here's a battle further back. There's Nigel Hollis. There's a rather sideways Nick Home in number 80. Crispin leads them. Has that decided the race in his favour? We'll see what Luca Proietti can do. If in doubt, flat out for Luca Proietti from here. Here they come, they all go wide through Luffield, trying to avoid braking as best they can. Because if you get on the brakes too hard, you lose momentum, you just drop back down the field. The car's so evenly matched. 3 behind, headed up by the 2 Hollis cars. You can tell them apart by the colour of the lights on the top. Must be a leftover from last year's 24-hour race. Yeah, Gary Adnit's got the pink or red lights on the top, and David O'Keefe's got blue lights. They're 6 seconds down now on the leader. Here come the Lions, side by side. Lions went in 2 by 2, and round the outside goes Gary Adnit. Chased by Nick Rhodes, number 92. In the Tête Rouge team car. That's the Crisis at Tête Rouge car. Crisis Racing was originally a separate team, but they've now, I think, merged with Tête Rouge. Nick Rhodes from Bristol, chasing 79 of David O'Keefe. There's the number 47 car. That's the car that Pete Sparrow raced in the previous rounds, being driven here by Giles Owen. It has been repaired, that car, after Sparrow went up in a cloud of smoke at Pembrey. Less than a minute left on the clock now. There's Pete Sparrow in the 82 car. Leaders about to head out of Luffield to start what will be their final lap before the clock counts down to 0. Sparrow swings his way through Luffield, trying to catch the trio ahead of him. Well, it's going to be a 10-lap race. There's only 0.2 of a second in it for the lead. Nick Crispin continues to lead the way. The Hollis family, Max Wire in the 99. Here are the leaders, and Luca Proietti's not finished yet. He's having a look up the inside as they go out of Copse. Can he get alongside? Can he get a good run here into Beckett? He'll have to try and use the slipstream. The track curves round to the left through Maggots, then into the right-hander at Beckett's. This is where Proietti nearly lost it a couple of laps ago and lost the lead. Goes to the outside on the right-hander. Is he going to try and cut back in? No, he's going for the outside. He's staying there, that's brave. They're side by side, out over the curbs goes Proietti. Crispin sticks to his line. He's going to try and get alongside. He's got alongside. This could be crucial on the run into Brooklands. He goes to the left. Here they come. A checkered flag this time, side by side. Luca Proietti and Nick Crispin. Absolutely together. Proietti on the inside. Is the momentum going to carry him around the outside into Luffield, or is Crispin going to do the same and get the overlap at Brooklands? Leon Davies in behind him. Crispin holds the lead. Well, Team Lion's winning streak for this year is going to be ended, but which one of these three is it going to be? Proietti keeping his footing around the outside. Leon Davies there on the inside. I think Nick Crispin has just about done enough for his first win of the season in car number 89. Here they come up towards the line. Proietti's going to try and slipstream him on the run to the checkered flag. This is going to be very close between the top three. They're coming up towards the finish line now. Checkered flag is in sight for them. Here they come. Checkered flag has signal. Checkered flag has not gone out. Are we going round for one more lap? I'm not sure. It was Crispin at the line by 0.159 of a second. Yes, I think the checkered flag has gone out. It's unfortunately we can't see the flag from my position, so a bit of confusion there. On the timing screen it says we're still under green flag. It's Nick Crispin who crossed the line in first place by 0.159 of a second ahead of Luca Proietti. Leon Davies in third place. A checkered flag now shows. It came out a bit late there. Sorry for the confusion there. Crispin from Proietti and Davies was the order at the line. Gary Adnit in fourth place, and then David O'Keefe. Apologies for the slight confusion at the end of that race there. The checkered flag icon on the timing screen didn't come up as they crossed the line, and from my commentary position I can't see the flag. So I wasn't sure if we had actually had the checkered flag go out there. Sorry about that. Hopefully we'll hear from some of our drivers down in Parc Fermé. We will confirm the provisional results in a moment. Team Lions winning streak for 2022 has been ended. It is a win for Nick Crispin in the DD Motorsport car, his first win of the season. Luca Proietti in second place, and Leon Davies takes third, less than a second covering the top three. Gary Adnett in fourth place ahead of David O'Keefe, the two Team Lion cars, and Nick Rhodes in sixth position. Pete Sparrow, driving the regimental racing car, takes seventh ahead of Andy Bull, first season newcomer. Mick Story is ninth, and Seb Jones-White in the second Bacon racing car, a good 10th place ahead of Martin Ryman. Chris Yates in 12th in the Blueberry Muffin, Julie Walford slipping back a bit to 13th place ahead of Simon Turner, and Giles Owen completing the top 15. Behind them we had Matthew Hollis, had a moment midway through that race, slipping back to 16th out of the top 10. Max Wyer was next ahead of Chris Hall in the Pork Pie racing car, then Nigel Hollis and Nick Home from the back of the grid completing the top 20. 21st was Matthew Arrowsmith Brown, and Shirley Hennessy and Lawrence Broadhurst completing the 23 finishers. Well, we can hand down to Ewan Dunlop. He's in Parc Fermé, hopefully to talk to our race winner Nick Crispin, and to a few other drivers as well in the Classic 2CV Racing Championship.
Cheers, Dave. Thank you very much. Well, we told you that would be good, didn't we? If that was your first ever 2CV racing, it's always like that. So let's find our race winner. Yeah, go on, knock it in there. Nick Crispin's been incredibly consistent this season, but first win must feel pretty fantastic.
When I woke up this morning and saw it raining, I thought there's a slim chance. I had a double win at Brands in the rain, and I just thought, fingers crossed, we can just do something, at least stay at the front again. And didn't get a great start, but I got good traction into second and then away, and it was like, obviously being at the front is a little bit more tentative, so obviously Luca and then Liam were closing up on me and everything, but I got to know where I could go. And then Luca made a bit of a break, and lost it coming onto Wellington Straight. Managed to keep hold of it, but saved it well. But it was just, I think towards the end it was just a case of let's get the cars back here, rather than throw away what is a good lead for us all. So
I mean, it was a three-man race for the last sort of few laps or so. Just that last lap in particular, brilliant to watch.
Well, I hope it provides some entertainment for people, because I mean, they're not looked upon as being the greatest sports cars or anything like that, but for sheer enjoyment and pleasure, you'll go a long way to be able to have a race in the rain like that, or in the dry, and just battle.
I mean, it was Luca's tiny little slip that just gave you that advantage about halfway through that race. But and it just shows you lose 10 miles an hour for a few seconds. You just got to keep your foot down the entire way, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, even when it started sliding, where you go from the transition onto the Wellington Straight, there's an area where it starts sliding, and you just think, whoa! But you just keep it planted, and it will pull you around. You get to know that it will. But you know, racing with these guys, week in, week out, we have a good laugh.
Good for us too, well done.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, buddy. Right, let's try and speak to Luca. Luca, come round here for me. Luca, sensational racing, mate.
Oh, thank you very much. It was a great race from word go, really. Yeah, I don't really. So I thought I had it in the bag, and then next thing I know, I'm facing backwards going into Beckett's, and I was just like, what am I doing? But yeah, fantastic race. Congratulations to Nick and Leon. It was a really good race to watch.
It was great to watch. You had the lead a few times, but that one slip with about sort of 6 or 7 laps to go, just let him sneak through.
Yeah, it was just that one little bit, and it was. I was there. I could catch him, but I just didn't have the legs to get back past him. But congratulations to Nick. Great driving from him.
It shows how competitive this class is, because even on the last lap, any of you could have won that race still.
Yeah, going into Luffield, I think we were almost 3 abreast, weren't we? Yeah.
Come in as well, because you were involved in that sort of three-man race at the front there. Any three of you could have won that at the end.
Yeah, we could have done. Yeah, it was obviously tricky conditions, and we're riding on pram wheels in Goosevan, which keeps it really tricky. Yeah, but I thought he'd lost it big time because he went in too hot down whatever it's called. But I managed to catch him.
And just gave me a little nudge, and I was back on the back of Nick. But yeah.
Guys, great to watch. We'll see you again later on today.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Have a great day.
Right, we're about to go BMW racing straight back to Dave Goddard.
Thanks very much, Ewan. Yes, the BMWs, the Kumho BMW Championship is out on track, heading round on their green flag lap. Let's have a look at the grid. BMWs and BMW Minis out in this one. And it's Brad Sheehan, number 28, with his M3 in Class A, who has set pole position, the pink and white car, alongside number 32, James Card in his silver M3. Second row, number 26, Brian Bransom, alongside former champion number 22, Russell Dack, the Dackmeister as he's known. Row 3, number 78, Ronan Bradley, starts alongside Michael Vitulli, number 89, the invitation class runner. Missed the trip to Snetterton, good to see him back out. Then we've got some BMW Minis. Rob Austin, number 24, not to be confused with the ex-British touring car racer of the same name, starts alongside Zach Blackwell in number 411. The fifth row, Dan Butcher-Lord in 23, and Charlie Heatley, number 44. Row 6 is Andy Langley in 51, 190 Alan Lee. Row 7, we've got number 71 of Sean Foley. He's an M3 in Class B, alongside number 7, the reigning champion Kevin Denwood. He's out in Class C. Row 8, number 150, invitation class runner Colin Voice, alongside Steve Webb's BMW Mini. Row 9, Jasper Sapra. Saw him racing in Brick Car Trophy yesterday, sharing with Brian Bransom. He's alongside Chris Walton, car number 74. The 10th row, we've got Yonat Carrare in his BMW Mini, number 17 and 320. Another Mini of Ross Alexander. Final row, number 13, Nigel Williams, alongside number 25, Trevor Ford. I think I did see an extra car at the back of the grid, which I think is Adrian Bradley, number 21. Just take a look at that as they come to line up. I think I saw him leaving the grid. Impressive mixture of BMWs and BMW Minis. There's the compact of Kevin Denwood, number 7, the defending overall champion. There's Jasper Sapra in the yellow car. 25 there is Trevor Ford, the chairman of the BMW Racing Drivers Club, which administers this series. There's Nigel Williams, and yes, number 21, that is Adrian Bradley. Not sure what class he's running in. I think he's invitation class. Didn't appear on the grid sheet, but he's out at the back. This will be a 20-minute race. It's Brad Sheehan looking for his first win of the season in pole position. James Card's had a couple of wins, number 32. Brian Bransom and Russell Dack, the two orange cars on row 2. Watch for Michael Vitulli, the ex-single-seater racer in the red number 89 car as well. He won't score points because he's in the invitation class, but he's worth watching for perhaps some overall honours here. Ronan Bradley, number 78. We saw Niall Bradley in good form at Snetterton, but Niall not out this weekend. Still slippery conditions, and most of these cars rear-wheel drive, of course, so this is going to be interesting. We're underway with the first of 2 races for the Kumho BMW Championship. Down towards the first corner. Great start by James Card in the number 32. He gets the early lead ahead of Brad Sheehan. Everybody else in the spray behind. BMW Minis everywhere. There's the very smart-looking number 71 car of Sean Foley up on the outside, the wide arch M3. Jasper Sapra's yellow car. Oh, that's Michael Vitulli's gone off. He joins in front of Adrian Bradley. Through the spray they come into Beckett's. Number 78, Ronan Bradley, moving up on the outside around the number 23 of Dan Butcher-Lord. Had a class win at Snetterton. Zach Blackwell, probably the quickest of the BMW Mini drivers, had problems at Snetterton. It was Dan Butcher-Lord and Neil Clark who took the wins there. Brad Sheehan cuts across around the outside of Russell Dack. He's down to 3rd behind Brian Bransom. Bransom and Jasper Sapra were sharing that 26 car in the Brick Car Trophy races yesterday, spun out of the second race. Russell Dack giving chase. He's a former overall champion in a BMW Compact. In one of the lower classes he won his title. Here comes the mass of minis, and Ronan Bradley has spun. I thought we might get a few spinners early on in this race with how slippery it is, the rear-wheel drive cars. And Ronan Bradley will rejoin towards the Back of the field, down with Trevor Ford in the Class C car. One problem the BMW Minis are going to have here is you'll see that most of them haven't got headlights because they've got covers over where the headlights should be. Not bothering Zach Blackwell, he leads the class ahead of Rob Austin in the 24, Dan Butcher-Lord and Charlie Heatley. James Card leads overall ahead of Brian Branson. He was half a second clear at the end of the opening lap of the weekend for the BMW Kumho Championship, sponsored by Kumho tyres for many, many years. Yellow flags are out at the left-hander at Brooklands. What's happened here? Oh, that's Brad Sheehan. The pole sitter in this race has had an off. Hasn't hit anything. He's got it going, but he's down in around 4th place now, behind Russell Dack. See that again here. There are the leaders. James Carr comes in, and yes, Brad Sheehan just sideways around Brooklands and into a spin. Brian Branson up the inside takes the lead, going into the right-hander at Cops Corner. James Card back on the inside though. Good duel developing between these two. Just keeping a watching brief in 3rd is Russell Dack. It's Brian Branson to the front, looking for his first overall win of the season. Seen Niall Bradley do some winning. He's not here today. James Card and also Jason West with his M3, not out this weekend though. First 3 pulling clear. Brad Sheehan still there in 4th despite that spin. Then we've got the BMW Minis headed up by Zach Blackwell. The less powerful BMW Saloons a bit further down the order. Adrian Bradley coming through well from the back of the grid. He's up to 14th place, ahead of Colin Boyce in the number 150 car. Sean Foley's had a problem somewhere as well. He's dropped down to the rear of the field. There's Brad Sheehan. His recovery drive after that spin. Russell Dack's just done the fastest lap of the race, and he is closing up on James Card here. 1 minute 4.223. Here's Kevin Denwood, the reigning champion, in number 7. Under fire from the number 51 of Andy Langley with his Mini. Now the front wheel drive Minis probably coping better with the conditions here. You can see Langley pull ahead on the outside. Next is the yellow car, that's Jasvir Sapra. His brother-in-law Lucky Kera was a double winner in Brit Car Trophy in another BMW yesterday, sharing with Lee Frost. Some highlights from that series hopefully during the lunch break. Denwood in his compacts, chasing Andy Langley as they disappear into the spray. There's Adrian Bradley behind them, and with another BMW Mini, that's Alan Lee in number 190. And Jasvir Sapra behind him, I think he's number 231. That is Steve Webb. Still Brian Branson leads the way though, the man from over in Norfolk, regular in the Snetterton Saloon series, his local venue. Here's the battle for the lead in the Minis, and here's the battle for 2nd overall, because Russell Dack, the Dackmeister, it says on the side of the Jägermeister lookalike BMW, is going for 2nd. Jägermeister of course sponsored Porsches in Group C. They sponsored the Eurobrunn backmarker Formula 1 team. Good duel developing for 2nd now. James Card under fire from the 22. Down the Wellington straight they go. Blue flag waving to a back marker there, that's Trevor Ford. Racing BMWs for many, many years. He goes a lap down, he's in Class C. That's being led at the moment by Kevin Denwood, the leader in Class C. Treacherous still out there, slide their way around Luffield. There's Brad Sheehan. Have a look to see how much he's closed up on the top 3. He's just under 4 seconds down. He's closing in by about half a second a lap after that moment at Brooklands earlier. Zach Blackwell continues to lead the Minis, ahead of Rob Austin. Austin right on his tail there as they come out of Luffield. Dan Butcher-Lord behind the number 23. These cars used to run as a class within the Mini Challenge, branching out elsewhere. Charlie Heatley's next, and behind him is Adrian Bradley there, the green and white number 21 from the back of the grid. Wasn't able to be here for qualifying session, I don't think, or didn't make it out. See Zach Blackwell soaring up the wheel there as they come through Cops Corner. Zach Blackwell probably used to wet and tricky conditions, started his motorsport career in motocross. Staying ahead of Rob Austin, racing BMW Minis for a number of years. And Lord in third in class, that is. Still a long way to go, the slightly longer 20-minute race. And towards Brooklands once again. Here comes Adrian Bradley. Got ahead of Charlie Heatoney now, so he's made up another place from the back in the 21. That's an E46 M3. Same as 3 of the top 4 in this race. Russell Dack's car is an older E36 shape. It's like a time attack sticker spotted on the windscreen of the 21 car. Time attack, of course, is all about tuning your cars as powerful as possible to try and do the fastest lap against the clock. Yes, see in the windscreen there, the time attack sticker. Here comes Ronan Bradley on his way back. His spin on the opening lap. Just got past one of the BMW Minis, I think it was Andy Langley. Closing up on the leader of Class C, Kevin Denwood. Brian Bransom is leading overall and leads Class A. Russell Dack and James Card scrapping for second. Class B, meanwhile, that's being led by the 78, Ronan Bradley. He's a Class B car. Second in Class B, further back, number 74, which is Chris Walton. Third in Class B is the 71, Sean Foley. Invitation class is being led by the 21 of Adrian Bradley, ahead of Colin Boyce. Michael Vitulli. Now, where has he gone to? He should be coming back up the field. No, he's pulled into the pits, in fact, Michael Vitulli. So he's hit problems with the 89 car. That's a shame, because he's normally up there fighting for overall wins. We've also lost Nigel Williams, number 13, into the pits. He had some problems in qualifying as well. He's one of the Class C cars. 26 of Brian Branson is coming up to lap somebody. I think that's the, is that the 71 he's about to lap? Of Sean Foley. No, it's the 150 car. Apologies, that's Colin Boyce. Similarly coloured car. Classic BMW Works colours, the white livery with the red, blue and purple stripe. I think that livery was first seen on the BMW Batmobile cars of the early 70s in European touring cars when the BMW M programme was launched. It is indeed the 50th birthday of BMW's M Motorsport division this year. Kevin Denwood, courteous there, pointing to the right to tell the leader to go through on the right down the Wellington Straights. Well done, Kevin. Alan Lee lets the leader through as well into Brooklands. This is looking good for Brian Branson. It is 50 years of the BMW M programme. They celebrated the anniversary in the World Superbike Championship as well, their Works motorcycle team, with a special livery for the 50th anniversary on British star Scott Redding's bike. Rob Austin, meanwhile, has just taken the lead of the BMW Minis from Zach Blackwell. Trevor Ford pointing them through. They're very courteous, these back markers, aren't they? Good driving from Trevor Ford and from Kevin Denwood we saw as well. He lets the Mini class through. They're side by side for the lead as they go into the Wellington Straights. Just past halfway in this first Kumho BMW race of the weekend. Zach Blackwell back into the lead as they come through Brooklands, and here comes Dan Butcher-Lord, who's gone a bit wide there into the right-hander at Luffield. Hire me, it says on the side of the 23 car. This car is available for hire if you fancy a go at racing in the Kumho BMW Championship. They did used to have a hire car available. I remember one of our volunteer marshals racing the BMW Saloon hire car. Jules Batten-Dale raced that at Donington a few years ago. Here comes Dan Butcher-Lord round the outside there, lapping the number 17 car. That's Carrare. This is going to be interesting as they come into Beckett's at the inside. Butcher-Lord's got second. He was going for Blackwell. Great fight between the BMW Minis. Meanwhile, Brian Bransom now leads overall by over 4 seconds. Rob Austin cuts back on the inside along the Wellington straight, side by side with Dan Butcherlaw. What's he going to try into Brooklands? They're going to have to be careful here because Adrian Bradley's caught them in the 21 as well. We know how quickly he's going from the back of the grid. He'll get himself a decent position for race 2 as well, because the grid for the second race is based on the results of race 1. Dan Butcherlaw again goes too deep into the field there. Austin down to third of the BMW Minis. The gap is still just over 4 seconds for Brian Branson ahead of Russell Dack. We're coming up to lap this group fairly soon as well, the more powerful M3s. In fact, there is Brian Branson. Out of the spray comes the race leader. Might have seen in Days of Thunder where he goes through the smoke across the circuit, isn't it? Suddenly there he is in the mirrors of the battling BMW Minis and Adrian Bradley. Brian Branson's got to cut his way through this lot. He leads by just over 5 seconds now ahead of Russell Dack. Third is James Card. Rob Austin running wide there. Brad Sheehan is fourth. He's only a second behind James Card now, so he could get himself into a podium position. Well, we mentioned Days of Thunder. Brad Sheehan's pink and white livery, inspired by one of the NASCARs in that movie. Brian Branson has now lapped everybody up to 5th position overall. That's how quickly he's going, despite the wet conditions. Zach Blackwell, the leading Mini, is 5th overall. There he is. In fact, he may not be now. Yes, Adrian Bradley's got ahead of him, so he's 5th overall from the back of the grid. Now there is Brad Sheehan, the pink car. He's caught the silver machine, James Carr. Bradley is now 5th, but a lap down. There's Russell Dack in 2nd place. It shows you just how much more powerful the Class A cars are than everybody else. Flash of flame there from the rear of James Card's silver M3. Class B is still being led by Ronan Bradley, number 78. He's 9th overall. And Class C by Kevin Denwood in 14th. Extremely well to get the power of these big M3s down through the rear wheels, lapping the BMW Mini leaders. Blackwell needs to watch his mirror here, going into Brooklands corner. Down the inside goes Card. Yes, he's got through, no problem there. And Brad Sheehan getting a bit crossed up again in the 28 car. He's pushing hard here. You can see that pink NASCAR style livery. I love the retro numbers on that car. There are the BMW Mini battlers behind. So the top 4, the Class A runners, are going to be a full lap ahead of everybody else. 5.5 minutes to go. Sheehan runs a bit wide, coming up to lap the number 320 car there. That's Ross Alexander's Mini, the man from Birmingham. Zach Blackwell still leads the class, looking for win number 5 this year out of 7. He's out of luck with a few car problems at Snetterton in the last round. Rob Austin runs wide, he always does there, trying to get a run onto the Wellington straight to get ahead of Dan Butcherlaw. Brian Branson is away to the tune of nearly 5.5 seconds now. Looks like he's heading for his first overall win of the season. It'll make up for a non-finish in the Brick Car Trophy yesterday. His car with Jasmine Sapra, only to spin out at Beckett's. Jasmine Sapra, meanwhile, having a very quiet race in his yellow E36 M3 here. He's 2nd in Class C, a long way down the overall order. He's 17th though. We're used to seeing him in his big grey E46 M3. That unfortunately broke down in testing on Friday. Zach Blackwell a bit sideways there at Copse. Dan Butcherlaw up with him, looking for win number 2 in the class this year. Ronan Bradley's up with them now, that's for position as well. Looking to move into the top 6, the white and green machine, recovering from a spin on lap 1. Dan Butcherlaw, can he get a run down into Brooklands here to take the lead of the class? 4 minutes to go. Got to be mindful that Ronan Bradley and the more powerful BMW is going to try and breeze past them as well. He's frustrating Dan Butcherlaw there. Dan Butcherlaw had hoped to go for the class lead, but then In came Ronan Bradley. It's all 4 overall position. I think Butcher Lord wanted to have a go at the lead of the BMW Mini class there. He didn't get a chance because the 78 car got in his way. No problems for Brian Branson. He's out in front. Leads Russell Dack by 5.5 seconds. Further back is Brad Sheehan, now up into 3rd place ahead of James Card. He's got ahead of the 32. Ronan Bradley now does get past Zach Blackwell, and now Dan Butcher-Lord's got it all to do again. He's got to close up on Zach Blackwell again. Very evenly matched, these BMW Minis, 1600cc. The M3's of course 3200cc, twice the engine capacity. All the other cars in the race except the BMW Minis are M3s, with one exception, which is Kevin Denwood's Compact. He still leads his class. I think he's leading the class championship as well, Kevin Denwood. I'm not sure on the overall championship, unfortunately, because I wasn't able to obtain an up-to-date points chart ahead of this round. There's Jasvir Sapra in the yellow car. I've not seen much of him in this race. There's Kevin Denwood, the number 7. A couple of our runners further back. There's the 231 of Steve Webb. He's got the 71, I think that was, of Sean Foley alongside him. Less than 2 minutes to go now for Brian Branson. Yellow flag out at Luffield. Somebody's had a spin. Oh, that's the 71 of Sean Foley. Now, the BMW Mini was near him there. I don't think there was any contact with him. Here comes Brad Sheehan on his recovery after that spin. He's caught Russell Dack. Going up over the line. There's James Card in 4th place. Through the spray we'll be able to see the blaze of headlights. There they are, Russell Dack in orange, followed by Brad Sheehan. There's James Card trying to close up on them as well. Only just over a minute left on the clock. I don't think Card's going to catch them. We could see a change for 2nd place though. Brad Sheehan could mount an attack here. They're coming down to Beckett's. He's determined here, Brad Sheehan, to get 2nd place, the man who started on pole. Still looking for his first win this year. They won't catch Brian Branson. The last lap he pulled away by over 3 seconds, 8.3 seconds now his lead. Coming round to start his final lap this time. Can Russell Dack hang on to 2nd place? Pulled away a little bit down the straight there from Brad Sheehan. They're coming up to lap the 71 of Foley. His GT style M3. And that's big wide arch body kit. Just under 30 seconds on the clock, leaders into his last lap. Barring any disaster on this final lap, it is going to be a win for Brian Branson. Russell Dack has closed in just a little, 7.8 seconds the gap now. Kevin Denwood slides sideways there, going into Beckett's. Has he survived that? Yes, he has, there he is. Branson just needs to bring it home now for his first win of the season. Is Russell Dack going to hang on for 2nd place? Into Brooklands for the final time. No sideways showboating from Brian Branson. Meanwhile, the battle of the BMW Minis comes round Copse for the last time. So here comes Branson out of Luffield. Comes up to lap 1 of the BMW Minis. Meantime, for 2nd place, Russell Dack's got clear of Brad Sheehan once again, but it is a win for Brian Branson. He crosses the line to take the victory. First win of the season for the 26. 2nd goes to Russell Dack, holding off the attacks of the recovering Brad Sheehan. They finish 1 3/4 seconds apart. James Card will come over for 4th place. And in 5th position, we should see Adrian Bradley. Good effort by him from the back of the grid. He will win the invitation class. For the BMW Minis, it's going to be Zach Blackwell back to winning ways. He's behind Ronan Bradley, who recovers through the field to 6th position. He will win Class B. The BMW Minis are won by Zach Blackwell, 7th place overall. He's 1 second ahead of Dan Butcher-Lord, who just holds off Rob Austin. Those three together all race long. Well done to the BMW Minis. Completing the top 10 and 4th in that class, we should see Andy Langley. The winning Class C has gone to Kevin Denwood, nearly 10 seconds clear of his nearest rival. Looks like they're all in. We'll confirm the provisional results. The win going to Brian Branson by nearly 8 seconds ahead of Russell Dack, the two orange cars 1 and 2. Brad Sheehan fought back after his moments at Brooklands, taking 3rd place. James Card, the only other man on the lead lap. The Bradleys in 5th and 6th, they both win their classes. Adrian Bradley from the back of the grid up to 5th wins the invitation class, and Ronan Bradley wins Class B. Zach Blackwell takes the BMW Minis in 7th ahead of Dan Butcher-Lord, Rob Austin and Andy Langley. Next home was Colin Voice in 11th ahead of Alan Lee, then Charlie Heatley. Kevin Denwood, the winner of Class C, and despite that late spin, Sean Foley rounding out the top 15. Next home was Steve Webb ahead of a very subdued Jasvir Sapra. Next home was the number 74 car, that's Chris Walton, ahead of Ross Alexander, Trevor Ford and Yonok Carrare in number 17. We lost Michael Vitulli and Nigel Williams into the pits after a few laps. We'll see the Kumho BMWs back out. They're the last race on the programme today, scheduled off at about 3:40 p.m. on the timetable. Hopefully we can head down to Parc Fermé shortly to talk to some of our drivers. Next up on track today, we've got one more race before lunch. We've already seen what they can do once today. The junior saloon cars are back out next in very slightly drier conditions. But more from the juniors coming up shortly. We can now hand down to Ewan in Parc Fermé to talk to some of our Kumho BMW racers.
Cheers, Dave. Well, you might be able to see behind me Dak going absolutely bananas in his car number 22. He is absolutely over the moon with that one. It is Russell. We'll jump in with our winner Brian Branson first. Brian, I can't believe how exciting it is. Your win, congratulations first of all.
Thanks mate, yeah, it was good. It started off really tricky. I wasn't quite sure how far to push the car, and then, I don't know mate, it was just a fluke. Just suddenly it just worked. I'm blaming that as a fluke, right? It weren't me.
I mean, being out in the front in the rain is obviously an advantage, but you had to come through so many cars. I think at one point we saw you driving through about 5 cars at once. That must be terrifying.
Yeah, I had a bit of the scariest moment was on the back straight. It was between Jazz, you know, my teammate Jazz, and then the Mini. I don't know if the Mini saw me, because we must have literally been wing mirror to wing mirror. But yeah, that was good. I love the rain though. I just love it.
Starting 3rd, winning, what was the key there? Key moment?
Just getting out of the box really straight away, just getting ahead, and then you can just switch off and just sort of, you know, don't get me wrong, you don't switch off, but you get more consistent and just go steadier and smoother. And that's the key to the wet, just going smooth.
One more race to go, well done, congrats.
Thank you.
Cheers buddy. Right, let's speak to Russell here. Russell, I've never seen a celebration like that, mate.
Wow, that was amazing, yeah.
I mean, clearly that means a lot to you.
It does, yeah. Because Brian actually owns that car and lent it to me this year, so I'm obviously a little bit careful as I can be. I see him in front, and then I thought I was reining him in, then I wasn't, and I looked in the mirror and Brad was there, and I was like, oh no, he's coming. I could see him reining in on me. I thought, I'm not joking you, about 5 laps toward the end I thought, that's got to be it. And then every time I kept looking in the mirror and he was there and he was getting a bit closer. I was like, oh. But yeah, we've done it. That's all that matters, isn't it?
And one more race today too.
Yeah, well, see what that brings, won't we? But yeah, it's brilliant. I appreciate everybody's help and the family coming and the kids, and yeah, it's brilliant. I loved it. Absolutely loved it.
Brilliant to see. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Cheers, buddy. Right, let's go and see Brad Sheehan. Here he is, our pole sitter, finishing 3rd place. Brad, not the best start for the race for you, but a good ending.
Yeah, I suppose. Got on the podium, but yeah, big spin on lap 1, all on my own. So I don't really know what happened. I dropped the pressures just before going out, thinking we're looking at the track drying slightly, but actually it started raining harder. So the tyres weren't really coming into about mid-race, so I was dancing around a bit. But it was frustrating because it's all so close. You're talking half a second at most at times, and you make one mistake and you drop back a second. So you've got to be on your A game the whole time. But it's good fun because you're chasing, and then James was in front and he made a similar mistake to me. Didn't to spin, but he went wide and opened the door up. So
now you guys are so far out in front in the power of the cars, but you've got just said to our winner there, you've got to come through so many cars just to stay on course, haven't you?
yeah, you get to about mid-race and it's a bit hairy, to be fair, because you've got a lot of slower traffic, and especially in these conditions, you just can't assume they've seen you in the spray. So you have got to have your wits about you. I've made mistakes in the past, and you learn. So you just make sure you do a nice wide berth, and if it means dropping back slightly on that lap, so be it. They soon get caught up with someone else as well. So yeah, a bit of tactics at the end, but it was getting close, and I thought I had Russell in the second to last, but then I made a mistake coming out onto the pitch straight here. Got a bit sideways.
One more race to get the win later on today.
Hopefully.
Brian Branson, our winner in race number 1 of the BMW Kumho. One more race to come later on, and that noise you can hear is our next race. The Junior Saloons is just about to get underway, so I'll hand back to Dave Goddard.
Well, I hope it's not the Junior Saloon cars making that noise. That's the pit lane hooter warning that the race is about to get set off on its green flag lap. Here are the Junior Saloon cars then ready for their second race. It'll be 15 minutes plus 1 lap. Of course, the first race curtailed by a red flag, and it was a maiden win for Gabriel Parfait. He starts back on row 5 for this second race of the day. The grid for this one set by the second fastest time in each qualifying session that took place yesterday. So it's Harry Hickton, 46 on pole, alongside number 93 of Max Hall. Second row, Jamie Petters, number 322, and Dara Flock in 22. It's him who brought out the red flag, unfortunately, in race 1 when he went off at Luffield. Row 3, Harvey Dent and Jack Ruddell. Fourth row, Jensen Bell and Jack James. Gabriel Parfait alongside Jacob Heap on row 5. The sixth row, Jonathan Moore and Harry Smith. Row 7, Donovan Dyer, our newcomer this weekend, is alongside Oliver Cottam. The 8th row, Travis Chapman and Adam Parker. On the 9th row, Kieran Roberts and Jamie Good. The 10th row will be Oscar Dix and CJ Morgan. Watch for him coming through. Going through to 4th place in the first race, likes the wet conditions. The 11th row, Zach Palmer and Sandro Ballesteros. 12th row, Joel Ryan and Adam Harding. Row 13, we've got Cole Lynch and Luke Scrooby. Then there's a gap, and we've got the 4 cars that had their practice times disallowed due to failing the car weight check at the end of qualifying. They'll start with a 10-second penalty once again. Charlie Constable and Jacob Baldry, and then Riley Price and Alex Mustave will be starting with that penalty from the back of the field. That applies for both races today. Well, this morning was pretty chaotic, to say the least, for the Junior Saloon cars. Let's see what they can do here then. 15 minutes plus 1 lap. Hopefully we'll get the full distance this time. Harry Hickton going for his 7th win of the season, beaten for only the 2nd time this season in the first race by Gabriel Parfait, who's back on the 5th row of the grid this time. Let's see if he can come through again. Max Hall, Dara Flock and Jamie Petters, the main challengers for Hickton maybe this time. They were sliding about all over the place in the wet, particularly at Brooklands and Luffield in race 1. We saw Max Hall go spinning off while challenging for the lead, and then Dara Flock unfortunately had an off and got stranded at Luffield, which is why the red flag had to come out. The race ended early. Let's hope we get the full 15 minutes plus 1 lap in this time. Here we go then, we're almost ready for the off at Silverstone on the national circuit from these identical Citroën Saxo VTRs. Can Harry Hickton get back to winning ways? The championship leader wants a win to celebrate his birthday, which was 4 days ago. Max Hall alongside in the Westbourne Motorsport prepared car. We are underway. Down towards that first corner they go at Copse Corner. Jamie Petters and that very bright number 322 car in the middle, but it looks like it's going to be Max Hall who takes the early lead. Pole position out on the outside line here at Silverstone. Jacob Heap there side by side with Jack James, the scholarship winner, number 53. Harry Smith, number 10, up behind them. Watch for the pink car, 59, CJ Morgan. See if he can move up, proving his liking for wet conditions. Good to see Luke Scrooby is back out, number 13, got taken out on the first lap of the first race. As they file their way through, there's number 78, Kieran Roberts, very bright green. Number 78 with Sandro Ballesteros in behind him, the Spanish descended racer. Made his debut at the end of last season. There's Donovan Dyer in his first meeting, the number 64, making the move up from karting. Harry Hickton files his way to the front of the field. Here's Jamie Petters up the inside, side by side with Max Hall. It's Hickton a bit sideways there, a little bit of understeer as he leans his way through, leaning on each other behind the Max Hall and Jamie Petters. That's Harvey Dent, number 58, up into 4th position behind them. So battle is joined already. It's Harry Hickton out front as they complete the first lap. Jamie Petters does a bit of dirt tracking there, just got forced to go wide coming off Luffield towards the right at Woodcote past the pit lane entrance, but they're all round the first lap okay by the look of things. And leading the way it is the championship leader Harry Hickton. Max Hall under fire from Harvey Dent. Number 9 Jack Riddell going well, but he's gone sideways there. Gabriel Parfay's up there again. He likes racing in the rain, doesn't he? Going round the outside there, just over the curb a little. Adam Parker likewise on the number 92 machine. Up towards Beckett's for the second time. Hickton under fire from Max Hall, who's got the inside line. They'll be side by side on the run out of Beckett's. Has he got the lead there, Max Hall? No, he's gone wide on the exit. A little bit too eager there from Max Hall. He's back to 3rd place, I think, because who's that come through on the outside? Is that Parfay up into 2nd, or is it Harvey Dent? The 2 black cars towards the front. It's Harvey Dent challenging for the lead now in the 58 car, in fact. 93 Max Hall back to the inside. Petters is there in 4th place. Into Brooklands they go. It's the most slippery part of the circuit. Slide their way round, right on the edge and beyond the edge of adhesion. 46 of Harry Hickton holds his lead. Harvey Dent side by side with Max Hall for 2nd place. Jamie Petters, fresh from his first podium of the season in race 1. Dent goes a bit too wide there coming out of Luffield. Very easy to do there over the curbs. All round the first couple of laps okay. Let's see, we've got all 30 cars back out there as well after a little bit of damage in race 1. That's all been repaired. There's Dara Flock in the number 22 car under fire from Jack James going round the outside. Parfay's in there as well, the number 280. He wants a 2nd win. Oliver Cottam up there behind them. Jack Riddell's dropped back a bit in the number 9 car into the pack. Hickton still leads, challenged by Max Hall. Side by side for 3rd, leaning on each other there, Harvey Dent and Jamie Petters. Jacob Heap up the inside, challenging Harry Smith. Adam Parker trying to get round the outside. Riddell caught in the middle. Jensen Bell quite a long way back as well in the number 871 car. He and Jamie Petters, the 2 short track oval graduates in this race. Jamie Petters goes for the inside into Brooklands. Harvey Dent out on the wide line, and Petters in a bit too hot there. Gets it sideways. There's a bit of contact there between the 2 of them on the way out. Harvey Dent fights back, and Max Hall, meanwhile, while that was going on, has taken the lead from Harry Hickton. Battle is well and truly joined for 3rd place here, but it's Max Hall into the lead in the number 93. The rest of the pack streams through single file. I would say it is getting slightly drier out there at the moment. There's not as much spray out there. Still Dent and Petters side by side for that 3rd place. There's been a bit of contact between the 2. You can see a little bit of damage on Petters' car. Chased now by Jack James. He's going well, the scholarship winner. One of the leading rookies alongside Max Hall and Dara Flock. Jamie Petters on the inside line for 3rd place. They're catching Harry Hickton as well for 2nd, and Petters a bit sideways. Dent goes back to the inside. Petters is going to run wide on the exits, being a little bit over-exuberant here, I think, Jamie Petters. Last year's Rookie of the Year. He overhauled Louis Hounsell's points total in the rookie standings in the very last race of the season at Brands Hatch. Louis, I think, has moved on to race in the Honda Civic Cup this year, along with a couple of other junior saloon car graduates as well. Here's Gabriel Parfay, the winner of race 1, up the inside, challenging Jack James, and around the outside comes the 22 car of Dara Flock. It's still side by side. These 2 have been side by side virtually the whole race, Jamie Petters and Harvey Dent. Chasing Harry Hickton, but getting away slightly at the front now is Max Hall, heading for possibly win number 2 this year. CJ Morgan there, the pink car, a quieter race for him this time. And to Copse Corner once again, you can see a little better because there's less spray around. Jacob Heap heading up a train of cars here. Adam Parker's had a bit of rubbing in there. You can see the wing mirror flapping in the breeze. Travis Chapman, he's got the indicator going. Doesn't mean he's pulling over, it means he's knocked it on and hasn't realised. Dara Flock did that in race 1 as well. Gabriel Parfay to the inside, challenging Dara Flock. Another Back in the order, Harry Smith side by side with Jack Bradell in the Wheatley Motorsport car. Jensen Bell behind them, that very brightly painted number 871. Fastest lap of the race has been done by Dara Flock, a 1:20.137 last time around. Towards the left-hander at Brooklands, there's Jamie Petters, and there goes Gabriel Parfait. He's gone straight on over the tarmac runoff area. Will lose a place or two as a result of that. Meanwhile, Harvey Dent is chasing down the second place car of Harry Hickton. Parfait's rejoined just ahead of Jacob Heap in the number 16. It leans on Oliver Cottam there, the pink and blue car coming off Luffield. CJ Morgan behind them. 8 minutes just over, plus 1 lap to go for the junior saloon car racers. Max Hall leads in car 93 by nearly 2 seconds over Harry Hickton. He's got his mirrors full with Harvey Dent in the number 58 behind him. Petters still fourth. Flock and Jack James battling it out for 5th and 6th place. Gabriel Parfait is down to 7th. Jacob Heap is 8th, Cottam 9th, and CJ Morgan is now up to 10th ahead of Adam Parker. There's Parker 11th. He's got Travis Chapman, Harry Smith behind him. Then we've got the 871 of Jensen Bell. And the rest of them come through. There's Jamie Good, leans on Zach Palmer in the Vinnersport car. Saw Vinnersport running, I believe it was a Ginetta in Brick car last season. It's leaning on each other there slightly through the right-hander at Beckett's, and Donovan Dyer moves up with them in the 64 car. It's Minimax and Junior Rotax kart racer. A good account of himself on his debut. Side by side with the 303 of Zach Palmer. CJ Morgan runs wide in the 59. Adam Parker getting it sideways in the number 92. Another ex-Carter began his career in Junior Rotax 125 at the Teesside venue at Redcar. South Tees Motorsports Park. They have speedway and motocross there as well. Harry Hickton under fire from Harvey Dent. He could be on forward. I think he's his first podium. Harvey Dent 8th in the points at the moment. Harry Hickton, as we said earlier, came into junior saloon cars having never raced anything before. He's got the family heritage. His father David, very successful saloon car racer. Harvey Dent in one of the Westbourne Motorsport cars in 3rd place. Take 2nd place away here, but all the time they battle with Harry Hickton having to defend. He's losing ground to Max Hall. Gabriel Parfait's done the fastest lap of the race, 1:19.672. That's one of only 3 cars to lap under 1:20. The leader's one of them. The other is Jacob Heap. He's done a 1:19.9. Jamie Petters under fire from Dara Flock as they head through Brooklands and Luffield. Parfait up behind them. Then it's Jack James in the 53. Parfait's got past him. Behind him is Jacob Heap. 5.5 minutes of this race to go for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. It's Max Hall looking good out in front for potentially win number 2 this season, because Harry Hickton's being kept busy defending 2nd place from Harvey Dent. Then this line of 5 cars for 4th place, and Dara Flock is sideways, so is Petters as they head through Copse there. Good play into Parfait's hands, and Jacob Heap runs a bit wide as well in the number 16 car. Jack James in there as well. Behind it's almost 3 wide. It is 3 wide briefly there. Travis Chapman had a look at Maggots. Jamie Petters still on the tail of Dara Flock. Great fight going on between these two. Jack James in behind them, the number 53, the scholarship winner. It's up as high as about 4th or 5th early on. The gap is up to 2.26 seconds. Max Hall ahead of Harry Hickton. Here's the battle for 2nd. Hickton has got Harvey Dent all over his rear bumper. Try for the inside, coming out of Luffield. He just can't quite get through past the championship leader for 2nd place. Dara Flock still there in 4th, having got ahead of Jamie Petters. Then it's Parfait. Jacob Heap up to 7th now ahead of Jack James. Oliver Cottam is next through. Had a good season last year, but his results been a little bit frustrating for him so far this year. Aiming to improve, Oliver Cottam. Parfait a little bit sideways there, it's still so slippery through Copse. We've got a car in the gravel, that's Oscar Dix. Well, he spun there in race 1. I don't think he's going to get going again from there. The number 11 of Oscar Dix, the Jeekins race preparation prepared car, looks like it's out of the race. There'll be yellow flags out at Luffield, so no overtaking there. Petters runs wide, so does Parfait as they come through the right-hander at Beckett's. The yellow flag is out on the run through Brooklands and Luffield, so drivers will slow down. No overtaking, that's because of Oscar Dix's stranded car. He's trying to back out. He needs to be careful here because the leaders are coming through behind him. Look out, Oscar. He needs to just wait there on the outside. Yes, the leaders have seen him. They've got through on the inside. Bit of a dicey moment there. I thought he was going to back out on track just as the leaders approached. He's rejoined just in front of Gabriel Parfait, I think. Yes, there's Parfait. Jacob Heap's going to have a go as a result of that because Parfait had to back off as the number 11 car rejoined. Still the fastest lap of the race, the 280 car. Just under 3 minutes plus 1 lap to go. Jacob Heap up the inside, moves through into 6th position in the Lucas Oil car. Gabriel Parfait will fight back. The Oryx competition car. There's Oscar Dix, who's rejoined after his off. Thought he was stuck in the gravel, I thought that'd be his race over. Parfait will attack back again on the back of the 16 of Jacob Heap. Gabriel Parfait has started racing on sim racing platforms and also some indoor karting before trying his hand at the scholarship for junior saloon cars held every winter. Still your leader is Max Hall ahead of Harry Hicton by 2 seconds. It's looking good for a second win for Max. It was in rather more favourable conditions at Cadwell Park earlier this year. And up the inside, Harvey Dent takes 2nd place from Harry Hicton. Great move there. He got alongside through Brooklands. Goes diving up the inside at Luffield to take that 2nd place away. Well, is Harry Hicton going to be out of the top 2 for the first time this year? It's Parfait who took the win in race 1 with Hicton in 2nd. 0.2 of a second was the margin at the end of lap 6 when the race was halted. Harvey Dental trying a bit too hard there through Copse corner. Goes off wide onto the curbs, manages to save it. Harry Hicton fights back and he goes through back into 2nd place. There's only 1 minute plus 1 lap to go now. Don't forget, when that clock goes down to 0, the next thing the driver sees is the last lap board. Hicton's got a mirror hanging loose. There's Dara Flock in 4th place in the Active Welding number 22 car. Racing in the Irish Junior Rotax kart series. There's a battle further back. The leader is coming up to lap, the number 353 of Cole Lynch. Jamie Petters has lost a place there to Jacob Heap as well. Jacob Heap coming on strong in the closing stages of this race. Jamie Petters on the curbs. He tries to fight back on the back of the 16 car. Nice to see a patriotic livery with the Union flag on the roof for Jacob Heap. Petters back to the inside. A few seconds left on the clock as the leader crosses the line, so we'll get 2 more laps out of this, I think. Flashing the lights there, CJ Morgan, he's trying to get a back marker out of the way, that's Oscar Dix. Harry Hicton slides his way through Copse corner, he's got Harvey Dent back on his tail again, they're still fighting tooth and nail for 2nd place. 2.7 seconds though behind Max Hall. He's looking good for win number 2 this season. The car, its indicator flashing, I noticed there. These cars must have long indicator stalks, these Citroen Saxos, and you knock the indicators on when you're cornering. Here's a battle further back. Jacob Baldry, Kieran Roberts in the 78s, and the 19 of Sandro Ballesteros. That's for 21st place. There's Donovan Dyer, one of our newcomers. Here comes the lower reaches of the top 10 down towards Brooklands corner. Oscar Dix moving to the inside there to let the quicker runners through. There's Jack Riddell, he had a good run early on but has dropped back into the pack. There's Oliver Cotto in the 98s. Certainly a bright livery. down at about 10th place at the moment. Leader now into his final lap, Max Hall. Race running its full distance this time. He's 2.5 seconds clear of Hickton back in second place, then Dent and Dara Flock has caught up with the battling duo for second place. And Dara Flock get onto the podium here. Gabriel Parfait is still there, 3.5 seconds back in 5th position. There he is in the background under fire from Jacob Heap, and that's Oscar Dix off again at Copse. He's had another spin, keeps it out of the gravel this time. It's going again down at the tail of the field. So here comes Max Hall down towards Brooklands for the final time. Battle is still joined for second place and for third as well, because Harvey Dent's under pressure from Dara Flock. It's going to be a win for Max Hall. Looks like Harry Hickton is going to hang on to second, because Harvey Dent is being kept busy by Dara Flock in the fight now for third place. Going to have to defend through Luffield for the last time. But number 93, Max Hall, is coming in to take the win in the Westbourne Motorsport car. It's going to be second for Harry Hickton. Well, Max Hall won at Cadwell Park early in the season. He's coming in to take the checkered flag. Hall wins it, Hickton second, and who's going to be third? It's a photo finish on the line. And Harvey Dent gets there by 0.29 of a second, his best result of the season. Dara Flock does get the fastest lap on the final lap of the race, 1:19.18 seconds. Gabriel Parfait, the race one winner, rounds out the top 5, and we've lost Cole Lynch on the final lap. Bit of a frustrating season for her. She missed the last couple of meetings with a shoulder injury, making her come back here at Silverstone today, and has had a spin on the final run out of Brooklands. Well, it looks like that's everybody in, and we'll confirm the provisional result then. The win going to Max Hall by 1.8 seconds ahead of Harry Hickton. Harvey Dent on the podium for the first time this season in a near photo finish with Dara Flock. Gabriel Parfait completes a great day for himself with 5th ahead of Jacob Heap. Jamie Petters dropping back to 7th ahead of Jack James, then Travis Chapman and Oliver Cottam rounding out the top 10. 11th behind them was CJ Morgan ahead of Harry Smith and Adam Parker. Jensen Bell had a fairly quiet race there. Completing the top 15 was Jamie Good. Next home, Jack Bradell ahead of Donovan Dyer. Decent debut for him, finishing ahead of Adam Harding, Zach Palmer and Jacob Baldry rounding out the top 10. He held off the efforts of Kieran Roberts and Sandro Ballesteros all the way. Behind them were Riley Price and Joel Ryan, then Charlie Constable. Luke Scrooby, having repaired his damage from race 1, was 26th. 27th home was Jonathan Moore ahead of Alex Mostav, Oscar Dix after his couple of spins, and Cole Lynch completing the finishes after her spin on the final lap. Well, pleasingly, all 30 cars made it home that time through. Well done indeed to all the youngsters. We'll be going into our lunch break shortly. We'll have we're going to take only a short lunch break. It'll only be about 15 minutes, I think, for our lunch break before we bring on the Praga Cup for their 1-hour race. Well, hopefully we'll be down in Parc Fermé with you and Dunlop in just a moment with the junior saloon car racers. We'll hear from them hopefully in a minute or two. We're now into a short lunch break, and then the Praga Cup will be out fairly shortly for their 1 hour race.
Okay, here we are then in one of our Praga garages. Got Jem Hepworth here. Now, Jem, yesterday didn't go to plan. And those at home will notice that this car was silver yesterday. What's going on?
Yes, so we have actually entered a different car for today for me and Alex, usually the Arden car, so we know it's a good car, and basically the other car is still going out, but Jack Fabby's driving it, so
We'll
still be on
speak
the grid.
to Jack, yeah.
But yeah, hopefully we're looking at a better day today with, obviously a Generation 5 car as well, and I prefer that car, so it's looking good.
So you're going out qualifying shortly, and in the race you'll be going out first, so we will see you racing today, fingers crossed.
Yes, I will actually get some seat time today, I can confirm that. All going well, obviously the car hasn't had really a shakedown, so we'll see how it goes, but fingers crossed.
Now, of course, all these cars are very similar, so although you're getting into this car sort of for the first time today, shouldn't be too much issue, should there?
No, definitely. Shouldn't be too much issues. We definitely deserve a better day for the whole team today. Yeah. Yesterday was a bit of a rough one for all of us, so yeah, we'll see how it goes.
We've got to mention track conditions.
Yes, wet. It's been a long time since I've done Silverstone in the wet, but I have confidence in the car. You just got to trust the aero around these sorts of tracks, so yeah, we'll just go for it and keep the heat in the tyres hopefully, and yeah, get a good lap time in for quali.
Jem, best of luck.
Thank you, guys.
Right, let's move around the paddock and see who else we can speak to before we go Praga racing. Here we are with Jay Morton. Jay, just making Ben Collins a cup of tea here, milk 2 sugars. Now, yesterday you were in a really good position, but something happened in the pit lane. Ben tells us you keep telling the story. Tell us.
Yeah, I think I owe Ben a cup of tea and a cup of coffee, to be honest, and a bit more. I put it down to just lack of experience, I think. Started out like we got back in the car, started really well, felt really strong in the car, and then I flew around the corner and just saw the pit penalty board, and I'm struggling to read it. I got on the net to the mechanics, but I couldn't hear them at the high revs, so I'm shouting down the thing saying, "Do I pit? Do I pit?" I'm not blaming them at all. I just couldn't hear what they were saying, so I ended up sticking it in, and then they were shouting at me, "What are you doing?" But yeah, I was kicking myself yesterday, but it's over. Today's a new day.
But apart from that, how were you finding the car?
Yeah, really good. Like the car, the setup, everything feels great. My lap times are coming down considerably. I was putting in strong lap times. I reckon I'd have got down to a 53, which is the same as what the pros are doing.
I mean, it was a crazy day, not just for Praga, but for this garage as well. So many stories going on. What are you looking forward to today? What can you hope for?
I'm kind of glad it's raining because it kind of resets the board, and yeah, just get out there and just get a feel for the car and start putting in some decent times.
Jay, best of luck qualifying and the race.
Thank you.
Cheers. Right, let's go and speak to Jimmy and Gordy. Okay, we have found Jimmy and Gordy. Guys, again, another ridiculous day in Praga yesterday, full of entertainment for us watching. How is the mood in camp?
It's mixed. I think it could have been a lot worse. We had a lot of misfortune yesterday, and fortunately for us, so did the 77 Mattel car. Luckily, we were over 50% of the race, so we still got points. So the championship gap has actually been closed anyway. So the mood is of disappointment, but relief at the same time.
Jimmy, what happened out on track, and is it fixed most importantly?
Yeah, all fixed now. Basically, it was just a short, which then caused some wires to melt, which is not great. But on track, I was just driving down the pit straight, and then everything turned off. And you can see the onboard footage. I'm frantically pressing stuff, and nothing's working. And I said, "Oh dear, oh bother." And just rolled to a halt. But yeah, it should be good now. You know, the guys they're always really on it here. You know, we've got a great couple of mechanics on our car. So if anyone's going to get that all sorted and get us out again for today, it's going to be them. So.
Now, we saw at Snetterton when things didn't go your way in race 1, you drove like madman in race 2. Looking to do the same again?
Yeah, absolutely. You need to see, I mean, earlier in the year we struggled in the wet conditions, but I think now we've got a much better understanding of the car. So I think if anything, we're both really excited to get going today and see how we do.
Now, as the AM, you're going to be going out first today. Got any instructions?
Don't do what I did yesterday and spin at Cops at 100 or whatever it was mile an hour. So basically, take it easy, build it up slowly, and just probably be out there for quite a bit of time, just get used to the conditions. Gordy, you know, being the man he is, just doesn't really need that many laps to get quick. I need a few. So really, yeah, just build up a bit slowly. I think is my instructions from Gordy.
Now it's going to be wet. We know from you love the wet conditions, so you must be looking forward to this.
Yeah, I am. I seem to go quite well at Silverstone in the wet. I think my first ever pole position in Ginetta GT5 Challenge was actually in the wet and the Grand Prix circuit. So yeah, I really like the wet round here. Hopefully it bodes well for us today.
Now, the one thing we've learned, last question, is that reliability is key. Even just finishing races, as we saw yesterday, so important.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of the theme that we see really important in this championship. You know, we can win a lot of races. I think we've been in a lot of position where we've been able to win almost every race, but just with mechanical issues, it can be stripped from you like that. So I think from now on to the rest of the, you know, towards the end of the season, we can't afford any more DNS, because that's what's really going to win or lose the championship for all 5 of the championship contenders.
Guys, we'll let you go qualifying. Go and finish your breakfast. Have a great day, guys. All right, cheers. Right, there we go. So qualifying, this is a pre-qualifying interview. So Dave Gollard is going to bring you up to speed and talk you through the action for our second Praga race of the weekend.
24 car we've seen has come in. That's James Whitley in second place in the number 70 Team Brit BMW. So with a lot of the front runners having now made their stops, yes, the 69 Clio and the 11 Clio are in as well. The TSR Golf, the Class 3 leader, has come in. The number 89 Clio as well. There's the 69 Clio, James Black now on board. He rejoins. Great looking car, the latest generation Clio. And the leader has come in as well, and second place. So the 2 leaders are in. Lucky Kara coming in to hand over to Lee Frost. James Alford brings the Golf in as well. Team Brits have come in. Chris Overend will take over. The SVG, the Dayton Motorsport Ginetta, has gone back out and it hasn't lost a lap, so I think it's just taken its drive-through penalty, and I think then will come back in to do its regular pit stop. I don't think you can you can't do the drive-through penalty and take your mandatory pit stop at the same time. That's a Golf off. It's not James Alford, that name's crossed out on the window. You can see it's the 88 of Dave Beecroft and Harry Rice off at Beckett's. That car was that car's actually listed as being in the pit lane. It must have just come back out. We can now head down into pit lane with Ewan. I believe he's with the Westbourne Motorsport team running their Clios today. Down to Ewan in the pits in a second.
Cheers, Dave, here with Jack Meakin, second in the Clio class, currently just handed over to his teammate, still behind Charlie Hand, but still great start for you in this one.
Yeah, really good. Really positive to make up a few places at the start, and just had a good battle. So James is in a good place now, so hopefully we can get a business.
When James got in the car, he was banging his chest, he's ready to go, isn't he?
Yeah, he's been pumped up after that first race. I think he really wants it.
And third place this morning, looking to go one better today.
Yeah, for sure, 1 or 2 maybe if we can, but yeah, we'll just give it our best shot and see what we can do. Yeah, take it from there really.
How much different are track conditions now than they were a couple of hours ago?
Earlier it was really patchy and slippery and damp, and the car was sliding everywhere, but now the track feels really good. It's probably the best it's felt all weekend, so yeah, I think it's going to be really good.
2 podiums in the Clio would be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah, fingers crossed.
Well, mate, good luck.
Perfect, thank you.
Clio class, second position currently. That is Jack Meakin, handed over to his teammate. Back to you, Dave Goddard.
Yes, thanks, Ewan. Now, your race leader is the man we've just heard mentioned, Charlie Hand in the Clio. He's now leading overall. He's yet to stop. The other cars that have yet to stop are the 111 of... Well, he isn't anymore, Axel van der Veen, because he's coming in now to serve his mandatory stop. He's already served his drive-through penalty for jumping the restart. So the only other car that has yet to stop is the number 7 Golf in Class 3. Oh, and the 74 car, the Mark Leo in his Ginetta, has got a stop-go penalty. A 1-second stop-go penalty. Presumably, that is for a short pit stop. So they've got to have a 1-second stop-go penalty. Their pit stop must have been 1 second too short, so that'll pretty much ruin the 74 car's chances of victory, because they already had a success penalty, of course. Here's a replay. This is what happened to the Dave Beecroft Harry Rice Golf. I think it was Harry Rice that had just taken over. He locks up, avoiding the Ginetta, I think, there, and the car slides to a halt. Doing well to avoid the gravel there on the outside, because if he got stuck in that gravel trap, that would have been a safety car. Well stopped by the driver of that Golf. Yes, we think it was possibly Harry Rice on board. Whether it was him or Dave Beecroft, I'm not too sure, because that, at the time that happened, it was listed as being in the pits. Whether they had changed drivers or not, we don't know. Charlie Hand has now come in, so the only car that has yet to stop... I've done it again. Didn't get to finish the sentence. The number 7 Golf comes in of Finn Jones to hand over to Anthony Rogers. So that means everybody's made their pit stops. The Ginetta number 74 has just served its stop-go penalty. Mark Lee and Owen Hizzy for a short pit stop. Hopefully we won't see any more penalties in... Oh, we will. Car 77. They were leading Class 3. Rob Taylor and Mark Jones. They've got a drive-through penalty for a safety car infringement. So presumably that means overtaking while the safety car was out. So 77, now driven by Rob Taylor, is going to have to perform a drive-through penalty. We'll wait to see how things cycle through then for the leaders. But I think we can head down to pit lane with the Simon Green Motorsport squad, where Ewan Dunlop's about to find out what happened to the number 40 car. He's talking to Jasper Sapra.
So, Jazz, car 40 saw you retire. What happened, mate?
I don't really know. I think I might have spun it, and then didn't start after that.
Couldn't get it started?
No. We're not sure. We're just checking the data out now.
Now, we know you had troubles with your car, which is why you switched to Brian's. Are either of you going to be racing tomorrow?
Yeah, we will. I've got my 36 out there. We'll use that.
Now, we see you looking at some data on the car. Is that just your in-car footage there? Trying to work out what happened?
Yeah.
Mate, we'll let you go work out. Hopefully see you tomorrow.
Yeah, all good, mate. Thanks.
Cheers, buddy. Thanks. Okay, so Jazz Sapra, fingers crossed, racing tomorrow. Back to you, Dave.
Thanks, Ewan. The number 70 car, Team Brit, has come in to the pits for a second time. We haven't had notification of a penalty for that car, so I presume that's a problem for Chris Overend. And that's a great shame, because they were on for a second Class 2 win. If that is a problem, then Class 2 will be led by Paul Goodlad in the BW Scirocco. There's Peter Dilnut. He's, I think, leading the Ginetta G40 class. Yes, he is. He's just taken the lead back again from the 91 of Julian Daniel. Charlie Hand in the pits, as is the number 7 Golf, being taken over by Anthony Rogers. I think this is going to give the lead to the number 24 Ginetta of Ian Astley, but we'll wait and see when everything has cycled through, because Lee Frost's now on board the 98 car. There's the 74, we know that's had a penalty. Number 70 car's back out there after a second pit stop. The pit window has just closed, but that matters not because everybody's made their stops. Now, who's going to emerge from all this with the lead of the race? We know 98 had to serve an additional 15 seconds at its pit stop. Here's a nice little battle. 13, Darren Gerhardt's in the Clio. Paul Goodlad in his Scirocco, and 35 is Harry Yardley Rose in the Golf. One of the Ginetta G40s, the 62 car that is, Alex Turnbull in there as well. Great variety further down the field. So it's SVG Motorsport number 24 with Neil Wallace on board that's got the lead. Second place behind them is the Mazda RX-8 with Johnny Mack on board, and I think he's just taken the lead away from the Ginetta. We'll pick them up in a moment, but behind him is Lee Frost, so the BMW will be looking good here. He's less than a second behind Mac G Racing as we watch one of the midfield scraps. This is for about 13th place overall, and there is your new leader in Class 2 with that additional stop for the Team Brit BMW. That's the Scirocco. Paul Goodlad could be heading for a class win. That's going to damage championship hopes perhaps for the number 70 of Team Brit, which would be a shame. So at the timing line with 29 laps completed, Mac G Racing, the Mazda RX-8 led, but Lee Frost was just behind them by less than a second. SVG Motorsport briefly led for a lap, but they're down to third. Fourth is the Datum Motorsport Ginetta. That's another 31 seconds back, ahead of the number 74 of SVG Motorsport. They're the two cars that had to serve penalties. Hopefully we'll pick up the leaders in a moment. Charlie Hand, of course, had to serve an additional penalty at his pit stop, so the Clio class is now led by number 69. There are the Clio leaders, and that's 3 cars together on track, because second in the Clio class is number 11. There he is, of Richard Ashmole, and third in that class is Charlie Hand. So this is the battle for the lead in the Clios. We'll pick up the overall leaders in a moment. They've just gone over the line. It is the Mazda that leads. That's all cycled through now. So the Mazda leads with the white BMW of Lee Frost on its tail. And James Black is going to try and get a move on. We heard how fired up he was. He's going to try and pull away from the number 11 of Richard Ashmole, and in particular treble 5 of Charlie Hand. He wants another class win here to extend his championship lead. He'll have been told, I would think, that Team Brit have had to make a second stop. No further penalties, which is good to know. The number 7 Golf, which was the last car to pit, hasn't re-emerged. I believe the overall lead has just changed. They're in the background there, just behind this lot. As through goes Charlie Hand. It's hard to know where to look here. Charlie Hand's just taken Richard Ashmole for second in the Clio class, but if we look behind them, there are the overall leaders, and Lee Frost has just taken the lead in the BMW ahead of Johnny McGregor in his Mazda RX-8. Now they've got to navigate their way through this lot. Well, here it comes then, this great gaggle of cars. The overall, they're in there somewhere. There they are. Kara leads it, and the Mazda's gone wide there, I think, trying to get around the back markers. Johnny Mack, yes, there he is. He's almost blinded by Clios and Golfs. But this is a great run by the Mazda. Can they get a podium here? They debuted this car as new last season. Had quite a few teething troubles with it. Was in the top 6 in race 1, and now up there in second, flashing the lights. Get out of the way, he's saying to the back markers. He wants to try and attack that BMW and try and get the lead back. Johnny McGregor. He's got Charlie Hand ahead of him, who's still second in the Clios behind the Westbourne Motorsport number 69. That car's going well, up there in 6th overall. Here comes the Mazda. Look out, Charlie Hand. Doesn't leave him room there. He's concentrating on his own race. He wants to get up there with James Black in the 69 car. Number 11, Richard Ashmole, down to third in the Clio, 7th overall. Then we've got Scott Simons and the 28 Clio, now driven by Matt Cherrington, rounding out the top 10 overall. Class 3 is now led by James Alford, the 55 Golf. No success penalty, you see. And still third overall, the number 24. There's the Ginetta. Neil Wallace now at the wheel and taken over from Ian Astley, who built up a good advantage for him in that car. Could we see SVG Motorsport's second car effectively on the podium? Two other Ginettas are quite a way behind him. Axel van Nedderveen in the treble 1 is 4th, and the 74 is 5th with Mark Lee on board. Their race was rather undone by a stop-go penalty. Triple 1 got a drive-through penalty as well for jumping the restarts. 9 minutes of the race to go. That's the 24. I believe we can head down to Ewan Dunlop in the pits. He's with the SVG Motorsport team. We can find out what's happened with car 74.
Second place in our first race today. That's a proper battle out there, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I was struggling earlier with a bit of understeer, which I couldn't work out on how to make it better or worse. I was just dropping time, and then the safety car came off, and then another Ginetta got past us all before the timing line. So then he was holding us up for a bit, and then just to stop it all off, when I came into the pits, pit limiter worked, but the pit timer packed up, so we didn't know what time was. So, and then we found out that we were 1 second under, and then we had to do a 1 second stop and go, which ruined our race really. But as Mark's right on one of the Ginetta's tails, so hopefully we can keep on pushing.
You've got a quality driver in the car there, haven't you?
Yes, definitely, and I believe he can do the job.
Brilliant. Good luck.
Cheers, thank you.
Back to you, Dave.
Yes, thanks very much. 7.5 minutes of the race to go now, and the Race Lab BMW is pulling away. 8 seconds to the good now against the Mac G Racing Mazda. Still Neil Wallace fighting on in that third place. How far ahead of the two pursuers is he? 16 seconds clear of Axel van Nedderveen. It's a great run by what is nominally the second car for SVG Motorsport. Just spoken to Owen Hizzy, who drives their number 1 machine, but their race was spoilt by that penalty. And there are the two Ginettas fighting before. Dayton Motorsport ahead of the SVG Motorsport car of Mark Lee, 4th and 5th. Still the Clio's fighting for 6th overall. What's the gap between the 69 of Black and the treble 5 of Charlie Hand now? 1.1 seconds. Mark Lee moving up on Axel van Nedderveen to try to take 4th overall. The lead gap is now 10 seconds, and the gap between 2nd and 3rd is now just over 10 seconds as well. So the gap between 3rd and 4th is going to be one to watch, because the Dayton Motorsport car took 3 seconds out of Neil Wallace last time through. That's Van Nedderveen closing in on the 3rd place car. Can Neil Wallace hang on for an overall podium? There he is, he's in among the Clios for the Clio gap as they come over the line. Here they are, 3/4 of a second in it. Charlie Hand is going for it. He wants another class win here to extend his championship lead. Team Brits. Now, are Team Brit catching the JW Bird Scirocco of Paul Goodlad? Yes, they are. Last lap was 4 seconds quicker than the Scirocco. The BMW is only less than 7 seconds behind them now. Might even be less than that. Yeah, 4.2 seconds down. He's taken another 4 seconds out of him. 3 seconds out of him, I should say. So here come the Clios. There's battles everywhere you look for class honours. What about class 3? We'll take a quick look away from the Clio actions, look at the timing screen. Yeah, that looks okay in favour of the Saxon Golf, number 55. There we see our class leaders. Overall top 3 is the same for Class 1. Class 2 is the Scirocco ahead of the BMW and the Orex Golf, which we saw spin earlier. Class 3, it's Golfs all the way, the 55 ahead of the 35 and the 77. We know about the Clios. It's still Peter Dillnot who leads the G40 class for the smaller Ginettas. Talking of Ginettas, the 111 and the 74 go over the line, 1.3 seconds apart now. That's the fight for 4th. They're 8.5 seconds behind Neil Wallace in 3rd place. They could catch him here with a bit of luck. And there's the lead battle in Class 2. Chris Overend's got Paul Goodlad in his sights now in the 64 Scirocco. This could reignite their championship challenge. Here they are into Copse. BMW is hunting down the VW ahead of him after he had to make an extra stop. We know not why that was. Didn't have any notification of a penalty for the Team Brit BMW. Lead gap is over 13 seconds now for Lee Frost over the Mazda in 2nd place of Johnny Mack, as we call him. Here's our 3rd place man. He's got the Clio battle behind him. And now Charlie Hand is right on the tail. Less than a quarter of a second down on James Black. There's Mark Lee, trying to make his way past a couple of back markers. Here's the Clio battle. It's right on the bumper of James Black in the 69 car now. Is he going to get ahead here into Brooklands? There's Neil Wallace, the Ginetta, in 3rd place. Charlie Hand's ready to make his move. James Black covers the inside line in the Westbourne car. They are both Westbourne Motorsport cars. There's clearly no team orders. Blue, pink and yellow machine that leads the way. With the orange and white, so I christened it Nemo at the last round. The blue and yellow one must be Dory then. No time to stop for fishing here though. It's less than 3 minutes of this race to go. The gap for 3rd and 4th is now down to 5 seconds. Here's Axel van Nederveen going to run out of time to catch Neil Wallace for an overall podium here. There's van Nederveen. There's Wallace. Here comes Charlie Hand. He's up the inside into Beckett's. He's right on the limit there. Locks it up. He's got to the inside. They're side by side into the Wellington Straight. They almost lean on each other. He's going through. Charlie Hand, is he going to take the lead of the Clio class? Van Nederveen's going to try and make it 3 wide down the straight. This is going to be interesting into Brooklands because Black moves back to the inside. It's going to be a contest of the late breakers. Van Nederveen's moved ahead of them right into their braking zone there. They're still side by side. Hand's almost got the overlap as they head towards Luffield. He's going to have the inside line for the right-hander. Look out, Ginetta. Oh, that was close. And Charlie Hand had to back off there. Look at this. Now Mark Lee going round the outside. Oh, the 54 car doesn't know where to go. He's caught right in the middle of all that. Goodness me. They bounce off each other there. Oh, that was inevitable that there was going to be a bit of contact in there. Poor old number 54, John Wood, in the back-marking Ginetta, didn't know where to go to get out of the way there. And Charlie Hand just bounced off him coming out of Woodcut. So James Black, in the upshot of all that, is he still leads the Clios. Goodness gracious. Meanwhile, almost unnoticed by all of them, Lee Frost is heading for a 2nd win in the BMW started by Lucky Kera. 16 seconds clear. Mac G Racing are going to be very pleased indeed with 2nd place in their Mazda, started by Josh Tomlinson, with the best result for that car so far. Who's going to take 3rd? 3.2 seconds between SVG Motorsport and the 111 of Axel van Nederveen, the Dayton Motorsport Ginetta. Meanwhile, while we were looking at the Clios there, the lead has changed in Class 2. And Chris Overend has got the BMW ahead of the Scirocco of Paul Goodlad. There's Mark Lee still giving chase to Axel van Nederveen, so the fight for 4th is not over yet. There are the Clios behind them. Number 4, Scott Simons, wants to get involved in this as well. We're on the last lap now, I think. 30 seconds on the clock. It's going to be a win for the number 98 BMW. Still classes to be resolved. I don't think Axel van Nederveen's going to catch Neil Wallace here. I think he's going to run out of time. We see the gap there. I think it's going to be very slightly too great. 3 Ginettas together. It's going to be a win for the BMW of Lee Frost and Lucky Kera. He's gone through there, Lee Frost to start. Now he's on his final lap. Welcome back after the lunch break then, ladies and gents, here at a rather damp Silverstone. We just about fitted the Brick Car Trophy race in from yesterday there, but now it's time to go Praga racing. This is race 2 for the Praga Cup UK this weekend. 9 cars out there. It's the amateur drivers that go first this time. They went second yesterday. It's the number 4 car of Raw Motorsport in pole position. Ben Stone starts. Rob Weldon will take over. Alongside them, the 87 car, started by Jimmy Broadbent, and that will be taken over by Gordy Much. Row 2, car number 2. We didn't see car 2 out yesterday. That's an invitation class car, and it is Jack Fabi in that car, driving solo, making his return to Praga for the first time this year. Alongside yesterday's winner, the University of Wolverhampton car, started by Shane Kelly. Stefano Lini takes over. Row 3, number 77, Mittel cars. They failed to finish yesterday. Charles Hall starts. Scott Mittel takes over, alongside the number 84 car, which is the Idola Motorsport car, the Bridle twins. Chris Bridle starts. The 4th row, the number 29, started by Dan Gore, sharing with Chippy Westmail. Then it's the 24, started by Jem Hepworth, with Alex Fors taking over. And finally the 85 car, which is started by Jay Morton. Ben Collins will take over. It'll be a 1-hour race with a mandatory pit stop, a 15-minute pit window after 20 minutes of racing, and we are underway with the second Praga Cup UK race of the weekend. Good start up the inside there by Jack Fabi in car number 2. Saw him sharing with Charlie Martin last season, of course, when the cars ran in combined with the Brick Car Endurance Championship, but a standalone series this year. It is Ben Stone in the newly liveried car number 4 who takes up the early running. There's Chris Bridle, car number 84. 29 Dan Gore runs a bit wide there into Beckett's corner for the first time. Praga's underway for their second race of the weekend. The qualifying session took place this morning. Great start by Charles Hall in the 77 coming through there. He's up into second place, and they're eager to make up for lost points. That car dropped out of yesterday's race, and the 87 car hit problems as well. Jimmy Broadbent on board the 87, sharing with Gordy Much, but it's Shane Kelly going through there into 3rd place. Yesterday, University of Wolverhampton took their first ever win in the Praga Cup UK, courtesy of Kelly and Stefano Lini. But it's Ben Stone who leads for Raw Motorsports, sharing with Rob Weldon. Watch for Jack Fabi. Now, he's in the invitation class, so he won't score points, driving solo in this race. His next event is the Le Mans Classic at the wheel of a Tiger Group C car. A lucky man. Chasing Jimmy Broadbent in the 87. There are pit stop penalties in this race as well. Thank you, Lucy Berman, for sending through details of those during the break there. The number 4 car that's leading has an extra 5 seconds to serve at its pit stop. The 29 car of Chippy Westmail and Dan Gore, it's Dan Gore on board at the moment, will serve an extra 10 seconds on the mandatory pit stop. And yesterday's winners, Shane Kelly and Stefano Lini, the number 11, will serve an extra 15 seconds stationary in the pits. Way to go yet, though. The window opens after 20 minutes of racing. It is Ben Stone under fire. Here comes Charles Hall, the former GT racer, on the inside at Copse Corner. Doesn't manage to get through. Stone runs a bit wide. This is Charles Hall's opportunity. Up there with him is Shane Kelly. 3 of them together for the lead here as they head towards Beckett's. They're only on the 3rd lap of the race, and up the inside, Charles Hall. Can he get the car stopped there through Beckett's? He runs wide on the exit. Ben Stone goes back ahead. Kelly tucks in behind them. And again, it's a 1-hour race, but they're treating it like a 15-minute sprint, running effectively the other way round to yesterday. The amateur drivers going first this time. Charles Hall flashing the lights up the inside, passes Ben Stone. He's not going to outbrake himself through Brooklands, as you know. He takes the lead in the number 77 Mittel Cars machine that led the championship coming into this weekend. But Ben Stone fighting back. You can see him get the rear wheels spinning up there. And here comes Shane Kelly in the number 11 through on the inside. Broadbent is 4th in the Fanatec 87 car. And we've got the number 2, which is Jack Fabi, riding solo. The other car that is usually driven solo is Rod Goodman, but sadly unable to race this weekend. He's picked up an injury, so get well soon, Rod. Ben Stone trying to retake second place there. Fourth, and closing in is Broadbent. Then we've got Fabi. Sixth is Chris Bridle in the 84. Dan Gore, the ex-single-seater racer, in number 29. The second of the Mattel Cars entries is seventh. That car finished in second place yesterday from the back of the grid. Praga Team 85 started by Jay Morton, the ex-SAS soldier, sharing with Ben Collins, the former Stig, in 8th place. And 9th is the number 24, started this time by Jem Hepworth, the former Praga and Brick Car champion, shared with Danny Harrison a couple of years ago in a Praga to win the Brick Car Endurance title. She's sharing with the GB3 single-seater race winner Alex Forbes. He's in the fourth lap. This is the second inning for the lead. Shane Kelly is on the attack. He's already done the fastest lap of the race, 58.996. Yesterday it was Gordy Much in the 87 car, got the fastest lap of the race of 52.884 seconds. We are trying to establish if that is an outright record for this circuit. Is he the fastest car ever to go round the Silverstone National Circuit? Running a bit wide onto the grass there, that's Jack Fabi. Been out of shape through Beckett's, but he gathers it all up. He might lose out there to Chris Bridle in the 84. A long way to go yet for these identical Praga R1s. 365 brake horsepower, generating 3 Gs in the corners at times. Very specialised race cars built by the Praga company based in the Czech Republic. Been into them for over 115 years now. It's not just race cars they build carts, motorcycles, trucks, military vehicles, even aircraft in the Czech Republic. Seen their name on race trucks in the past, including in the Dakar Rally as well. There's Jack Fabi. Started his career in the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Shows what a driver starting his or her career there can achieve now in historic Group C racing. He'll be on track at Le Mans in company of Peugeot 905s, Porsche 962s, Silk Cut Jaguars, and much more. Yes, I am very jealous, as you can tell. Here are the leaders. 77, Charles Hall. It'll be the boss of Mattel Cars, Scott Mattel, who will take over that car. Stefano Lini, a very quick sports prototype racer, will take over from Shane Kelly, who used to be rivals on track in the F3 Cup Series. There's Bridle now ahead of Fabi, further back to Silver Cars. It's the battle for 5th place. 87 of Broadbent in 4th. 1.3 seconds off the podium places at the moment. Bit of confusion on the timing screen at the moment as to who's in the cars. It is Charles Hall starting the 77 car because Scott Mattel started yesterday. It is Shane Kelly in number 11. It's Ben Stone in number 4, not Rob Weldon. And 87 is being driven by Jimmy Broadbent. I don't know why the timing screen has changed there from the team names. Jay Morton and Jem Hepworth down at the back of the field having their own scrap at the moment. Side by side there, the 29 car up alongside Jack Fabi. That's Dan Gore at the wheel of the number 29. Less than 4/10 of a second in it for the lead. Shane Kelly trying to close up. Fabi staying ahead there, but Dan Gore cuts to the inside in the number 29, and he goes through up into 6th position. There's Jay Morton, car number 85. Heavily involved with the production of SAS Who Dares Wins on television. Jack Fabi attacking back again. Didn't see him out yesterday. Swings his way into Brooklands. Dan Gore runs a little bit wide in the number 29. Continues to drizzle with rain here at Silverstone. Shane Kelly's got the lead gap down, that's less than 2/10 of a second on the tail of Charles Hall. Ben Stone in 3rd place. Leaders nose to tail. They are some 4 seconds clear now of Stone in third. Remember, they've got those pit penalties to serve as well. The 77 doesn't have a pit penalty, so this could play into their hands. They try and retake the lead of the championship. Shane Kelly has a lunge there towards Brooklands down the Wellington Straight. Not close enough. The 77 moves to cover the line. The Mattel car's entry ahead of the University of Wolverhampton car, looked after by their motorsport engineering students. They were certainly in celebratory mood yesterday. The car taking its first ever win. They never even finished on the podium before. Two issues on the timing screen here. A couple of the names incorrect at the moment. Apologies there. It is Charles Hall in the 77. It's Ben Stone in the number 4. It's Jimmy Broadbent in the 87. And Dan Gore in the 29. 85 is driven by Jay Morton. We're up to 10 minutes gone. Leaders still nose to tail. Charles Hall, who raced GT cars in various guises for a number of years. That's as the amateur driver in this pairing, though, the Pro-Am nature of this series. Broadbent has almost caught Ben Stone now in the battle for third place. Splitting into 2 pairings. Front of the field. While this battle is going on, we can head down into the pit lane with Ewan Dunlop, and he's at the Mittel Cars garage. I believe he's got Scott Mittel with him.
Cheers, Dave, here with Scott Mittel after yesterday. Brilliant start.
Yeah, absolutely. Charles made a great start. He loves these conditions, so yeah, not the best qualifying. We were 5th overall, so but he's got himself up to the lead. Only just in front of Shane Kelly at the moment, though, so I think that's going to be a bit tight. But no, he's doing a good job.
Now, in terms of the championship, after you...
Always said, winner when we can, stick on podium every time, which we've pretty much done when the cars worked. So yeah, we're still in the championship, so there's 29 cars joint second, so it's good for us.
Now, Pro's out second today, you must be raring to go.
Yeah, can't wait to get back in the cars, to be honest. So yeah, we're disappointed.
I'll let you keep on watching, well done.
Cheers, thank you.
There we go, Scott Mittel taking over from our leader Charles. Well, if you're still our leader in about 20 minutes or so. And back to you, Dave.
Thanks, Ewan. Here's the battle for third place, meanwhile. Ben Stone chased by Jimmy Broadbent in the 87, the world's most famous sim racer, as he is known. Does a lot of work with the Gran Turismo franchise, but this is not playing Gran Turismo, this is the real thing. He's got the headlights on, he's chasing down Ben Stone in the Raw Motorsport car for third place, and now Shane Kelly is really getting aboard in the battle for the lead. He's going for the outside, down the straight, he's got the better exit there, but he gets a bit of a twitch off the curb there, coming out of Luffield. Brave move, getting onto those curbs in the wet is not something you want to do, because it'll start you sliding. Shane Kelly, the ex-Formula 3 single-seater driver, raced for University of Wolverhampton in the F3 Cup. Going for the inside here, coming out of Cops. The 77 went a little bit wide. Now Kelly jinks across to the left. Which side's he going to go? He's trying to bamboozle Charles Hall here. Hall holds him off into Beckett's. Will he try and get him on the run down the Wellington Straights? Tighter line taken by Charles Hall. Meanwhile, Chris Bridle is still 5th. The 29 of Dan Gore is up to 6th. Jack Fabi dropping to 7th. And a gap back to Jay Morton and Jem Hepworth, the tail of the field in the 85 and the 24. Two leaders still nose to tail. Shane Kelly to the inside this time, but again, Hall is earlier on the power coming out of the turn. Down the pit straight. There's Ben Stone still in third place, getting a bit sideways off the curb again there, chased by Broadbent. Another 7 seconds covers the top 4. 0.3 of a second covers the top 2. Here they come down towards Beckett's once again. few minutes until the pit window opens. Shane Kelly's got the fastest lap of the race of 58.996. Several seconds off the pace that Gordy Much was setting yesterday. Gordy Much got clear into the lead, but then just after the pit stops, the 87 car suffered an electrical gremlin. Two leaders together, still through Brooklands and Luffield. They're over 5.5 seconds clear now of the fight for third place. In the second race of the weekend for the Praga Cup UK. Stone a little way clear now of Broadbent. The gap was 0.7 of a second. Shane Kelly has another look as they go down towards the right-hander at Coupe scoring. Won't get through there, not close enough. Towards Beckins once again for the 15th time in this race. Kelly again takes the wider line on the entry. Here's a battle further back meanwhile. Dan Gore being chased by Jack Fabi. This is the battle for 6th position. There's the 84 up ahead of them. That's Chris Bridle. Pro driver of the pairing is his twin brother Ed. He's the quicker of the two. He started out racing in karts at the Buckmore Park venue in Kent, among other places. Dan Gore first rose to prominence in the F1000 single-seater series for little motorcycle engine single-seaters. Now Shane Kelly has another look going into the right-hander at Cops corner. Again, he's not close enough. University of Wolverhampton team cheering him on. They got a bit of support in our comment thread earlier on. Spray being thrown up by these very high downforce cars as Kelly goes to the inside. Is he going to make a move there? No. Charles Hall moves to cover in the 77 Mittel cars entry. Kelly will try again down the inside into Luffield and bang! Oh my goodness, round they both go. Well, I don't think Charles Hall realised the attack was coming there from Shane Kelly. Both the leaders have spun out at Luffield. Shane Kelly the first to get going again. He goes over the edge of the gravel, so does Charles Hall. So that's given the lead to Ben Stone. So this battle is now for the lead between Stone and Broadbent. Now, have they both got going again? Yes, there's Charles Hall. A fairly optimistic dive there by Shane Kelly. And Charles Hall, as he turned in, I think they just didn't see Kelly was there. It was just the lightest touch there that sent them both spinning. Shane Kelly has got going again in third place, but it is now Ben Stone for Raw Motorsports who leads the way from Jimmy Broadbent. They're separated by 0.3 of a second. Broadbent can sense a chance to have a go for the lead here. Kelly's still going in third place. Charles Hall, I think, is down to 5th. Down towards the left at Brooklands. This battle was for third place a lap ago. Now it's for the lead. Broadbent is in attacking mode. He's got the headlights on to try and intimidate Ben Stone in this newly re-liveried number 4 car over the last couple of meetings. Designed by Frank Stevenson, who also liveried the blue and gold number 7 car that we saw out at the start of the season at Silverstone. Right-hander at Cops corner. Kelly still third, Bridle 4th. There's Charles Hall still going in 5th, so no damage to those 2 cars. Here's the battle for 6th. Jack Fabi back up the inside, fighting with Dan Gore. Further back is Jay Morton and Jem Hepworth. The timing screen seems to have sorted itself out. That's good to see. Here come your leaders. A couple of minutes till the pit window is due to open. Shane Kelly trying to close back up again. Still got the fastest lap of the race. The only driver to lap under 59 seconds, Shane Kelly. Going for the inside on Broadbent here. He is one of the quicker of the AM-graded drivers, is Kelly. Side by side with Broadbent up over the start-finish line. Is he going to go through to second place? I think he is. They're absolutely side by side, separated by 0.06 of a second at the line. Jimmy Broadbent's not giving way. He fights back around the outside and holds that second place. harder they start to fight, the more that the number 4 is going to be able to make a break. Ben Stone. Of course, the University of Wolverhampton car has got that 15-second success penalty at the pit stop to serve. He's on the inside here, trying to tackle Broadbent as they come down the Wellington straights. Tiffy Wesmail and Dan Gore have a 10-second penalty, and the 11 car has the 15-second. Number 4, 5 seconds. The 11 car through into second now, ahead of Broadbent. So Shane Kelly up to second, trying to retake the lead after the previous attempt ended in a tangle with the 77. Car is going to be taken over by Gordy Much. We know how fast he is. You can see a replay here of what happened a couple of laps ago. Shane Kelly was up alongside. I don't think Charles Hall realised he was there. He turns in, Kelly's on the inside and wallop. Only a light bit of contact between the two, but enough to send them both spinning around. Shane Kelly was the first to recover. He was down to third, Hall down to fifth. Leaders head into Brooklands, and Broadbent's gone wide. Jimmy Broadbent locking up a bit there, running wide at Brooklands onto the tarmac runoff area. That's allowing the 84 of Chris Bridle to close up as well. Yes, there is Bridle in behind the third place car. It was a very quiet race for Ed and Chris Bridle yesterday. Much better run today. Fabby's back ahead of the 29 car of Dan Gore. And now Shane Kelly has caught Ben Stone for the lead. Meanwhile, the pit window has just opened. Who is going to be the first to stop? We'll probably see some quite early stoppers in this race next time around, with the pros ready to take over. Shane Kelly still harrying Ben Stone for the lead. He'll hand over to Rob Weldon. It'll be Stefano Lini taking over the number 11 car, which has just taken the lead down the Wellington straights. Ben Stone got out wide coming out of Beckett's. Through goes the number 11 into the lead once again. Nice recovery after that spin, but he's gone wide at Brooklands. Shane Kelly makes a mistake and Ben Stone says, OK, I'll take the lead back again. Oh, goodness me. Shane Kelly's not having a lot of luck in this race. Is he going to dive for the pits this time through? No, he's not. Keeps up his pursuit of Ben Stone. None of the top 5 have come in. Is anyone going to come in? It looks like Jack Fabby is. Now he's driving solo, so there'll be no driver change there. Jack Fabby, not a point-scoring car either. He's running in the invitation class. Shane Kelly keeping up his pursuit of Ben Stone, trying to retake the lead once again. Broadbent looking on from third place. Then it's Chris Bridle and Charles Hall. Broadbent's actually lapping quicker than the two leaders last time through. Anybody else come into the pits that time? No, they haven't. Here comes car number 2 of Jack Fabby. Race for Tiger in the Open Sports Car Series before moving to Praga, shared with Charlie Martin last season. Running out wide there is Ben Stone. This time Shane Kelly gets the move done. He's back into the lead. Charles Hall's back up into 4th place. He's got ahead of the number 84 of Chris Bridle. Nobody else making their pit stops just yet. Maybe Hall wants to recover into the top 3 before he comes in. Jack Fabby has to remain stationary for the 2 minutes minimum pit stop time. Of course, if you make a short pit stop, you have to take a penalty. Shane Kelly continues to lead. Broadbent trying to close up on Ben Stone now. Shane Kelly with the new fastest lap of the race, 58.841. He's still, I think, the only driver to lap under 59 seconds. Ben Stone slides a bit wide through Luffield, still very slippery down there. Making a pit stop in the Praga Cup UK on such a short circuit, you lose at least 2 laps. Of course, Jack Fabby can't stay in the car for safety reasons while the fuel is going in, just in case of the fire risk. So he's out of the car while it's refueled. 36.5 minutes still to go. Charles Hall still on his recovery drive. Jack Fabi also has to take a longer pit stop because he is an invitation class runner, because normally it's a Pro-Am car, but Jack Fabi is graded as a Pro. So it's effectively a Pro, that car. We saw that in the opening round of the year on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit with Alex Connor and Tom Canning, the car being shared by two Pro drivers, had to serve a longer pit stop. The 85 car is in, as is the 24, so Jay Morton getting out. It'll be Ben Collins, the former Stig of Top Gear fame, former LMP2 ELMS champion and British Formula 3 racer, among others, getting into the 85 car. Jem Hepworth is in car number 24. She'll be handing over to Alex Fors. And Dan Gore has come in as well in the 29. So it's the runners a bit further back in the order making their stops first. Dan Gore will hand over to Chris Chippy Westmail. '87 of Broadbent still in there behind Ben Stone. The battle for second place. Ricard diving for the pits there. So it was Ben Stone, the number 4, as the number 2 of Fabi heads back out. So Ben Stone is in. It'll be Rob Weldon to take over the number 4. Jimmy Broadbent stays out in second place now behind Shane Kelly, who's just at a 58.666. Number of the beast. Charles Hall is catching Broadbent. Behind him, as the 24 car leaves the pits in the hands of Alex Fors, the GB3 race winner, formerly known as British F3. Very quick single-seater racer. I saw him here in the Monoposto Championship at Silverstone a few years ago in an older Formula 3 car, and he went around Silverstone like lightning in that car. Broadbent still in second, but he's a few seconds behind Shane Kelly now, and he's heading for the pit lane. In comes Jimmy to hand over to Gordy Much, and those who were watching yesterday will know how fast Gordy is. He goes well in wet weather as well. Charles Hall therefore up into second place in the number 77 car. It'll be I think Chris Bridle going through to third. They're the only 3 cars that have yet to stop. So now we've got to wait for everything to cycle through and see where everybody matches up once they've all made their pit stops. Chippy Westmail's on his outlap, so is Ben Collins. So is Alex Fors, and so is Jack Fabi. Jack Fabi with the longer stop. The invitation class car has lost 4 laps making that stop, but of course everybody else still now catch up to as they make their stops. There's the 87. In goes Gordy. Said that some of his quickest drives in his Ginetta GT5 days were in the wets at Silverstone. Charles Hall into the pit lane in the green number 77. Scott Mittel, the boss of Mittel Cars, will take over. So only Shane Kelly and the 84 of the Bridle twins have yet to stop. Got about 7 minutes to do so before the pit window closes. Pit outside the window, you are in trouble. You miss the pit window. Shane Kelly and Chris Bridle, the only 2 non-stoppers left out there. The number 4 car of Rob Weldon has rejoined. There is the 11 car, the University of Wolverhampton machine, looking for a double victory, but of course they've got the longer stop to serve. 29 car has rejoined behind the 85 by about 6.5 seconds, so that's 10 seconds added on for Chippy Westmail. The number 4, of course, had to serve an extra 5 seconds. He's probably going to be somewhere behind Gordy Much. I'll try and work out where they all are. Well, Ben Collins running in 6th place in car number 85, and we can hand down to the pits where his driving partner Jay Morton is talking to Ewan Dunlop.
Cheers, Dave, here with Jay Morton, just handed over to Ben. You started at the back, made up a couple of places.
Yeah, I just felt good in the car. I felt confident in the car, so I managed to push on and just try and build on my pace and try not to lose control of the car as well, because that would be dangerous.
How's the track? I heard a rumour of slicks at one point, but it's not that dry, is it?
It's getting to that point where the wet's drying out, and it's probably too dry for the wets, but I don't think it's going to be slicks weather at all.
I think Ben's got about 15 seconds to catch up on the lead. Do you think he can do it?
If anyone can do it, Ben can, right? Yeah, hopefully. Or at least a podium finish.
Mate, well, I'll let you carry on watching behind you.
Thank you, cheers.
Back to you, Dave.
It's good to hear from Jay Morton. He's improving all the time at the wheel of the number 85 Praga. One of the Praga guest drivers this season, along with the likes of Gordy Much, Jimmy Broadbent and Ben Collins. Also seen another number of celebrity races as well. We saw YouTuber Miles Lacey out earlier this season sharing with Tommy Foster. It's good that Praga has been able to build its brand in this way, certainly getting very well known in the UK thanks to these famous names racing these wonderful cars. Just 2 cars have yet to stop, and guess who's just done the fastest lap? That's right, Gordy Much, straight on it from the off, 58.616 seconds. Now we'll see how things are going to work out. Depends on those pit stop penalties, I think. Ben Collins has caught Scott Mittel. Neither of those cars had pit penalties. Collins goes to the inside, gives it some stig into Beckett's. They rub wheels briefly there, and through goes Collins. Excuse me, says Ben Collins to Scott Mittel. That's a change for 5th position, as it stands at the moment. We won't start working out who's going to slot in where yet, because we've got 2 cars that have still yet to pit. 87 there of Gordy Much. Straight away he was into the quick lap times. He's behind the number 2 of Jack Fabi there, who's running at the back of the field. To make a longer stop as an invitation class car, of course. Over the line goes Much this time. It's a 59.2 because he was caught in that bit of traffic. .31 laps completed by the leader, who has just come into the pits. So Shane Kelly is in to hand over to the very quick Stefano Lini, also a former F3 Cup champion. He's raced in LMP3 cars as well as raced for Radical in GT racing with the RXC prototype as well. He will take over at the wheel of the 11 car, so the only car yet to stop is the Bridles. Chris Bridle running on towards the end of the pit window. It'll be his twin brother Ed who takes over, trying to get an advantage over as many cars as possible here. He's following Chris Bridle, following the 87 of Gordy Much here. And now he comes into the pits, the 84. So that means Gordy Much is effectively the race leader now. Can they stay there? They had a win at Snetterton last time out. We can head down to the Fanatec 87 team now with Ewan Dunlop down in pit lane.
Cheers, Dave, here with Jimmy Broadbent. How was your stint?
Yeah, really good actually. It was sort of drying a little bit as we came through, but it's just there's no wind, it's not warm enough, so it's still well out there. But yeah, good, just trying to find a little bit of pace, trying to find the lines, following some guys who are a bit quicker than me and trying to learn from them. But you know, we managed to stay with the top 3 for the whole thing, so I'm pretty happy with that.
I mean, it chops and changes. You can't take your eyes off Pragas, can you?
No, you can't. That's the problem. Is that take your eye off one of them goes flying off behind you. So, but I keep looking over now because last time there was an interview and Gordy in the car, we stopped. So I'm just keep looking over now to see if we're still going.
I mean, if there's anybody who can bring this home, it's in this one.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's his race. He'll do what he wants of it, so we'll see.
Rumour has it he set the fastest ever lap time around this track yesterday.
Yeah, Gordy is the official lap record holder of this circuit now, so I like to say it's a team effort, of course, but yeah, it's Gordy, definitely.
mate. Go keep watching. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, buddy. Jimmy Broad and hand it over to his teammate there. And they are currently in third position. Can they bring this one home for another win?
Well, it is looking good for them at the moment, thanks, Ewan. Gordy Much some 4.5 seconds ahead of Rob Weldon on track in the red Raw Motorsport number 4. We've got to wait to see where Stefano Lini slots back in the number 11 car. He's just coming out of the pits now. We'll see where he is in relation to the number 87 of Gordy Much. Bridle's still in pit lane, Ed Bridle getting in. We'll see where he comes back in as well. Gordy Much has gone through. 5.3 seconds his lead over the number 4, which is driven by Rob Weldon. For some reason the timing screen's gone back to saying it's Ben Stone in that car. Change what I say, thank you. And behind them is Ben Collins, a further 4.5 seconds back. So Stefano Lini, I think, might be down to 4th place on corrected time. We'll wait and see, because they had to serve that extra pit lane penalty, of course. There's the 24 car. That's Alex Fours on his Praga debut. They didn't get much running yesterday, the 24 car. Jem Hepworth started this car. They're 6 seconds off the 29 of Chippy Westmail. And the Bridle's number 84 has rejoined behind the 24. So we should shortly be able to see where everybody has slotted back in. By the looks of it, it's going to be Gordy Much in the lead. There's the 29 of Westmail on the tail of the 77 of Scott Mittel. So it's all going to be fairly close here. So Much leads from Weldon by 5.7 seconds. Collins is third, a further 4.3 seconds back. There's Ben Collins. Stefano Lini is fourth, 5.5 seconds off Collins. Then it's Scott Mittel, 1.3 seconds off Stefano Lini. Chippy Westmail is 1 second behind him. Alex Fours is 7th, he's 5 3/4 seconds off Chippy Westmail. And next through, 2.2 seconds back, is Ed Bridle. Jack Fabi, the invitation class runner, is a couple of laps back. I think he may have had an issue with his pit stop, because even with the extra pit stop time, there he is. He shouldn't be quite that far back, I don't think. Needs a tiger in his tank if he's going to recover here. So it is Gordy Much with the lead then. Let's see if he's pulling away from Rob Weldon. The gap was 5.7 seconds last time through. It's now 6 seconds. Gordy Much out in front then. Still 24 minutes of the race to go, so a lot could still happen. Rob Weldon just done his personal best lap, 58.9 seconds. We can now hand back to Ewan Dunlop. Now we've worked out all the gaps. He's down in the pits and he's talking to Shane Kelly with the University of Wolverhampton team.
Here we are there with Shane Kelly, car number 11, just handed over to Stefano. A sensational day yesterday, started well today too.
Yeah, great start, and I didn't know what the grip level was going to be. It was getting to that sort of greasy stage, I think. It's fully wet when we went out, and then it just started to get to that horrible stage. And I had an amazing battle with Charlie, and I just tagged him on the way into left field, and I just been to see him and just had a chat, and he's obviously a bit annoyed. But yeah, he was very fair, and I wasn't even attempting to move. I was just going to roll into the middle, but that inside curve just caught me out, and then just enough to tag him, and luckily both of us got on, and we're both rolling. So
again, regardless of the contact, maintain that sort of fairly strong position in the race though.
Yeah, I mean, once I got out of the gravel momentarily, and yeah, I felt really confident on the front end, and we could sort of send it into most of the corners on the front, and that really works. We can just keep generating tyre heat and keep pushing hard, and obviously we got a bit of a success penalty from yesterday, so I tried to pull a gap, and I think we were going about 11 seconds to there, and so yeah, it really worked, and it was a pleasure to drive. I could have stayed out the whole hour, to be honest. It was really fun.
Amazing trophies over there behind you, hoping for a little bit more maybe.
Maybe so, yeah. Steph's good in the wet, so if you can make up that 14-second deficit where we're success, and it's a long race yet, so it gets probably cooling tyres by the end of this.
I'll let you go and watch it. Well done.
Thanks, mate.
Cheers, mate. So car number 11, all on track. David's back to you.
Well, here's the main battle at the moment between the 77 and the 29. This is Scott Mittel and Chippy Westmail. Behind them is the 85 of Ben Collins. Now, he was third And he's dropped back around that lap into 6th position. So is there a problem, I wonder, with the 85 car? Yeah, his last lap was a 1:10. Fastest lap of the race has just been done by Alex Fours in the 24. We said he'd be one to watch. He's just done a 58.501. That's the fastest lap of the race so far, and he's catching Ben Collins. So whether Collins has got a problem with the 85 car, I'm not too sure, but he's dropped from 3rd to 6th on that lap. It is all still fairly close. There's Fours through to the inside. He's just carving past everybody else. Now, can he catch up to our leaders? There is Alex Fours in the black and red car at the back of this group. Closing on Ben Collins. Ahead of them, Chippy Westmail's just got ahead of Scott Mittel. The 29 car moves through into what is now 4th position. It is Gordy Mutch who leads from the number 4 of Rob Weldon. 7 3/4 seconds is the gap. Stefano Lini in 3rd place. Westmail up to 4th. Stefano Lini's 10.5 seconds down now, so the lead gaps between the top 3 are opening out, but for 4th, 5th and 6th it's closing up, and 7th as well, because here comes Alex Fours up towards Beckett's. There is Stefano Lini, number 11, in 3rd position. As you say, he is 10.5 seconds off the leading pair. Timing screen doesn't seem to be able to make up its mind who's in car number 4. It keeps changing the name between Weldon and Stone. It is Rob Weldon in the car. Ben Collins moving up to try and attack. His lap time that time through was back on the pace at 59.6. So I don't know what's happened to the 85, whether he had a moment and ran wide somewhere. He's attacking the 77 of Scott Mittel, but they've got to be mindful that the very rapid Alex Fours is there behind them, replacing the American David Morales in the 24 car for this round, after we saw the man from Miami make his Praga debut at Snetterson. They're going to be 3 wide into Cops here if they play their cards right. Collins goes through, Fours goes through, 77 Scott Mittel, who led the championship along with Charles Hall coming into this round, has lost 2 places. Now Fours is going after Ben Collins. Very quick young racer indeed is Alex Fours. His father Richard is a rapid driver as well. Gordy Mutch leads, but he lost a little bit of ground on his last lap. That was down to about 8.5 seconds. We'll see what it is this time through. Back up to 9 seconds now, so he's gained some ground again. Fours now closing up on Ben Collins. This is for 5th position. Stefano Lini in 3rd is just under 10 seconds behind Rob Weldon. Westmail 3.25 seconds off Stefano Lini. Is that gap coming down? It did on that last lap because Chippy Westmail did his best lap of the race, 58.7. Fours has still got the fastest lap of the race with the 58.5. Trying to close on Ben Collins. This is for 5th and 6th position. Behind them, Scott Mittel down to 7th, then Bridle is 8th, and Jack Fabi at the tail of the field in the number 2. 18 minutes of this race to go, second of the weekend for the Praga Cup UK. Ben Collins on the defensive there. There's our leader. Gordy Mutch lapping in the high 58s at the moment. There's Stefano Lini in 3rd place. Is he catching Rob Weldon? About the same lap times, nearly 10 seconds between the two of them. Chippy Westmail gets the gap down a little to 3rd place. It's now 2.8 seconds. Still this fight rages on for 5th. There are 2 rounds to go in the Praga Cup UK after this, both at Donington Park, up in the Midlands. Of course, the winning team in the Praga Cup UK receives a Praga R1 as the prize. Certainly one of the coolest prizes in motorsport. The winning drivers receive entry to a 24-hour race as their prize. 2nd place receive their entry fees paid for the 2023 Praga Cup UK. And the drivers that finish 3rd in the championship receive a pair of Praga karts. Very impressive karts they are too. Available to have a look at some of their karting products when I visited Praga up in Cheshire, their UK headquarters, recently. Alex Fors on his Praga debut, certainly enjoying himself. Chasing hard after Ben Collins. Can't quite make a move for 5th place yet. Much leads by 10 seconds. Just in his best lap of the race, a 58.568. They're all lapping in the 58s and the 59s at the moment. Here comes Fors on the inside. Ben Collins moves to cover. Getting closer, Alex Fors. He's learned the car very quickly. Runs a little bit wide there through Luffield, trying to get a run onto the pit straight. The lead gap is now 10.3 seconds. Gordy Much pulling away slightly. Stefano Lini is a further 9.6 seconds back. So the gap is fairly stable between Weldon and Lini for 2nd and 3rd. Chippy Westmail in 4th place, still 2.5 seconds off Stefano Lini. And this pairing 3.3 seconds off Chippy Westmail, the pair we're watching now of Collins and Forrest. But the harder they fight each other, they won't be catching Chippy Westmail for 4th place. Ed Bridle 5 seconds behind Scott Mittel. Mittel in the car started by Charles Hall, had that collision with Shane Kelly while fighting for the lead. University of Wolverhampton team certainly being affected by that 15-second penalty. Work out the difference, because if it hadn't been for that penalty, they'd be less than 5 seconds behind Gordy Much. If it hadn't been for the 5-second penalty for Weldon and Stone, they'd only be less than 6 seconds off the lead. See how the penalties affect things. Chippy Westmail's car would be at a 10-second penalty, so he'd be 12 seconds off the lead. So those are how the penalties have affected things. Those leading cars from race 1 all in the top 4, but it's Gordy Much out front because he had no success penalty. That car had an electrical problem yesterday. Here he is, brings it into the right-hander at Copse. We can head back into the pit lane with our race interviewer Ewan, and he's down in the 24 garage with Jem Hepler.
Yeah, finally got some time in the car. It would have been a lot easier if I had time in the car yesterday, obviously, but yeah, it was good fun out there. Had a few little battles at the start, which I was happy with, but yeah, Alex is out now making moves on for 5th place, I think, or 6th place, so it's all good.
Alex looks like he's enjoying himself.
He definitely is enjoying himself. I think he's got the fastest lap, which is obviously great, so it's his first time in the Praga this weekend, so it's fantastic.
So, to end the weekend, what would be success?
Top 5, I would say. Yeah, after our bad luck yesterday, we're looking for top 5. Obviously we wanted a podium, but top 5.
I know you can't take your eyes off, so I'll let you get back. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, back to you, Dave.
Ben Collins defending vigorously there through Brooklands as we come back, because Alex Fors is all over him here, trying to go around the outside at Luffield. That might work in these conditions in a 2CV, but not in a Praga R1 seemingly. Terrific fight going on between these two, and they've dropped the number 77 of Scott Mittel, you can see. Mittel now quite a way back down the road. We'll see as he crosses the line what the gap is. 7.5 seconds near enough back off these two. The lead gap is now up to 11.666, that number again. Stefano Lini has closed very slightly on the number 4 of Rob Weldon. 8.7 seconds is the gap between 2nd and 3rd place. Chippy Westmail is closing slightly on Stefano Lini for 3rd. As Fors has another look at Brooklands, but he can't force a way down the inside. Ben Collins holds the place. He and Jay Morton had some success last season. Great to have the drivers of the calibre of Gordy Much, Ben Collins, Alex Fors, Jack Fabi in the Praga Cup UK. Other ambassadors for Praga include former Formula One driver, current IndyCar man Romain Grosjean. There's a lot of sim racing work with Praga as well. There goes the number 4. The Weldon and Stone car up there in second place. Still at least 10 seconds off the lead for some laps now. See what the gap is as he heads back over the line here, Rob Weldon. 12.2 seconds now. Every time that car crosses the timing line, the name changes back again to Ben Stone. And then goes back to Weldon. I'm not quite sure what's going on there. A bit of a glitch in our timing graphics, I think. They're not both in the car, I can tell you that. Tight fits for a driver in the cockpit of a Praga. There is our leader. Gordy Much just runs a little bit deep there into Luffield. Plenty of room to manoeuvre. He's 12 seconds to the good. The 87 car looks to be heading for its second win of the 2022 Praga Cup UK. With just over 10 minutes of the race to go. Window has long since closed, but everybody made their stops in time. Still, Alex Fors cannot get past the 85 of Ben Collins. Still nose to tail as they head up to the line. They're nearly 5 seconds behind Chippy Westmail now. Chippy still chipping away at the gap to third place, held by Stefano Lini. The gap down to just under 2 seconds now. It's all looking good for the 87 car. Goldie Mark II, as she's known. There's a lot more gold in the livery used by Broadbent and Much last season. Gordy Much has gone through to start his 50th lap of this 1 hour race. Oh, and running wide there, that's Alex Fors. Bit of a mistake into Brooklands. Now he's got to catch back up to the tail of Ben Collins. Rare mistake from the single-seater start. Came out of the world of club racing with the Monoposto Club. Monoposto Racing Club, a long-established series for single-seaters where you can use just about anything you like, up to and including a fairly modern Formula 3 car. Alex came close to the championship in that before moving into GB3. Rebranded British Formula 3 Championship, was a race winner there a couple of years ago. .50 laps completed by Gordy Much in 51 minutes 40 seconds. What's the gap back to Rob Weldon? This time through 13.5 seconds now. There is Stefano Lini. Haven't seen a lot of the prototype star. He's sitting 7.5 seconds just over off Rob Weldon. Westmail's got the gap down to 1 3/4 seconds now. There he is, Chippy Westmail in the 29, having taken over from Dan Gore, trying to chase down Stefano Lini for third place. Or can the University of Wolverhampton team get a second podium of the weekend? 7.5 minutes remain. Ben Collins with Alex Fors once again closing on him after that mistake a couple of laps ago. This part of the circuit coming into Brooklands. Through the double right-hander at Luffield. The gap very slowly increasing all the time. It's by a couple of tenths a lap. Chippy Westmail. And a 1.74 second deficit to Stefano Lini now. New fastest lap again to Alex Ford, 58.422 seconds. Some way off the record pace from yesterday, 52.884 for Gordy Much, which, as we say, we believe is the outright circuit record for the Silverstone national layouts. Here's Ed Bridle battling away with the Scott Mittel number 77, and Bridle has got through up into 7th position. Not been a happy race for Mittel cars, their number 77 entry. Charles Hall tipped into a spin after a collision with Shane Kelly while fighting for the lead. Ed Bridle is now ahead of them up into 7th place. .86 is now the gap. All looking good for Team 87 here. 5.5 minutes to go. Stefano Lini in a safe 3rd place. He's just under 2 seconds clear of Chippy Westmail. Gap is really coming down between the two of them now. Identical lap times to them last time through. Gap is out to 14.5 seconds between our two leaders. They're not going to catch Gordy Much here. Just done his best lap of the race, 58.474, almost as quick as Alex Fors. Fors still 1.6 seconds off Ben Collins, so that battle has broken apart a little. Reader comes through, 54 laps completed, headlights ablaze. A little wide onto the curb there through Cops Corner. Gordy Much, the ex-junior saloon car racer, went on into Ginettas and subsequently to Praga. Another new fastest lap for Alex Fors, 58.229. He's determined to catch back up to Ben Collins and try for a top 5 place on his Praga debut. Jack Fabi still going, a couple of laps down in the number 2 car. Not long to go now, 3.5 minutes. Will be hoping that no gremlins strike, nobody gets in the way. Duo head for their 2nd victory of the season. The car started by Jimmy Broadbent. Now our YouTube followers will be celebrating. There is Jimmy. Looking quite relaxed in the pits. A good stint from him in the first half of the race. Still 1 or 2 nervous faces. They know it's not over until that checkered flag drops, but Gordy Much has got a 15-second lead over the Stone Weldon number 4 Raw Motorsport car. Rob Weldon on board. Stefano Lini heading for a 2nd podium of the weekend for the University of Wolverhampton team. Pulled away a bit from Chippy Westmail in the first of the 2 Mittel cars entries. 2nd of them down in 8th place. Now Alex Fors has caught Ben Collins once again. The fight for 5th resumes, and this time Fors isn't hanging back, he's going for it. Into the pit straight. Can he get down the inside on the run into Cops Corner? He may not wait that long. He switches back across to the outside. Collins defending once again. We've been here before. Only a couple of laps to go this time though. Can Alex Fors snatch 5th place for the number 24, the Idola Motorsport car, on the back of the Praga Team 85 of Ben Collins. Fors has still got the fastest lap of the race, 58.229. Goes to the inside, coming off Beckett's towards the Wellington straights. He's got through, but Collins gets back onto the outside. Can Alex Fors keep the line and keep that 5th place as they go into Brooklands? They're almost side by side. Just about got the overlap there, but Collins gets down the inside. We nearly had a repeat of the 77 and the 11 there, but Collins backs out of it. Back to the inside now, out of Luffield. Just over a minute on the clock. Alex Fors, has he got the place? Yes, he's done it. That took a whole lap there to make sure that place was secure. Alex Fors up to 5th, and now he's got to defend because Collins fighting back. This is not over yet. It'll be, I think, 1 lap to go for Gordy Much next time around. You can tell it's dried out because the race is only going to be a couple of laps shy of the distance done in yesterday's Praga Cup race in the dry. Yesterday we did 63 laps in the hour. With 30 seconds to go, Gordy Much comes up to cross the line. We're going to do 59 laps today. The 87 team, Fanatec Praga Team 87, in Goldie Mark II. May not be as much gold on the livery this year, but it's going to be a gold medal for the 2nd time in 2022 in the Praga Cup UK for the 87 car, started by Jimmy Broadbent, taken over by Gordy Much. They may have had a few problems yesterday that put them out of the race, but no such issues today. A good stint by Broadbent in the first half of the race. He was battling away in the top 4. No success penalty for the 87 car, and Gordy Much has simply been able to pull away ever since the round of pit stops. He comes out of Luffield for the final time. Up towards the line comes the Fanatec number 87 Praga to take the win in Praga Cup UK Race 2. Gordy Much and Jimmy Broadbent have won it. Rob Weldon will bring the number 4 car home for 2nd, started by Ben Stone. This battle for 5th is still raging on as well. Stone and Weldon car comes in 18.3 seconds down. Stefano Lini will bring in the number 11 car, started by Shane Kelly for 3rd place. 4th behind him is Chippy Westmail, who closed up to just over a second behind at the flag. And the fight for 5th is won by Alex Fors. And on the last lap, he sets the fastest lap as well, 58.172. Ben Collins takes 6th, Ed Bridle 7th, and a probably disappointed Scott Vittel will finish 8th in the car started by Charles Hall, who was fighting for the lead in the early stages. We'll bring in the provisional results shortly before we head down to talk to our successful drivers. And next up, it's another endurance race, not quite an hour long, 45 minutes for the Carbonate Hyundai Coupe Cup. Here's your provisional result then. Gordy Much and Jimmy Broadbent take the win in car 87, their 2nd win of the season, just over 18 seconds clear of Rob Weldon and Ben Stone for Raw Motorsports. University of Wolverhampton 3rd with Stefano Lini and Shane Kelly. 4th place for Mattel Cars, number 29 of Chippy Westmail and Dan Gore. Alex Fors coming through for 5th in the last couple of laps in the Idola Motorsport car started by Jem Hepworth, Ben Collins and Jay Borton in 6th. 7th place going to Ed and Chris Bridle, Scott Mittel and Charles Hall 8th, and a couple of laps down, Jack Fabi finished 9th. Fastest lap of the race on the last lap went to Alex Fors, 58.172 seconds. That's certainly a big boost to the championship hopes of the 87 team. Cars head into Parc Fermé. Doors open on the number 2 car, looking a bit like a ladybird's wings. We'll head down to Ewan shortly for a couple of interviews. In the meanwhile, we get ready for the Carbonate Hyundai Coupe Cup. 45-minute pit stop race. As the Hyundais begin to line up on the grid then, it's time to head down to Parc Ferme, and we can hear from Ewan Dunlop with some of our Praga Cup UK drivers.
Cheers, Dave. Well, what a story the Praga Cup is becoming this season. I'm going to run rain and speak to Gordy, much as you can hear us. Gordy, another incredible race.
Yeah, I think that's more like it. I think that's obviously what we should have done yesterday, what we were on for. So it seems that we don't have a good race one, and race two we just blitzed it. So if we could get this race one sorted, I think we'll be mega.
I mean, you make it very exciting for everybody watching at home.
Oh, hopefully, yeah. I mean, I'm concentrating on driving, so I'm not watching the TV. But
Jimmy had a great stint in front of you.
Yeah, he done a fantastic job in his first stint. Stayed within the gaps. It was brilliant, and the strategy worked out really, really well. So yeah, happy with that one.
More points gained on the championship leaders.
I'm not sure where the 77 car finished, so we might be in the championship lead now.
Not in the top three.
Well, that's good for us.
Right, well, I look forward to seeing you in the next round.
Thank you.
Go and enjoy yourself. So there we go, another round of Praga Cup's done here at the National. Shortly we are heading over to the Hyundai Coupe Cup, a 45-minute race. Dave Goddard will talk you through it.
Cars heading round on their green flag lap then for this 45-minute pit stop race for the Carbonate Hyundai Coupe Cup. Let's have a look at the grid. A few cars with two drivers, the majority are soloists. Let's have a look at the grid then. It's Alistair Dendy, double winner from Snetterton, the last round on pole position alongside number 43 Adam Jones. Second row 32 Mark Jones, he won this race last year. And number 17 Wayne Rockets. Third row is number 28 of Luca Staccini alongside number 1 Alex Kersley. Row 4, well, Sam Meyer-Lochner is in two cars on row number 7. He's starting one and then taking over the other at the pit stops. Car 51 is being started by Sam Meyer-Lochner. It's Paul Lorry who will take over. And the other car on row 4 is number 120, started by Becca Taylor. And Sam Meyer-Lochner will swap into that car at the pit stop. Got that? Good. Row 5 is Johnny Rocket, son of Wayne, in number 19, alongside number 27 of Darren Banks. Row 6, 38 Darren Ford and 26 Roger Owens. Row 7, 888 of Barney Francis, starts alongside Mark Worsley in 46. The 8th row is the Evans family. It'll be Michael Evans starting the number 5 car. His father Alan will take over. Dan Fletcher, 75, starts alongside. The 9th row of the grid, the number 99, Paul Smith starts that car. Barbara Schilliker will take over. Mark Rideout starts alongside in car number 2, and Spencer Hirons rounds out the grid in number 65. So that's your grid for this 45-minute race. It will be a standing start. This race is backed by Rockets Wraps and Graphics, a family-run business near Portsmouth, specialising in full custom vehicle wraps, graphics and sign writing. For them on Facebook or on Rockets Wraps on YouTube. Wayne and Johnny Rockets run that business. And also sponsored by Michael Banks Cars. Car sales business in Andover, founded in 1969. Of course, we've got one of the Banks family out on this grid, Darren Banks in car number 27. Hyundai Coupes of all generations on the grid then for this one. It is Alistair Dendy, the double winner in the Generation 3 car from the last round at Snetterton on pole position. Number 43 Adam Jones in a Generation 2 car with the double headlights alongside him. The green flag is waved at the back of the grid. It's a special event every year, the endurance race for the Hyundai Coupe Cup, aimed at the newcomer to racing. We get underway then for 45 minutes of Hyundai racing, and a good start by Adam Jones. There's a bit of rubbing, a fair bit of rubbing already. Hang on, this is a 45-minute race, guys, not 4.5 minutes. Take it easy round the first corner. Alistair Dendy's got the lead. Then there's Mark Jones in the Misty Racing number 32 car. He won this event last year. 51 is started by Sam Marluffnan, the only man driving 2 cars in this race. They funnel their way down into Beckett's 3 and 4 abreast in the pack for the first time. All problems there, that's Becca Taylor. The 120 car gets turned around. Michael Evans in the yellow car just misses her. Becca Taylor, aka Driving Bex. You can find her on YouTube and Instagram. Hope she got some good footage there from on board that car. She's rejoined the 99 going through at the back there, started by Paul Smith, sharing with Barbara Schilliker. Plenty of cheers from the Brooklands grandstand as the cars go through. There's Johnny Rockets in the number 19 car. There's one car going sideways in the middle of Brooklands. They've got some very loud supporters, I have to say, the Hyundais here at Silverstone. That's good to hear. As the pack heads round to complete the first lap, that's Barney Francis. He's had a spin. That must be the car I saw go sideways in the background. First appearance of the year for him, and there's one car that's crabbing its way towards the pit lane there. There's been some contact in there. One car's got broken suspension. I think that's Darren Ford in the number 38 in trouble. So that's his race over already, and we've only done 1 lap. There is Alex Kersley in the Lancaster Insurance car, the newer S3, I think that is the latest generation of Hyundai Coupe. We call that car the Lancaster Bomber. Alistair Dendy leads the way then from the Joneses. Adam ahead of Mark. There's the other newer car, the number 27 of Darren Banks in his S3. There's number 19, one of the Rocket family, that's Johnny, the ex-downhill mountain bike racer, now joining his father Wayne. You can see the very similarly liveried cars that they've got. They've also got some very patriotic livery on those cars for Jubilee weekend. Wayne Rocket weaving around there on the tail of the number 28 car. It's Luca Staccini at the wheel of the 28, newcomer this season to the series. Alistair Dendy leads. There's Wayne Rocket going wide around the outside, attacking Staccini. In the Rocket's Wraps and Graphics car, using their skills to put those Jubilee images on the cars. You can recognise the cars because Johnny's car's got green wheels and wing mirrors. Wayne Rocket's car's got pink wheels and wing mirrors. So they've lost 1 car already, unfortunately, in the pits. Here's Darren Ford, number 38. Some contact at Brooklands, I think that was on the first lap. Saw a bit of contact up at Beckett's as well, and it was Becca Taylor who got sent spinning, sharing with Sam Marluffnan, who's currently in the 51 car. Here come your leaders into Beckett's. Alistair Dendy in the Unit 18 Automotive sponsored Gen 3 Coupe. Runs wide there out of Beckett's. Mark Jones looking to close up. There's the 51, the white and turquoise coloured car. Alex Kersley mired in the pack here. Normally we see him at the sharp end along with Wayne Rockets. A plus Alistair Dendy, the regular race winners in this series. It is a series, not a championship. There's no points on offer. Oh, the leader's nearly lost it there. Almost power sliding his way through Brooklands. He's been watching the junior saloon cars. Adam Jones in the 43 in second. That's, I think, the ex-Roger Owens car that he's driving. Owens further down the field in his new car. Midfield starting to space out slightly. Michael Evans in there, the yellow and purple number 5, sharing with his father Alan. Seen Alan out in a red and gold Alan Man Racing lookalike in the past. I think that car got smashed up in an accident at Brands Hatch at the end of last year though. Mark Jones in the camo liveried car, the Dazzle camouflage liveried number 32 in third. Come up towards Beckett's once again. There's the 51 of Sam Marluffnan. He's done a fair bit of historic racing in his time. Staccini is 5th. There's Wayne Rockets. The Rockets Wraps and Graphics car. And he's going to have to go like a rocket here if he's going to move up and challenge the leaders before the pit window opens. And towards Brooklands, is the leader going to get round okay once again? The pit window opens after 10 minutes of racing and closes after 35 minutes, so fairly wide pit window. Sam Marluffnan up the inside there into Brooklands, side by side with Mark Jones. They nearly bounce off each other. That's a Generation 1 Hyundai Coupe with the single headlights that Sam Marluffnan is driving. That's Paul Laurie's car, the ex-Toyota MR2 racer, and going grass tracking there off the outside of Luffield over the gravel trap. Certainly pushing on hard. As we say, no points on offer in the Carbon 8 Hyundai Coupe Cup. It is a fun series designed to encourage newcomers into racing. A lot of newcomers have come through this series, founded by John Winter, ex-racer in not only real cars but remote control cars as well, very successfully. Used to edit a car magazine as well, now runs Exit 13 vehicle graphics, so named because they're just by junction 13 of the M1 at Milton Keynes. Great entertainer is John, a successful racer in these Hyundai Coupes as well. He was the first to race a Gen 3 car. I think that is the car that Alistair Dendy is currently driving, if memory serves me correctly. I'm sure John Winter will put me right. If not, they're lapping Spencer Hirons in the number 65 car there. Adam Jones keeping in touch with your leader, is a bit sideways again. He always is there through Brooklands, but he's enjoying himself. It's a little bit wide at Luffield. Oh, nearly a bit of bump and run behind. Here's a battle further back. There's Mark Worsley in the 46 car. Michael Evans goes side by side with Barney Francis in the 888. This is the fight further back for about 12th place. One of the newer Hyundais in there behind there. That's Roger Owen's new car, the 26. His old car is currently second in the hands of Adam Jones. Winter has prepared a lot of these cars at his HQ in Milton Keynes, not far from Silverstone. Spencer Hirons has pulled into the pits. Pit window is not yet open though, and the 99 car has pulled in as well, the Paul Smith Barbara Schilliker car. Barbara Schilliker, racer and marshal, Fab Babs as she's known. She may not get to drive here sadly if that car's hit problems already. Normally races the citrus yellow coupe. Barney Francis has got ahead of Mark Worsley in the number 46 car, the Howard Brothers Cup, raced in Luton. Michael Evans in behind, has raced with this series for a number of years now. Here comes Johnny Rockets. Great name for a racing driver, that, isn't it? Up on the outside there of the 27, that is Darren Banks. And here's the Lancaster Bomber of Alex Kersley. He and Wayne Rocket side by side. They've done most of the winning in recent years in this series between them. This year Alistair Dendy has come along into the series and has upset the apple cart a bit. He was the driver who did a lot of winning before Rocket and Kersley took over at the top. What's his name? Ian Goodchild, that was his name. Came from Devon. Went on to race BMWs in GT competition briefly. Well, as it was John Winter and Simon Miles. There's the 28 with the Italian flag on the rear wing. That is Luca Staccini. Chasing after Mark Jones, that's for 5th place. 4th and 5th place because Sam Maher Loughnan has got through into 3rd. And now Adam Jones is ready to attack for the lead. He's on the bumper of Alistair Dendy, heading down into the left-hander at Brooklands. Saw him in action coming through from the back of the grid. He was stymied by qualifying problems at Snetterton, Adam Jones. They're starting to close up onto the back of car 69 now. Pit window opens in about a minute's time. Wayne Rocket runs out wide there, chasing his arch rival Alex Kersley. Johnny Rocket goes gravel bashing there, coming out of Luffield, chasing Michael Banks in the 27. Chasing Darren Banks, I should say. Michael Banks is the sponsor's business, of course. Based down Andover in Hampshire. Michael Banks Cars and Rockets Wraps and Graphics, the sponsors of the coverage today. 51 of Sam Maher Loughnan going well in the car run by Paul Lorry. He'll take over at the pit stop, which should be taking place very shortly, because the pit window opens now. Who's going to be the first to come in? Well, we've had a couple of pit callers already. We know Darren Ford is out of the race with damage. It looks like the 99 car of Smith and Schilliker's out as well. Spencer Hirons has been into the pits too, but he has since rejoined, but that was outside the pit window, so he's going to have to come in again. Leaders tyre squeal their way through on these Toyo tyres to the end of the 8th lap of the race. Still Alistair Dendy who leads. Mark Jones, number 32, has done the fastest lap of the race, 1:17.918. 0.3 of a second in it for the lead now between Dendy and Adam Jones. Marlofton in 3rd place, then Mark Jones, Lucas Taccini, and a gap back to Alex Kersley. Alistair Dendy soaking up the pressure, despite a couple of sideways moments, has led all the way in this Carbon 8 Hyundai Coupe Cup endurance race. There is Alex Kersley. Looks great, doesn't it? The red, white and blue livery. Similar to the Nissan Skylines that raced at the Bathurst 1000 in the early 90s. Like Mark Scaife and Jim Richards were the drivers of those. One of those racers in the CSCC Future Classics series, Mark Chilton, has a replica Skyline. At the inside, Sam Marlofton has a look for 2nd place. I think Adam Jones getting impatient here. He wants to have an attack for the lead. Any pit callers at the moment? Doesn't look like it. The Smith and Schilliker car has rejoined, but will that have to come in again because it came in before the pit window? Roger Owens has got ahead of Mark Worsley. 3 cars line astern for the lead, with a small gap back to Mark Jones, just a couple of seconds. Sam Marlofton has just done the fastest lap of the race in car 51, 1:17.553. Three different generations of Hyundai Coupe in the top 3 places. Generation 3 leading, Gen 2 in 2nd, Gen 1 in 3rd. .32 minutes of this race to go. They head into Brooklands once again. Marlofton up the outside, trying to get ahead of the 43 of Adam Jones. Nearly clipped the back of Alistair Dendy there. This is going to allow Sam Marlofton through on the inside. Yep, Adam Jones a little bit enthusiastic into Luffield there. He nearly clipped the back of Alistair Dendy, and he's lost that 2nd place. Roger Owens has pulled in to make his pit stop. Spencer Hirons has made 2 pit visits and has now gone missing somewhere out on the circuits. There's a problem with that car. Looks like he's out. Here's a battle further back. Barney Francis and Michael Evans together. This is for, have a look back, 11th place. There's 17 running out of the 19 cars that started. Into the pits comes the 75 of Dan Fletcher. Make his mandatory stop. Michael Evans in the yellow and purple car, the Cadbury's Caramel as I call it. The car that I was lucky enough to drive a couple of laps of the Silverstone National Circuit in at the beginning of 2020 at the press day for the Hyundai Coupe Cup. And on that occasion it was even wetter than it is today. To admit it was a pretty scary experience. I must thank Michael Evans and his team for giving me the opportunity to do a couple of laps. Sam Marlofton is attacking for the lead here. They go down the pit straights. Looks like Wayne Rocket is coming in to make his stop. Alistair Dendy moves across to cover. Sam Marlofton goes for the inside. He's going for the lead. Nope, he won't get through there. Mentioning the press day for the 2020 season, that turned out to be a press day for a season that's didn't really happen. .30 minutes of the race to go then. We're at 1/3 distance in our Carbon 8 Hyundai Coupe Cup endurance race. Michael Evans closing up on Barney Francis. They've been together all race long. That's Dan Fletcher rejoining ahead of them. Still, Sam Marlochnan trying to take the lead away from the 69 car of Alistair Dendy. Understeering wide there through Brooklands, gets the line back for the right-hander at Luffield, or does he? Marlochnan is sideways. He was thinking about an attack there, but he got crossed up on the entry to Luffield. Great fight going on between these three, and Mark Jones started to close back up on them as well. Wayne Rockets, we've seen, is in the pits. The Smith and Schilliker car is back in, so presumably that's a mandatory stop. Paul Smith handing over to Fab Babs, Barbara Schilliker. Sam Marlochnan back down to third place as a result of that little moment at Luffield. Adam Jones back into second. Now maybe he'll challenge Alistair Dendy for the lead. Further back in the order, Roger Owens, who's made his stop, is behind the number 120 car. That's Becca Taylor, newcomer to racing this year. Racer and YouTuber. Have a look for Driving Bex, BEX, on YouTube. Find out about her exploits behind the wheel of this coupe. She's being followed by Roger Owens in the new shaped Coupe S, number 26. The 120 car will be taken over by Sam Marlochnan. What happens if Becca comes into the pits while the 51 car's still out there lapping? Because they'll have to make sure car 51 comes in first, won't they? There's the number 2 car, which is newcomer Mark Rideout in a car run by Misty Racing. He's battling with Barney Francis. Michael Evans behind them. 27 of Darren Banks has come in from 7th place to make his stop. Wayne Rocket there in 14th place. He's slotted back in behind this group. He's a lap down on them, actually on corrected time. Yes, he's a full lap behind this group because the 4 ahead of him have completed 13 laps, including Johnny Rockets, that's Rocket Jr. He's having a look on the inside here, attacking Barney Francis, fighting for 7th position. Mark Rideout is 9th, Michael Evans is 10th. Mark Worsley has come into the pits, the green machine, to make his mandatory stop. We know Wayne Rocket has been in as well. You lose about a lap your pit stop here, so we've got 2 cars that we know are out of the race, Darren Ford and Spencer Hirons. The Smith and Schilliker car is back in the pits and has not re-emerged, so there is a problem with the 99, I think. The battle continues to charge round. Alistair Dendy now with the fastest lap of the race, 1:16.825. One of the cars lapped under 1:17, and that's the number 51. 1:16.999, so only just under 1:17. Mark Jones looking on, 2 seconds back in 4th place, and they're 5 seconds clear of Luca Staccini in 5th, Alex Kersley 6th. And the rest of the cars have started to make their stops. So it is a wide pit window here. Stays open until 10 minutes from the end of the race, so they've got another 15 minutes to make their stops. New fastest lap for Alistair Dendy, 1:16.825. Barney Francis nearly loses it into Beckett's there in 7th place. Mark Rideout giving chase. Michael Evans, then the Rockets. Now Johnny Rocket has been shuffled to the back of that group on the last lap. Wayne Rocket is farther behind him, is a lap down on them, as we say. Lead gap has increased to 2.4 seconds now. I wonder if it's the Rocket family making all that noise up in the grandstand we can hear in the background. Very enthusiastic racing family from down in Hampshire. Wayne Rocket's trying to climb back up the order. He knows all the cars around him have yet to stop. Well, there's Johnny Rocket into the pits in the number 19 for his stop. He was 10th when he came in. So far, Wayne Rocket is the highest placed of the cars that has already stopped. But of course, none of the front runners have come in yet. Barney Francis still leads this group. Wayne Rocket in the middle. Mark Rideout and Michael Evans. None of the cars that are two-driver have stopped yet, except for the Smith and Schilliker car, and that hasn't come back out of the pits, so that says to me that's retired. A couple of cars getting the black and white flag as a warning for exceeding track limits one too many times. The number 17 of Wayne Rocket is one of them, and the other is the race leader, Alistair Dendy. Well, he was the race leader, he's just come into the pits. So Alistair Dendy is the first of the front runners to stop. This means that this battle between the 51 and the 43 is now for the lead, as ahead of them there, the 46 of Mark Worsley got very sideways at Beckett's. So this fight's now for the lead. Sam Marloughlin in the 51 ahead of the 43 of Adam Jones. The 32 of Mark Jones is third. There's Mark Worsley, he's already been into the pits. See where Alistair Dendy rejoins in relation to the likes of Wayne Rocket. Should be ahead of him. Comes the leader, and the two leaders coming together, in fact. So in comes Sam Marloughlin to hand over to Paul Lorry, and also in comes Adam Jones. So this makes Mark Jones our new race leader in the number 32 car. Second car that's yet to stop is Luca Staccini, and then we've got Alex Kersley. There is Mark Jones. He's now in the lead on track, but he's yet to pit. Roger Owens holding off the number 27, that's Darren Banks. They're scrapping further back for 13th place. No, it's not Darren Banks, sorry, that's the number 120 car of Becca Taylor. Of course, once the 51 car has made its stop, she can then come in and Sam Marloughlin can get in that car. 51 is now in, as is the 43. Alistair Dendy has gone back out. Here's Wayne Rocket ahead of Michael Evans and Barney Francis. See how much the circuit has dried out now. Just under 22 minutes of this race to go. Mark Rideout has come in. Now Becca Taylor's in as well to hand over to Sam Marloughlin. That's all worked out nicely. Say the circuit's dried out a bit, but you can see the wipers going on Michael Evans' car. Away as it has all race long with Barney Francis in the number 888. Where's Alistair Dendy? Where has he re-emerged? About 8th place, I think. See when everything cycles through. Michael Evans comes in the number 5 to hand over to his father Alan. Toyota MR2 racer alongside Paul Lorry a few years ago. John Winter used to compete in MR2s as well, the championship founder. Series founder, I should say. It's not a championship, there's no points available. 75 there, Dan Fletcher. Just in behind the 51 of Paul Lorry. Now it's a case of seeing where everybody's going to slot back in after their stops. There are 4 cars that have still yet to stop now. They are Mark Jones, Luca Staccini, Alex Kersley and Barney Francis. They're the only 4 cars that haven't stopped. So it's Mark Jones leading. He's about 8 seconds clear. There's Staccini, the black, yellow and white machine in second. He's heading for the pits now. Alex Kersley continues, so he's going to make a late stop. Barney Francis in the blue 888 car, the only other car that has not yet stopped. So the lead gap is 11.3 seconds. He's stopping late, it's going to work to the driver's advantage. We will see. once drivers have completed their outlaps, we'll be able to see who's where. Whether Paul Lorry and Adam Jones will emerge ahead of Alistair Dendy, for example. Alistair Dendy's just done the fastest lap of the race, 1:16.544 for the number 69. Fairly sure that is the ex-John Winter car that he's driving. John Winter was number 46, that number now run by Mark Worsley. Just a couple of cars now that have yet to stop. Number 1 of Alex Kersley getting the black and white warning flag for exceeding track limits. Paul Lorry runs very wide there through Luffield. He's got Adam Jones on his tail, so those two cars emerging from the pits together. Now, are they ahead of Alistair Dendy? Yes, it looks like they are. Let's look back. Yes, there's Dendy. So the 51 and the 43 have leapfrogged Alistair Dendy at the pit stops. And this is effectively now the fight for the lead. Barney Francis has come in. So this is now effectively the battle for the lead between Adam Jones and the 51 of Paul Lorry. Paul Lorry sideways. Oh, he's lost it. Paul Lorry spins. Oh, what a disappointment. He was fighting for the lead, and that's allowed Alistair Dendy through. He gets through on the outside there, but he'll be in what's effectively second place. Luca Staccini has rejoined behind them, so I think he's now up to third, and Paul Lorry will be cursing himself there. What a shame. So this, by my reckoning, makes Adam Jones the leader of the race. In effect, in car 43, he's got the sideways car of Dan Fletcher alongside him. Dan, I think, is a lap behind. Got to wait to see what happens. Mark Jones has now come in, I can tell you, the number 32 that was leading on the road. So the only car that is yet to stop is number 1 of Alex Kersley. He's still got another few minutes to do so because the pit window closes 10 minutes before the end of the race. Kersley's gone through, there he is, so he's ahead of Adam Jones, but not by very much, I don't think. I think they are. You lose about a lap making your pit stop here, and they're about a lap apart or just over, you could see there. Well, there's Paul Lorry. He's dropped behind Wayne Rocket and Michael Banks as well as a result of that spin, and now Alan Evans in trouble. He's off, he's into the gravel. Oh dear. Off goes Alan Evans, he's beached it in the gravel. And that's going to be the number 5 car out of the race. No, he's been able to back it out. No, don't just plant your foot over the gravel. You'll sink it in again. He had a chance to rejoin there. If he carried on backing up onto the tarmac, he could have rejoined there. But no, he's just buried it in the gravel again. It's the number 5 father and son team. The yellow flag is out as a result of that. See it again here. Alan Evans just got offline coming through Beckett's. He got sideways, trying to save the car from a spin, goes over the grass, into the gravel. The car initially digs in as he puts his foot down, but then he backed up, and it looked like he was going to back onto the tarmac and rejoin, but then he went forward again. Yeah, that's it. Try and back it out. No, you got it stuck completely now. Is this going to mean a safety car? Because if so, then it could work to Alex Kersley's advantage because he hasn't pitted yet. Well, JCB comes in to tow Alan Evans out. Alistair Dendy's just a new fastest lap of the race, 1:16.193. Now we're going to see where Mark Jones has slotted back in relation to Adam Jones and Alistair Dendy. I'll keep an eye on the timing screen while we watch the clear-up operation. There's the 120 car with Sam Marlochnan now on board. That's running in about 13th place. Alan Evans is towed out of the gravel. Alex Kersley has just come into the pits. So This means that Adam Jones is now your leader in car number 43. There's Alistair Dendy. He's in second place, 4.4 seconds in it between the two of them. Now that Alex Kersley has pitted. We will see where Alex Kersley rejoins. I think he'll be behind these two. Mark Jones is on his out lap in the number 32, the camo blue liveried car. 69 car sponsored by Unit 18 Automotive, Volkswagen Audi Group car specialists. There's Luca Staccini, he's running well. 4th place at the moment, could go into 3rd, depending on where Alex Kersley rejoins. Poor old Paul Lorry will be ruining that spin at Beckett's. He's down to 8th place. So just under 14 minutes to go now. Let's see what the lap times are between Jones, Adam Jones that is, and Alistair Dendy. There they are coming out of left field. Jones in the black, silver and red car. Dendy in the white and blue number 69, the Gen 3 car. 4.25 seconds in it between the two of them. Jones has just done his personal best, 1:16.4. Staccini's just done the fastest lap of the race, 1:16.16. Alex Kersley is rejoining. Now, where has he rejoined? Let's see if he comes through here. Well, we see the red, white and blue in the background. I think he'll be in at least 4th place behind Luca Staccini. Mark Jones has slotted back in behind Wayne Rockets in the number 17. See on the timing tower. Looking good for Adam Jones in the ex-Roger Owens number 43 car. Looking for what I'm fairly sure will be his first Hyundai Coupe victory. Mirroring his namesake Mark Jones' achievement last year. Mark Jones from Hayling Island in the south. Adam Jones from Bedworth in Warwickshire. Adam Jones leads it by 4.2 seconds. There's Dendy in second place. It's Luca Staccini in third. Another fastest lap for him, 1:16.014. He's 3.5 seconds behind Alistair Dendy. See where Alex Kersley slots back in. Looks like he's come through. Yes, there he is in 4th place. Wayne Rocket is 5th, ahead of Mark Jones. He lost out a bit of ground at the stops. Then it's Darren Banks going well in 7th, and the unfortunate Paul Lorry, his spin dropping into 8th place. Barney Francis is 9th, then Johnny Rockets. The last one on the lead lap is Mark Rideout. There is the fastest man on track at the moment, Luca Staccini, in the number 28. Born in Italy, but based in London. He's trying to chase down 2 cars ahead of him. He's run by the man chasing him, Alex Kersley. The Lancaster bomber is there in 4th place. The lead gap is starting to come down because Dendy has just done a 1:15.92, which was the fastest lap of the race for about 3.5 seconds, but now Luca Staccini's done a 1:15.834. They are closing down Adam Jones. There's still 10.5 minutes of the race to go. This race ain't over yet. Lead gap is down to 3.3 seconds. Alistair Dendy is going after Adam Jones, trying to get Mark Worsley out of his way there. Worsley has been sideways through Beckett's on every lap. There's Dan Fletcher, another back marker, the number 75. Oh, and not just sideways, Mark Worsley spun it into the gravel, coming through Beckett's, exactly where Alan Evans went off. Busy day for those marshals up at Beckett's. Fair play to them for their efforts. So Mark Worsley, who was 14th, is off. Yellow flags are out at Beckett's. Pit window is now closed, but it doesn't matter because everybody's made their stops. Dan Fletcher in number 75 is determined to make a race of it with Luca Staccini, but they're on different laps. Dan Fletcher's a lap down. There's the two regular race winners over the last few years, Alex Kersley and Wayne Rocket. They're 4th and 5th. The lead gap comes down again, 2.9 seconds in it now. And this time Alistair Dendy makes it stick with the fastest lap of the race, 1:15.7. Number 69 is closing in on the number 43. He gained about 0.4 of a second, exactly 0.4 of a second on that last lap. There's Alan Evans, he's going again. And here are the leaders coming up to lap him. Adam Jones, the 43. Can he hold off Alistair Dendy? Double winner at Snetterton a few weeks ago in the short sprint races. It's past Alan Evans. Closing right up on Adam Jones now. This is for the lead of the race. Everybody's made their stops now. It's a straight race to the flag. For the Carbonates Hyundai Coupe Cup. Through the right-hander at Luffield. Adam Jones under pressure. Generation 2 Coupe ahead of the Generation 3 version. It's a bigger, heavier car. Luca Stacchini in third, and heading for the pits there, Dan Fletcher. He's going in for a second stop. Must be a problem there with the 75. Stacchini third, then it's Kersley. And Wayne Rocket's just done the fastest lap, and he's only 1.5 seconds behind Alex Kersey, so I could see a change for 4th place as well. Mark Jones is 6th, then it's Darren Banks, Johnny Rockets, Paul Lorry's down to 9th, and Mark Rideout in car number 2 rounds out the top 10. There he is. And Paul Lorry's lost more ground by the look of it on the number 51, or are they on different laps? Is he lapping the number 888 there? Yes, I think he might be. We'll have a look as they go over the line. Whether no, Lorry has lost ground. I thought he was a lap ahead of this group, but he's not. He's lost a couple of places. So Paul Lorry, for whatever reason, in car 51 is struggling. Whether it's the tyres that have gone off, I'm not sure. Here's the battle for the lead. Alistair Dendy is now right with Adam Jones. He's on his bumper there, almost under his rear wing as they head through Luffield. Kersley's catching Stacchini as well. It's all closing up very nicely towards the end of this race. There's Luca Stacchini in the background, there's Kersley, and there's Wayne Rocket. He's almost caught the number 1 car. Depending on what happens over the final 7 minutes, I reckon any one of these 5 could still win it. Can Adam Jones hang on for his maiden win? Can Alistair Dendy make it 3 wins for the season? He missed the season opener up at Cadwell Park, recovering from an injury. Through Beckett's they go. Round onto the Wellington straight once again. On their 29th lap, 6.5 minutes to go. Where's Mark Worsley? He's got his car going again. The marshals have dug him out of the gravel. Alistair Dendy is almost ready to make a move for the lead now. Down to Brooklands. I don't think the move will come there. There's Stacchini third. They're almost side by side. Dendy's going to try and go through at Luffield, is he? Has a look on the inside. No. Jones covers the line. And they are nose to tail. Oh, bit of a kiss of the bumpers there. The old tin top love tap from Alistair Dendy on the back of Adam Jones. There's Stacchini third. Kersley 4th. Wayne Rocket 5th. Can we get all 5 of them together in the closing stages of this race? Dendy has done another fastest lap, 1:15.563. They're all putting in personal bests except for Stacchini on that last lap. 8.6 seconds covers the top 5. Of course, if Jones starts to hold up Dendy here, this is going to allow the next 3 to close in. They're trying to close up and lap Mark Worsley in 15th place as well. Still just 3 retirements earlier on in the race. Never mind that now, because Alistair Dendy, has he finally got a run on Adam Jones into Brooklands corner this time? Jones is moving to cover to the left-hand side. What's Dendy going to do? Is he going to feint round the outside? A bit of a Ricard Rydell style move. He is going for the outside. He's going to try and get the inside line away. Oh, he's gone in too deep. That didn't work for Alistair Dendy. Thought he'd gone off, but he saved it there. He's lost a car's length or so to Adam Jones. What a fight between these two. There's Stacchini back in third place. Now the gap was 4.6 seconds. Is it any less than that this time through, second to third? 2 seconds between Stacchini and Kersley. Yeah, it's down to 4 seconds now because Stacchini has done the fastest lap. No, he hasn't. Alex Kersley's done the fastest lap of the race at the same time. 1:15, 1:95. They're getting quicker and quicker, and the gaps are all coming down. Half a second in it for the lead. There's Paul Lorry further back in the order, down in 10th now behind Barney Francis. Mark Rideout's up to 8th in the number 2 car. He's going well. That's one of the Misty Racing cars. Darren Banks 7th ahead of them in the Michael Banks Cars machine. Over the line they go. Johnny Rockets behind this lot, about 3 seconds back. There he is, the half white, half blue car. It is tenths out there now. Still, Alistair Dendy keeps up the relentless pursuit of Adam Jones at the front of the field. 3.5 minutes of the race to go. Stacchini in third place, then Kersley, Wayne Rockets. They're clear of Mark Jones in 6th place, last year's winner of this event, which was held in much more favourable conditions. Adam Jones is a little bit wide there through Copse corner. It's allowed Dendy to close up, and he's going to try again. Where's the move going to come? Through Beckett's they go. Less than 3 minutes remaining. Adam Jones versus Alistair Dendy. They go up towards Brooklands again. Now, is Alistair Dendy going to try and make that move again? Which side's he going to go? I don't think he's close enough this time, in fact. Adam Jones has just got the advantage. Through the left-hander, up towards Luffield. This is where Dendy's able to close. Jones makes him go the long way round. Dendy set the fastest lap last time through at 1:15.076. Third, fourth and fifth are closer again. 0.4 of a second in it between the two leaders. Stacchini is still 4 seconds down in third, so I think it's just between these two now with 2 minutes on the clock. Kersley fourth, Rocket fifth. Unless there's an incident, I don't think we'll see much change in position here. Except maybe between those top two. Here they come. Through Beckett's. A lock up there from Kersley in fourth place. Swings his new car for 2022 through. He's going to be safe with fourth, I think. So Kersley and Wayne Rockets, the regular winners, in fourth and fifth place. The big guns, as we called them in the last round, but never mind that, because here comes Alistair Dendy again. He goes up onto the outside through Brooklands. Is he going to get the cut back this time? He's almost alongside. Oh, he's forced onto the curb. Had to back out of it there. He clips the back of Adam Jones. Oh no! Jones sideways. Dendy goes out wide. They're side by side. Has Jones recovered it in time? Dendy round the outside and he's got in front. Well, it's come to a head there through Luffield. I'm sure there was contact there between the two of them. Well, Dendy attacked coming out of Brooklands down the outside. Jones moved across, and Dendy went up onto the grass. He tried to back off, but I don't think he could slow in time. And he clipped the back of Adam Jones. We'll have a look at that again. Yeah, he was up alongside. Jones took the line. Dendy just couldn't quite slow up in time, I don't think. Clips the back of Adam Jones, who did well to save it from spinning around. But then Dendy gets back through, and meantime up at Beckett's, Jones is back ahead. I wonder if Dendy's let Jones back through there. Meanwhile, Luca Stacchini is now right with them. The clock is counting down to 0. It's going to be checkered flag this time. Luca Stacchini has a chance to win this. Look at this, he's closed right up on them. What's going to happen into Brooklyn? This is going to be interesting. Stacchini's going to send it down the inside on the 69 of Alistair Dendy. Side by side on the run through Brooklands. Jones has been able to escape. Is he going to win it? Dendy's having to defend second. Kersley's in there as well, but it looks like it is going to be Adam Jones in the number 43 to win the Hyundai Coupe Cup endurance race, sponsored by Carbonate Lighting, Rockets Wraps and Michael Banks Cars. They come up towards the checkered flag, and it's a win for Adam Jones in the 43. Alistair Dendy second. Lucas Taccini takes third. Then Kersley fourth. Wayne Rocket is fifth. My goodness, what a last lap. 1 minute 14.814 was the fastest lap of the race. That was set by Wayne Rocket on the final lap. Mark Jones comes over in sixth. Well, we saw the replay of the penultimate run through Luffield there, but I'm wondering if Alistair Dendy gave the lead position back to Adam Jones there coming into the final lap. We didn't see it change back again. Here's a battle to the line. This is Sam Marlofton sliding Becca Taylor's car around, chasing the 75 of Dan Fletcher. He's quite a way behind, having made a couple of pit stops. What a dramatic conclusion that was to our Hyundai Coupe endurance race. Last couple of cars come over the line. Wait shortly for the results to be provisionally confirmed. Plenty of cheers from the spectators in the background. Roger Owen's the last man to take the flag, and it's Adam Jones, provisionally your winner by 0.6 of a second ahead of Alistair Dendy, and Lucas Giacchini, a great effort from him, less than a second behind at the flag in third. Alex Kersley takes fourth and Wayne Rocket fifth. That's a little sort out on the penultimate lap, meaning the top five covered by just 3 seconds, and Wayne Rocket got the fastest lap. Mark Jones sixth ahead of Darren Banks, then Mark Rideout in eighth. Ninth place went to Barney Francis, and Sam Marlofton and Paul Lorry, who were fighting for the lead at one point, end up with 10th. Johnny Rocket 11th ahead of Sam Marlofton's other car, shared with Becca Taylor. Roger Owens 13th ahead of Dan Fletcher, despite making 2 pit stops. And Mark Worsley, after a trip into the gravel, finishes in 15th place. The Evans family, after their own gravelly excursion, complete the finishers. We lost Pete Smith and Barbara Schilliker into the pits. Spencer Hirons was a retirement, and Darren Ford completed just 1 lap before some contact put him out. Right, everybody getting their breath back, and shortly, down in Parc Fermé, we will hear from our top 3 crews.
Oh, how you doing? Sorry, I was just enjoying the celebrations here. We got Adam Jones here, our winner. What a great race at the end of that first 45-minute race of the Hyundai Coupes I've watched. Adam, great racing. Congratulations, first win in the Hyundai Coupes.
Thank you very much. But yeah, that was a bit of a roller coaster. I thought we'd all messed it up when I stalled it in the pit lane, but I looked in the background. I thought I saw his car, but I didn't know whether he was a lap ahead of me or anything. But yeah, no, it was a good battle. Obviously, there was a bit of rubbing, but
we know how quick Alistair is, and he pushed you right to the very finish line. Literally pushed you at the end.
Yeah, no, it was very close, too close for my liking, but at the end of the day, we got what we needed, so it was very good, very enjoyable.
Great NT weekend, congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Cheers, buddy. Let's go and speak to Alistair. Let's speak to Luca actually, because Alistair's having a chat with our pit lane dude here. Luca. Huge celebrations, well done.
Thank you so much, guys. It was a tough one. All these people are super prepared. As I said to the other interviewer, I'm not really good on the wet. So for me, every time, you wouldn't believe me, but for me, every time it rains is a bit intense. All these people have a lot of experience. So for me, being this close to this pack and being on the podium again is fantastic.
I mean, you nearly had a chance to win it at the end there when those two came together.
Nah, I don't think so, because Alistair and Adam are really good at defending, and as you probably saw. It was a nice show, but probably next time I'm going to try to be a bit closer. Yeah.
Luca, congratulations, well done.
Thank you so much. Can I give you a hug too? Yeah.
Well done, buddy.
Thank you so much.
Let's go and speak to Alistair. Alistair, you look exhausted.
Yeah, I'm pretty tired, pretty sweaty. It was a hard race. There's a lot of contact, which is
I'm not massively happy about it at the moment, and maybe I'll look back and it wasn't as bad as I think, but I feel a bit hard done by in second.
Really, talk to us about the connection just at the end there.
So I got round the outside of Adam coming into the penultimate corner, and he just put me on the grass, and then I didn't have a massive grip, and I went to give a little nudge to say don't do that, but it was too hard, spun him, and then I just let him back past again.
We weren't sure. You did give the position back, yeah?
I did. I gave the position back. I thought it was the right thing to do. It was fair. Yeah, I'm sure I'll look back and it's probably all right, but I feel a bit aggrieved.
Mate, it's 2 wins and a second place at the last 3 races. You're doing really, really well.
Doing well, yeah, I'm happy. It's good progress. Thank you.
Thanks for talking to us. Cheers, buddy.
Cheers.
So there we go. That is our one and only 45-minute race of the Hyundai Coupe Cup with Toyo tyres here at Snetterton. 2 races still to come today. We're going to go straight into those now with Dave Goddard.
Okay, getting the word from the Hyundai drivers there. Next up, it's the 2CVparts.com Classic Citroën 2CV Racing Championship, their second race of the day. Earlier on, Ewan caught up with a few of the drivers down in the paddock. We'll hear from them first of all.
Here we are, ahead of our second 2CV race of the weekend here at the Silverstone National Track. And I've got Chris and Jenny Hall. Now, Chris, you first. You went out in race 1. You'll be handing over the car over to Jenny shortly. Yeah. Talk us through your first race then.
First race, I was 18th after qualification. I missed second gear from the start after first. Well, fantastic. So lost 4 places, but thrilled. I got the 4 places back and had a really good fight on the slippery stuff. So that's what it's all about, in having a bit of a tussle. So I enjoyed it. So.
Now we can see it's a well shared car, this, isn't it? 4 names on the windscreen. Just talk us through the names here. We know who Jenny is. We'll come to you in a second, Jenny. Who are the others?
Well, this is a Chesterton 24-hour team. Okay. So my brother Don used to rally a bit, so now he joins us for the Chesterton 24-hour race. And John Harmo's a friend of ours, who we found about 4 years ago, joins us for our Spa. He's a proper driver.
Now, Jenny, you're taking on the second race. Looking forward to it?
Yes, I am. Yeah, a bit nervous about the wet. I haven't done an awful lot of driving in the wet, so it'll be a good test for me. But yeah, looking forward to it.
And this is your first proper season 2CV racing.
It is, yeah. So second race this year. We're at Pembury a couple of weekends ago, and that went well. So yeah, Dad's offered his second drive to me this year. So yeah, get some practice in, and then take the 24-hour on in August.
Now, Pembury was very, very dry.
Yep.
Silverstone, not so much.
No, and that's one of my demons at the minute is how am I going to survive in the wet. Keeping it on the track will be my first kind of golden rule, and then anything else from there will be a bonus.
I mean, we always talk about bringing the car home safe, don't we? That's the most important thing.
Yeah, absolutely. But you do invest quite a lot of money and time and effort, so you do want to go home. On the other hand, you do want to have some fun, so that's part of the game of it, isn't it? So
And here we are then, a bit further down the paddock, and I've not just found any old driver, I found Pete Sparrow, who Dave will often call a legend of 2CV racing. Pete, you were in the first ever race in 1989?
Yes, I was there as a fresh-faced young boy, 21 years old, never done a track day, never been on a track, and just absolutely loved it, and I've been doing it ever since.
And 9-time champion, what do you love about the 2CVs?
Camaraderie that we have at the races is probably, I mean, racing cars is racing cars. If you didn't know what you were racing, it's all relative. So as long as everybody's doing the same speed as you, it's all relative. But yeah, just really the family that we've got and the great friends that I've met through doing it. I've got friends all over the country that I go and see. Real long-standing friends. So that's probably it for me now. Is the people that come.
I've heard a rumour that you weren't meant to race this season, so you say that's probably it. I don't think it is it?
It's never quite it. I'm trying. This year I couldn't really sort of guarantee what I was going to be able to do, so I'm just ducking and diving. If I've got some money and I've got an offer of a driver and I can do it, I'll do it. Love racing, obviously. So I'm just waiting now to see if I can go to Croft, which is the next one. Yeah. If I can borrow a car for that, because my car 97 has been lent to my mate Gary Adnett, so he's doing a cracking job with that. But I think sometimes it's quite handy for people like me that have got a lot of experience to give guys like Andy a little bit of a hand to get cars set up and learn a bit more, because I drive a lot of different cars. It's quite, sometimes I can spot stuff that he can't see. So hopefully we've made a little bit of progress this weekend.
Well, I didn't know any better, so you've come and shown me things that I wouldn't have spotted. So I'm happy with that.
we talk about the community here. You're sharing a car this weekend with Andy. You ran race 1. What have you told him about the course so he can set them up for race 2?
We've sort of gone, I think the track conditions have changed quite a bit since this morning. It's starting to dry out. We can hear sort of tyre squeal, so I'm guessing there's dry bits out there now. So he might have to go back a little bit towards his settings for the dry, but obviously until we get out there we don't quite know what we've got. But if it is damp in places, I've told him roughly where I think the grip is, so it just depends how big his balls are, really.
First time ever at Silverstone, Andy. You've picked a good day for it.
Just out. It's surprising how wide the track is here. Having done Cadwell, there's not much passing chances, where here you can get in, get stuck in, and make the advantage of the track, innit, really. And the track's that wide that you can take any line into a corner and make it work if you're brave enough, innit? Yeah.
Guys, we're loving watching the 2CVs. Thanks for talking to us.
Thanks for having us.
Thank
Cheers.
you. Right, okay, let's go 2CV racing. Over to you, commentator Dave Goddard.
Thanks very much, Ewan. Yes, the cars are on their way to the grid. Here's how they line up for race number 2. It's Nick Crispin, our earlier winner, in pole position for this one. The second part of qualifying yesterday set the grid for this one, with some of the cars being shared by 2 drivers. The second driver's now taking over some. It's the drivers we saw earlier. So Nick Crispin and Gary Adnett on the front row of the grid this time. Second row, David O'Keefe in the 79 and Leon Davies in 24. 92, Nick Rhodes on row 3. Number 30 is now driven by Sandro Proietti Senior. Row 4 is the 55, now driven by Steve Walford, and 41 is Martin Ryman. Row 5, 76 Andrew Bull and 81 Simon Turner. 6th row, 72 Matthew Hollis and number 40 of Chris Yates. Row 7, 48 is driven by George Broadhurst in this race. Number 13 is driven by Oscar Proietti, said all 3 of the family are here. The 8th row is number 82, now driven by Andy Donaldson, as we heard, and 96 Jenny Hall. On the 9th row, 33 is now driven by Glenn Oswin, and 47 is Giles Owen. The 10th row, 99 Max Wire, alongside 35 of Shirley Hennessy. 70 Nigel Hollis, alongside 22 of Lauren Story. So Mick and Lauren sharing a car this weekend instead of racing the 2 cars we normally see. And number 80 is now driven by Ainsley Bousfield. So look for that car coming through from the back of the field. Problems for that car in qualifying yesterday, meaning it had to start from the back. Perfectly timed there, because we get underway with the 15-minute race for the Citroën 2CV, sponsored by 2CVparts.com, and it's the Team Lion cars making a decent start. But Nick Crispin from pole position, looking for his double this weekend, goes into the lead. Steve Walford at the wheel of the 55. Race car preparation specialist from Birmingham has taken over from Julie at the wheel of that number 55 car. Remember, it's the team or the car that scores the points. There is a drivers' championship, but it's a team championship as well. There is the Rosie racing car with Lauren Storing on board towards the back, and Team Lion challenging for lead. One of their cars running wide. I think it was Gary Adnett coming into Beckett's there. They'll make it round. There's 81 Simon Turner. Not the best of starts for him. He's dropped back behind the 47 of Giles Owen. Looks like they have all made it round Beckett's for the first time. Down the straight they come. This is Nick Crispin, who has held his lead. Up into second place is, I think that's Sandro Proietti. Yes, it is the number 30 car. Then we've got 97, the car previously raced by Pete Sparrow, now in the hands of Gary Adnett. David O'Keefe is behind him. So O'Keefe that currently leads the championship coming into this weekend. Nick Crispin looking to close the gap. One of the Hollises running wide. That's Matthew Hollis in 72. Slightly troubled day for him so far. Oh, and a tangle there. 33 Glenn Oswin, and I think that might be Ainsley Bousfield. Another one goes off. That's Lauren Story into the gravel. There's debris on the track there on the exit of Luffield. Shirley Hennessy's hit problems somewhere as well. That's the number 35. That's Rhubarb. Nearly Rhubarb and Custard there, wasn't it? Number 30, Sandro Proietti, meanwhile, has taken the lead coming down the straight. He slipstreamed his way into the lead. Now we're going to see some slipstreaming down the straights because of the drier conditions. Nick Rhodes under fire from Andy Bull. That's the 2 Tête Rouge racing cars together. There's George Broadhurst, the 48, in behind them. As they start to sort themselves out around this second lap, it's Proietti for Bacon Racing, sponsored by Liqui Moly, who leads the way. Steve Walford's well up there in the 55 car. Second place, it looks like it's the 97 of Gary Adnett's trying to challenge Nick Crispin for the lead. Gary Adnett third in the points coming into this weekend. David O'Keefe a little further back, so Nick Crispin with a chance here to take the championship lead if he can get back in front. Problems there for the 99. That's Max Wire who's pulled over. Fast Underpowered Citroen Racing is his team name. Chris Yates. That Blueberry Muffins car with its eyes. Oh, it's gone off wide there, so has Martin Ryman. That's allowed Andy Donaldson, in the car raced earlier by Pete Sparrow, to go through on the inside. Oh, we've got somebody off at Luffield there. I saw a car disappearing off to the right. It's Andrew Bull in the 76 car, the Tate Rouge car. He'll be a bit red-faced now, won't he? Gets it going again. Chris Yates has got a rear wing hanging off. It's normally in Caterham races you see rear wings come flying off, not 2CVs. Side by side for the lead into Copse corner. The 97 of Gary Adnick goes through. Nick Crispin following. Sandro Proietti's caught on the outside of the number 30. It worked for Luca in the wet earlier on the outside line, but not so good this time. Slightly drier conditions. Up towards the right-hander. Here's a replay of that little contretemps down at Luffield. Oh, Andy Bull just ran wide on his own. Weak gravel bashing. It takes a lot of gravel to bog down a 2CV though, and he was able to get going again. Andy Bull, a mechanic on these cars for many years, has decided to take up Racing 1 this year, learning as he goes. Here come your leaders. Now, who's going to be in front? Perm 1 from about 5. Is that George Broadhurst up there on the inside? He's going well, the 48 car, look at this. He could be up into the top 3, and they're 4 wide for third place. Goodness gracious, are they all going to make it round here? Only just as they come through Brooklyn. Steve Walford was caught on the outside. It's Gary Adnett who somehow emerged from that with the lead. Liam Davies, he's up into second place. There's about 10 of them fighting away for the lead, and Sandro Proietti's caught on the outside. He's been shuffled back in the order. This is brilliant slipstreaming racing. Adnett leads from Davies. Then it's David O'Keefe. Steve Walford's fourth. Nick Crispin rounding out the top 5. Then Sandro Proietti. Nick Rhodes is 7th. Then Oscar Proietti, George Broadhurst. That's 9 cars in this lead battle. I see wipers on again. Is it raining again? Liam Davies up the inside. The Gadget racing car takes the lead. Oh, and there's contact, and round goes Steve Walford. Look out, wallop, oh dear. Oh no, Oscar Proietti goes head on into Steve Walford's 55 car. And yet still, they're able to keep rolling. You just cannot kill these cars off. It's barely even slowed him down, look. There's another car off on the outside there. I didn't quite see who that was. Nick Crispin's got damage as well. Oh, it's George Broadhurst in the gravel. That is such a shame. He was having his best ever run in that 48 car. What a disappointment. Nick 96 in trouble as well. That's Jenny Hall. That's the Pork Pie Racing car. What is going on out there? A chaotic incident there. We'll try and get a better look at that if we can. I think Jenny's had a spin coming through Luffield there. She's got going again at the back of the field. Now, try and see again if we can what happened up there at Copse Corner, because we lost about 4 or 5 cars. Here's what happened to Jenny Hall. She was chasing Shirley Hennessy in the 35, the 2 ladies towards the back of the field. Yeah, just spins it around. Just about got the car stopped before getting into the gravel. Talking of gravel, you can't beach a 2CV in the gravel. George Broadhurst's got the SL Racing car dug out. He's going again. Meantime, we've got another spinner. Glenn Oswin in the ECAS car's lost it coming out of Luffield. It must be raining again, sending them spinning all over the place. Well, there's been total change. In fact, all of the top 14 changed positions on that last lap, because Liam Davies is now leading, Gary Adnett second, David O'Keefe is third, then it's Nick Rhodes, Andy Bull, one of the Proiettis, which is this car, with its rear wing hanging off. That's Sandro Proietti. Then Martin Ryman, Chris Yates and Giles Owen round out the top 10. Okay, there are the leaders. 2 Team Lion cars chasing the Gadget racing machine. Moving into his slipstream there as they head down the Wellington Straight. There was so much going on there, I've no idea who did what to who. Down the straight, there go the 3 leaders. Nick Crispin in 4th place, still with his front wing hanging off. Well, I think 2CVparts.com is going to receive a few orders after this race. We'll be getting ready for the 24-hour in August, of course, at Snetterton. You'll hopefully see some of the Continental teams with their hybrid 2CVs come over. There are even a couple of 2CV-based kit cars in the race a couple of years ago that came over from the Netherlands and Belgium. And there was a class for minis as well, just to add some variety. Here come your leaders. Leon Davies for Team Gadget out in front. Second place, Gary Adnitz. It's David O'Keefe. Two of the great veterans of 2CV racing. It's under 7 minutes of the race to go. I have to feel for George Broadhurst there. He was on to go through into third place at one point. Steve Walford and Oscar Proietti, not surprisingly, have pulled into the pits after that bit of a crunch up at Coppice corner. Coppice, that's at Donington. Here's the Hollises, son ahead of father. They're towards the back of the field, 13th and 14th. A couple of retirements. We've lost Max Wire and also Ainsley Bousfield. I don't think he ever got going, sadly. But the main action of this race, I think, has already happened, with the cars falling over each other at Copse Corner. They are fairly quick and simple to fix, these cars, as they were designed to be by Citroën around the time of the Second World War. The original design was penned for the 2CV by Pierre Boulanger. There's the number 41 car of Martin Ryman. 81 Simon Turner, with a car with eyes on its headlights. Certainly the fashion, isn't it? The conditions definitely starting to worsen again. Leon Davies clearing the lead, just on a 1:31.332, fastest lap of the race, so it's looking good for the Gadget car. Nick Rhodes is ahead of Nick Crispin in the remains of the 89 car for fourth place now. O'Keefe and Adnit together. O'Keefe now up into second. There's the 82, that's Andy Donaldson. As we heard, his first ever race at Silverstone. Simon Turner on his tail. It's the battle for 10th place. It's Martin Ryman. We saw him put his hand in the air. He's pulled into the pits, so he's got a problem as well, unfortunately. We've got one car with smileys on its headlamps, and then Chris Yates, number 40, in the Blueberry Muffin car. He's got a bit flapping there on the left rear corner. Not slowing him down, though. There you can see how, from that angle, just how narrow the tyres are on 2CV. The state of Sandro Proietti's car, dragging the bodywork behind it, and Nick Crispin as well. Proof that they may race for fun, but they race hard. That gives some idea of how easy it is to access the engine in a 2CV. You can change an engine in about 15 minutes on one of these cars. Very simple to change the suspension as well. Lead gap is just over 2 seconds now for Leon Davies. Here comes Andy Bull, recovering from his off earlier on. He could get into the top 5 here with a bit of luck up the inside. It's past Nick Crispin. He's going to go for his Tête Rouge teammate Nick Rhodes as well, the Crisis at Tête Rouge car. Crispin, the earlier winner for DD Racing. Stay to the front of that car. It's going to need a fair bit of TLC. This isn't slowing him down, though. Here come the leaders. Team Lion was bump drafting each other there. 3 minutes to go. Wipers thrashing away on David O'Keefe's car. The wipers seem to have stopped on Gary Adnit's car. Now, is it that because it stopped raining, or have they just stopped working? Can't see any other cars with wipers going. Crispin. Maybe that bit of damage is affecting the handling because he ran very wide there. One car with the front bodywork hanging off. Behind him is Sandro Proietti, and he's not being slowed by the rear bodywork hanging off his car. Andy Bull, meanwhile, has gone through into 4th place in the 76. That's his best run of his first season. Here's a battle further back, about to be lapped by the leaders. Shirley Hennessy in the Blueberry Tarts car. It's the leader through. Next to be lapped is the unfortunate George Broadhurst, who went 5 wide almost into Brooklands Corner earlier on and was looking to move into the top 5 places the first time in his career. There's Giles Owen. It's almost mushroom coloured 47 car. It's all about food and drink with the 2CVs, isn't it? Loving the smileys on the headlamps there. There we see the eyes moving as the car corners on the number 14, Chris Yates. I'm loving the odd door on that car as well, the discoloured blue and yellow door. Such a fun championship to be involved in this season. David O'Keefe's done the fastest lap of 1:31.039. He's trying to close down our race leader, Leon Davies. Can he catch him? Starting what I think will be their final lap. No, there's 2.5 seconds in it now because Davies is just on 1:30.455. There he is. It's only 50 seconds left on the clock, so we are on the last lap now. He's lapped George Broadhurst in the 48 car. He's in 16th place. He's got back ahead of Shirley Hennessy. He's also raced historic touring cars with the Triumph Dolomite in the past. There are the Team Lion cars. O'Keefe in second. Another hugely enjoyable and great fun day of racing from the classic Citroën 2CV Racing Championship. It's making me want to have a go in one of these myself. Good to see Glenn Oswin still going after his spin earlier on. Clock has counted down to 0. It's going to be checkered flag this time as George Broadhurst loses it again through the final corner. Keeps it going though. In the background there is Leon Davies. Here comes the number 24 Team Gadget 2CV for his first win, and the team's... Oh, we've lost David O'Keefe. I thought something was going on there at Luffield. We've lost O'Keefe from second place. That's a great shame. Meantime, Leon Davies comes in to take the win. Gary Adnett will come over in second for Team Lion. And who's it going to be in third place, as we've lost O'Keefe there? I think it's going to be Andy Bull, one of our newcomers this year in the Tate Rouge car. Let's just wait and see who's going to come through. The first two are way ahead of everybody else. No, it's Nick Rhodes, in fact, who will take third in the 92. Nick Crispin's got through as well. And Andy Bull only ends up 5th. So something happened to Andy Bull on the last lap there, I think. He ends up in 5th position behind Nick Crispin. What an extraordinary race. Giles Owen is next home. I think that's his best ever finish, ahead of Chris Yates. Looks like he's signalling left, doesn't it? It's like an old trafficator if that was painted orange. Simon Turner is 8th in the 81. 9th goes to Sandro Proietti, who's finally shed that trailing bit of bodywork. And Andy Donaldson is 10th. We'll confirm the full finishing order as soon as we're able to in that bizarre second race for the 2CVparts.com Classic Citroën 2CV Racing Championship. Poor old David O'Keefe finally drags himself out of the gravel and gets a well-earned round of applause. There's going to be a fair few 2CV parts ordered tonight. Okay, we'll confirm the result in a second. A rather mayhem-packed second race for the 2CVparts.com Classic Citroën 2CV Racing Championship. Liam Davies takes the first win of the season for Team Gadget Racing by nearly 5 seconds ahead of Gary Adnett for Team Lion. And well done Nick Rhodes coming through for third place in the Crisis at Tête Rouge car. There's a bit of a crisis at Tête Rouge, possibly on the last lap there for Andy Bull as he dropped back to 5th behind race 1 winner Nick Crispin. 6th going to Giles Owen and 7th for Chris Yates. Simon Turner was 8th ahead of the battered Bacon racing car of Sandro Proietti in 9th. Andy Donaldson 10th ahead of Glenn Oswey in the Team ECAS car. The two Hollis family cars 12th and 13th. Nigel ahead of his son Matthew. It was Lauren Story after an early incident at Luffield who finished 14th, and David O'Keefe was pushed out of the gravel by the marshals. Well done to them, he finished in 15th. George Broadhurst had an eventful run on his way to 16th ahead of the 35 of Shirley Hennessy, and the final finisher was Jenny Hall in the Pork Pie Racing car number 96. Martin Ryman pulled off into the pits. We lost Steve Walford and Oscar Proietti after that collision at Copse, and Max Wire was an early retirement, as was Ainsley Bousfield. Right, after all that chaos from the 2CVs, let's head down to the pits and hear from some of the drivers.
At the end of that race there, was expecting to see David O'Keefe here, but of course he's not, so we'll try and work out from the drivers here what did happen. Let's speak to Liam Davies, our winner, first of all. Liam, what a brilliant end to your weekend.
Yeah, it is a brilliant end. Yeah, it was glad that it was slightly dry, or a lot drier than the first race. Yeah, I don't quite know why. You shouldn't get a gap like that.
It's quality driving.
Well, you just shouldn't get a gap like that in these cars. I'm surprised these two cars didn't catch me. But hey, you know.
You're a better racing driver than you think, maybe.
No, I wouldn't take that. It was good fun. It went well, obviously.
I mean, third place earlier on today, a win in the second race. It's a great weekend, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. It's just fun anyway.
Yeah.
You know.
Okay. Well done, go and enjoy yourself.
Thanks, yeah.
Let's go and speak to Nick Rhodes. Nick, you finished up third. What happened?
Well, actually, I realised about 3 laps from the end that my handbrake was very slightly on because I couldn't quite understand how the other cars were going past me. And then it got a bit quicker just for the end. And then,
really?
Yeah, honestly, yeah. So I think it must have only just been on. My teammate Andy Bull, who's a rookie, when he went past me to take the position, I thought, how can that be? And then, but yeah, anyway, he did really well because he came fourth, and yeah, it was a great race. So.
It was a great race to watch. A lot of coming togethers out there.
Yeah, actually, it didn't seem to affect me, but yeah, I saw quite a lot going on. So, but that's 2CV racing is always quite close. So.
Can you tell us where David O'Keefe went? Because he was in third place until right at the end.
they were a good 10 seconds ahead, and he just went off in the corner at Nuffield. So I don't know on the penultimate lap, and then I thought, okay,
hey, racing, you take advantage when you can,
exactly,
don't you?
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, but it's really good. So thank you very much.
Well, enjoy the rest of your Sunday.
Will do.
Cheers, buddy. Let's speak to, where's he gone? Here he is, Gary Adnett behind. He's gone for a little walk. Gary, happy with that second place?
Delighted, yeah. I left the wet tyres on the front. I should have put them to the dry. So coming into the last bend, I couldn't get the power on, and you can see others pulling away. That's where I was losing it all there. Nothing I could do about it. So I thought, well, there was a big crash behind us coming out the first corner.
Several.
Oh, okay. I looked at my mirror as I exited the first corner on about the third lap and saw a red 55 sideways and cars going everywhere. So I thought, okay, first rules, if you can get on the podium, get on the podium. Yeah. So Dave, teammate, and I were both going for a podium. I thought, this is good. Let Dave have a go at trying to catch Liam because I couldn't because the front tyres. But anyway, you know, it was one of those 50-50 decisions. So Dave caught him, but then in the last lap, I thought, right, I want to try and close up as much as I can, fill his mirrors with me, and I must have distracted him because he missed his turning point. The next minute he's in the gravel.
We didn't know where he went.
But honest to God, I never touched him. I wasn't close enough to touch him.
I think you were the 3 cars maybe with something that isn't hanging off after that race.
when you go around the track, it's like littered everywhere. You think something's happened here. Thank God I wasn't involved. So really good, really enjoyable weekend.
Lovely talking to you. Well done.
Cheers. Thanks very much.
Thank you. I heard, just hearing a rumour that the 2CV.com parts website has actually crashed. People are looking for new bits for their cars all over the place. One more race to go this weekend. It is back for the final time. Final race, Mr. Dave Goddard.
Okay, little bits of clearing up to do, as we just heard. There's a few 2CVparts.com out on the circuit at the moment that need picking up by our excellent volunteer marshals. Hopefully they'll be returned to their respective owners. We've got one race to go here at Silverstone today. It is the second race of the day for the Kumho BMW Championship, but earlier on, Ewan caught up with some of the drivers.
Okay, we got two BMW Kumho Championship races today. Got Jazz Sapra and Brian Bransom here. Raced yesterday, guys, but a bit of car trouble. Just tell us an update on that.
What, the second race?
Yeah.
Oh, I spun it a little bit and I couldn't get it started again. That's what happened.
We started the day with the grey BMW. That's gone home now, yeah?
Yeah, that's got an engine problem. So hopefully ready for the next round.
Yeah. So qualifying for here, for your second in class in the Class C. How often do we see you in this car here?
It's first year.
Is it?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
But obviously we're just using the Kumho Championship.
How do you find track conditions?
It's not bad when you're on your own, but when you get spray off these guys, then it's a bit leery.
Brian, great qualifying for you, third place.
Yeah, it was good, thanks. Yeah, it was just like I say, the same story really. It was just with a spray, you're going in behind minis or whatever together and you literally just cannot see anything. So you just back off because I don't want to have any accidents.
So the key is just get to the front, yeah?
Be nice, yeah, be nice. Stand and start, so.
And your car, the orange one at the back here, that didn't finish the second race yesterday either. Is everything okay with it?
Yeah, it's absolutely fine. Just had a little spin and everything seems to be fine on it. Kind of been through it again and everything's all right.
Now, Jazz, obviously the Class C, that puts you at like a power disadvantage. So you are going to be getting a lot of spray. I mean, what is the key to sort of getting... You can't get around it, but what's the key to sort of dealing with it?
Key, I just want to finish it really. If I come second, or that'll be fine for me today.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Guys, we can't wait. Best of luck to you both.
Okay, thanks for that. Thanks very much.
Let's see who else we can find in the Kumho BMW Championship. And here we are with our pole sitter and once championship leader, but it snettered a couple of weeks ago. Didn't all go your way, did it?
No, it was a bit of a nightmare round for me really, which is a shame. We're very underpowered this year. We put the power to weight up in the championship, which I was all for, to see what lap times we could do really. And then my race engine expired after about half an hour, so we're back with a standard engine back in. So we're having to push pretty hard, but it's all good fun.
Yeah. But and where are you standing right now in the championship?
Currently third, but I mean the top 3 or 4, there's over 3 points between us, so it's anyone's really. I'm glad it's raining today. I did a rain dance yesterday, hoping it would rain. So
tell us why you glad it's raining. Nobody else has said that today yet.
Because I go well in the wet, I enjoy it, and the extra power the other cars have doesn't really help them in these conditions really. So.
I mean, we were just speaking to Jazz and Brian. Being out in front, having no spray is crucial, surely.
Yeah, but qualifying was bad. I mean, when you come up behind 2 cars or 3 cars, you can't see anything 10 foot in front of you. So as long as we can get off the line and get away, I think we can put in 2, 3, 4 hot laps and just put a bit of a buffer, we should be okay after that.
And with 2 races today, hopefully bagging as many points as possible. Simple as that.
Yeah, we're going for 2 wins, simple as that really. I've got to, obviously it's going to run away with us and we won't be anywhere at the end. But we won the championship last year, so we're just trying to obviously have a second good year really.
Mate, best of luck.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. Right, David, it's time to go. BMW Kumho Racing, first of 2 races in class. Talk us through the action.
Well, we saw race 1 earlier on. This grid based on the results of that first race, second race of the day for the Kumho BMW Championship. So Brian Bransom, our earlier winner, is on pole alongside Russell Dack. Second row is Brad Sheehan alongside James Card, the 4 Class A cars. Row 3, it is Adrian Bradley at number 21 and 78 Ronan Bradley. Adrian in the invitation class car. Row 4, we've got a pair of BMW Minis, Zach Blackwell and Dan Butcher-Lord. Rob Austin and Andy Langley, more Minis on row 5. Then row 6, we've got Colin Voice in the 150, Alan Lee 190, BMW and Mini on row 6. Row 7 is Charlie Heatley in number 44 and Kevin Denwood number 7 in the Class C car. Row 8, Sean Foley in the 71, and 231 of Steve Webb. Row 9, Jasvir Sapra, and number 74 of Chris Walton. Not sure if Chris Walton's there, we'll have a check in a moment. Ross Alexander and Trevor Ford on row 10, Ionut Carrare and Michael Vitulli on row 11, Nigel Williams at the back. Vitulli and Williams, of course, both retired in the first race. Final race of the day, then we'll have a look down the order, see if everybody is present and correct. There are the leading BMW Minis. 150 car is there of Colin Voice. There's the 71 of Sean Foley, the white and purple car. Jasvir Sapra's. Oh, Chris Walton is there, the black and yellow car. Yep, looks like everybody is there. That's good. Michael Vitulli in the red car. Watch for him coming through the field. Nigel Williams, number 13 at the back, has had a problematic season with that E36 M3 so far. It'll be a 20-minute race to round off this Jubilee weekend here at Silverstone. See the flags of Ukraine on the front of Chris Walton's car. Michael Vitulli could be one to take the fight to the Class A cars at the front. The two orange cars have already gone forward to line up. Brian Bransom looking for a double. Russell Dack alongside him. Brad Sheehan in the pink car. A bit frustrated by a spin in the first race at Brooklands. James Card had a relatively quiet race by his standards, looking for the Class A title this year. Father Roger used to race in this series in a beautiful E30 M3 for many years. Watch out for fireworks from the back, that red beast of Michael Vitulli. Marshall's getting them into line then. Zach Blackwell heads the BMW Minis. Another class win for him, class win number 5 of the season earlier on. Anyway, the all clear to get this race underway. 20 minutes for the Kumho BMW Championship round 8 of the season. Blaze of headlights from the big 4 at the front of the field, the 4 Class A M3s, 3 E46s, 1 E36 for Russell Dack. The green flag is waved at the back of the field. 5-second board will be held aloft by the marshals for the final time here at Silverstone this weekend. We're ready to go racing. We're underway with the Kumho BMW Championship. Who's going to get the best start? Super start by Brad Sheehan through the middle from the second row of the grid. It looks like it's Russell Dack. A very poor start from Brian Branson there, surprisingly. He got hung out to dry around the outside. They funnel their way through Copse Corner for the first time, and Branson has been left quite a way back down the order. I wonder if he's got a problem there. He's down to around 6th position. He's going 3 wide with the Bradleys there through Beckett's. 150 Colin Voice sideways. It's still pretty slippery down there. The Voice Tune car gets out of shape onto the grass. Tries to gather it up again. Just avoids Rob Austin as he rejoins in his Mini. That's dropped Colin Voice down the order. Here come your leaders. Brad Sheehan and Russell Dack at the front. Third, it is James Card in the number 32 through the left-hander at Brooklands. 4th place is one of the Bradleys, that's Ronan. Russell Dack giving chase in the 22 car. He's gone wide there coming out of Luffield. It's still slippery down there for rear-wheel drive cars, and James Card goes through into 2nd position. Brian Branson has made up 1 place. He's got ahead of Adrian Bradley into 5th position. Then come the Minis, and look, Michael Vitulli already on lap 1 is up into about 9th position. He's gained 13 places from the back of the field. Excellent start as we expected. Michael Vitulli is going to be up with the leaders before long. He's rocketed through the Class C cars and the BMW Minis. He's on the tail of Zach Blackwell already. Having a look for 2nd place there is James Card. Russell Dack fighting it out with him, and Michael Vitulli locks up going into Beckett's. So maybe all is still not well with that car. Maybe it's a braking problem. Oh, look out. That was close. Ronan Bradley has spun in the middle of Beckett's there. He nearly got hit head on by Michael Vitulli. Managed to avoid him on the outside. Well, there go the leaders. It's Brad Sheehan who is in front in the number 28 car. Made a lightning start from the 2nd row. is pulling away from Russell Dack in second, who swapped places a couple of times with James Card. There's Adrian Bradley, number 21, a little bit further back. Bradley, Branson and Bradley, the next few runners, and Ronan Bradley pulling into retirement in the 78s. He's the first casualty then of this Kumho BMW second race of the day. There's Brian Branson, that's given him 4th place, and Michael Vitulli's up to 6th. The end of lap 2 behind Adrian Bradley. Then the fight for 7th. Kevin Denwood's going well in the number 7 car. Better performance from him in these drier conditions, and Jasvir Sapra as well. Front-wheel drive Minis held a bit more of an equal performance with the BMW rear-wheel drive Saloons in that earlier wet race. Now with drier conditions, things have changed, and Jasvir Sapra, already a winner this season in the Brick Car Trophy category and the Snetterton Saloons with his more regular grey E46 M3. As we heard from him earlier, that car sadly broke in testing on Friday. So he's been sharing Brian Branson's car in Brick Car and now racing his yellow Class C E36 M3, the Warwickshire driver, chasing the BMW Mini Series. Got the 2-3-1 car ahead of him. This is the battle for the lead in BMW Mini. Dan Butcher-Lord trying to go around the outside of Zach Blackwell. Kevin Denwood in there with them in the compact. He's got ahead of them now. Third in BMW Mini is Andy Langley, Rob Austin side by side with the 2-3-1 car there of Steve Webb, who's been pushed by Jasvir Sapra. It's going to be interesting as they come along the straight. He still hasn't got past him. Right on the bumper, literally, there of Steve Webb's BMW Mini, and it's carried him past Rob Austin. That was almost like NASCAR bump drafting there. Brad Sheehan out front by 3 seconds ahead of Russell Dack. James Card 3rd, Brian Branson 4th. Then it's Adrian Bradley and Michael Vitulli. So the 6 big hitters in their M3s out in front. Then this is the battle for 7th, headed by the compact of Kevin Denwood, leading Class C. So that's who Jasvir Sapra is trying to catch here. Take the lead in the class. He's got a mass of minis ahead of him at the moment, though 4 of them to be precise. Here's the battle for 2nd place. Russell Dack and James Card. Russell Dack dropping down the timing screen. His transponder must have stopped working because he is there in 2nd place. He's just done the fastest lap of the race, being timed manually, 1:9.952 seconds. As the pack makes its way through, there's the 71 car of Sean Foley ahead of the recovering Colin Boyce after his off at Beckett's on the opening lap. Quite a way down the overall order in 15th and 16th. The 2 very smart looking BMW Saloons there, with Chris Walton behind them. Right at the tail of the field, this is Ionut Carrare. I believe he's of Romanian descent. Trevor Ford in the 25. Swing their way through Beckett's. This is the battle at the tail of the pack. Have we lost anybody other than the 78 of Ronan Bradley? We saw him pull into retirement. Oh, Nigel Williams has pulled into the pits. It's been a pretty fruitless season for Nigel Williams, sadly, in Class C. Well, Brad Sheehan continues to lead, but the gap has come down. It's now 1.9 seconds. And James Card has done the fastest lap in 3rd place. He's done a 1:466. For Charlie Heatley, his BMW Mini, staying ahead of the M3s of Colin Boyce and Chris Walton. Here's the fight for 2nd place. They are reeling in Brad Sheehan here. Let's see what the gap is this time. It was 1.98 seconds. I think it's going to be less than that this time through. Pink, orange, silver in top 3. Brian Branson trying to catch up again after his poor start. Over the lines, down to 1.1 seconds now, and Russell Dack has done the fastest lap of the race, 1:415. The transponder's okay again on the 22 car. James Card is less than a second behind Russell Dack, so they're closing in on Brad Sheehan for the lead now. Still 13.5 minutes of this race to go. Through the right-hander at Beckett's onto the Wellington straights. Soon be into some lappery here. There's back markers ahead. There's Trevor Ford. Moves aside, lets them through. Driven by Trevor. To the left of Brooklands. We're almost with Brad Sheehan now, and there's this morass of minis ahead of them. First to be lapped is Ionut Karari. He tries to move aside, but Colin Boyce is... no, not Colin Boyce, another car was there though. Colin Boyce a little further ahead. There's Colin, he's battling with Charlie Heatley. Now they're almost up with him. The 320 car in there as well, as Brad Sheehan's got through. Russell Dack gets through on the other side. Ross Alexander in the 320 didn't know which side to go there. They stuck to the middle and they went either side of it. James Card closes up as well. Charlie Heatley needs to get out of the way carefully here at Beckett. You can see the back markers frantically trying to move over and let them through. Not very easy when you're in a corner like that. James Card struggling a bit with the traffic here. Chris Walton being lapped as well in the 74. We're coming up on this wide arch machine of Sean Foley as well, the number 71 Class B car. Lovely looking car that is. Brad Sheehan having to go to the outside here at Luffield. Russell Dack, the Dackmeister, will try and do the same thing coming into the straights. He's done so. James Card gets through as well now. Brian Branson, he's in there somewhere. How am I going to get through these back markers, he's thinking. Use your headlights to warn them you're there. There's Adrian Bradley, he's still fifth. And Michael Vitulli has only been able to rise up as far as sixth position. There goes Branson, he's got through the back marker traffic. Heard a squeal of tyres. Sean Foley had gone off on the outside. I thought we'd lost somebody there at Copse. He'd already been lapped. Brian Branson trying to charge up on the tail of the leaders. He's nearly 6 seconds down on the third place man of Card. Third place car of Card. Here are the leaders into Brooklands once again. They're coming up to lap Rob Austin next in his Mini. James Card just doesn't quite seem to have the straight line speed at this meeting that he normally does in the 32 Cup. Here's the battle for the lead of the BMW Mini. Still Zach Blackwell, the ex-motocrosser, who leads the way. The front wheel arch looks loose on that car to me. Dan Chalor behind him. They're holding off Jasper Sapra in his yellow Class C M3. Here comes Brad Sheehan up to lap. Russell Dack moving to the inside there. Trying to box Brad Sheehan in behind a back marker maybe. No, it hasn't worked. In fact, I think he got boxed in himself. Foley spun again in the 71. Not having the happiest day in his wide arch M3. There could be a change for second place here. Yes, I thought Russell Dack had been balked there coming out of Beckett slightly. Not intentional by the back marker, but enough to let James Card through into second place. Through the BMW Mini traffic they come, and Jasvir Sapra as well. James Card moves to cover, he wants to hold that second place now. There's Brian Branson in fourth position. Still Adrian Bradley fifth and Michael Vitulli sixth. They're fighting for the lead of the invitation class. Russell Dack still has the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute .415. That time's now in the 101s, 102s. Card continuing to swap places for second place, almost on every lap at the moment. Just allowing Brad Sheehan to build his lead slightly. Swings it through the left hand, a little bit of a lock up there. It's Dack in second at the moment, but back ahead of Card. That was down one of the straights. I said earlier, James Card doesn't seem to quite have the straight line speed that Russell Dack is enjoying. The gap back to Brian Branson was 5.6 seconds. Let's see what it is this time through. Jasper Sapra waving him through there. Still about the same. Half a second between these two. Brad Sheehan now leads by 2 seconds. Denwood, the reigning champion, now waves the leaders through on Wellington straights. Driver courtesy, as we said earlier, is excellent in this series. There's a battle further back, Charlie Heatley and Ross Alexander. This is in the BMW Mini class and is for 16th overall. The leaders head out of Luffield. Just under 8 minutes to go. Sheehan, Dack, Card, Brian Bransom now all on his own in 4th place. New fastest lap for Russell Dack, 1 minute .087. It's got the gap down to just over a second to Brad Sheehan now. Well, we saw how Russell Dack celebrated, finishing runner-up behind Brian Bransom in race 1. What's the celebration going to be like if he wins this? I don't think he's ever taken an overall win in this series. He's normally been in the slightly less powerful classes. He was in Class C, I think, when he won the overall title a few years ago with the BMW Compact. Sean Foley still going there. We caught a glimpse of. He's had a couple of spins. Heatley, Ross Alexander and Alan Lee in their minis, battling it out. In 150 still going ahead of them. Here come the leaders down into Cop's corner, and they've almost caught Brad Sheehan. The gap is down to just 1.2 seconds covering these three now, and Russell Dack is ready to make his move, not quite there in towards Beckett's. Brad Sheehan holds it off. He wants his first win of the 2022 Kumho BMW Championship season. Russell Dack closing right up. He's going to have a look maybe here into Brooklands. There's back markers ahead. This group being lapped for a second time. Sheehan moves to cover. What's Russell Dack going to do? Still 6 minutes of this race to go. They're side by side. He's trying to go around the outside to get the inside line away for Luffield. He's not going to do that. Oh, Brad Sheehan sideways. Goes wide, avoiding the back markers. They're going either side. Look at Russell Dack up the inside. Oh, what a brilliantly judged move that was by Russell Dack. Now here comes James Card down the inside. They've gone either side of Trevor Ford. Goodness me, that could have ended in disaster. They placed the cars so well there, and Dack's come out with the lead. Sheehan's down to 3rd. Sheehan nearly ended up going off into the gravel on the outside of Luffield there, trying to avoid Ionut Carrare and Trevor Ford. I think there was another back marker in there as well. They just didn't know where to go. Yeah, the other car was Sean Foley coming through there. So Russell Dack leads, Card second, Sheehan is down to 3rd. And here comes Brian Bransom. That's allowed him to close up a little as well. That was a very dicey moment through Luffield Bend there. Brad Sheehan slid wide trying to get round the back mark, as he may have hit a patch of damp track on the outside, and I thought he was going to slide into the gravel. So Russell Dack, the Dackmeister, leads the way in the 22 car. Less than 5 minutes to go now. What can James Card, the man from the North Midlands, do? There's a pair of BMW Minis leaning on each other ahead of them. The leaders are going to have to be careful here. Russell Dack on his local circuits here at Silverstone, comes from Milton Keynes. And he hang on to take what I think will be his first ever outright win. James Card harrying the BMW Minis to get out of his way there. Card comes from Nottingham. Brad Sheehan in 3rd place from Horsham in Sussex. Waving the back markers aside there. There's Zach Blackwell. He's still leading the BMW Minis, I think. Yes, he's back in 9th overall. Second in that class is Steve Webb. That's the best we've seen him run. And 3rd is Dan Buncher-Lord. Leaders have already gone through. So we watch some of the back markers at Beckett. Says Kevin Denwood. There is Sean Foley in his big wide arch M3. Proved not the easiest car to handle today, sadly. Just under 4 minutes to go. Still Dack from Card and Sheehan. Russell Dack has done another fastest lap. He's lapped under 1 minute now, 59.983 seconds. Further back, Adrian Bradley still leading Class Invitation. Class C by Kevin Denwood, and Class B is led by Chris Walton. As we lost Ronan Bradley, of course, early on. Here come the leaders. They're lapping Colin Boyce as they go into Beckett's. Sheehan trying to fight back. Russell Dack is looking good here, unless James Card can do something special in the last couple of laps. Kumho BMW Championship round 8. They're a little more spaced out now, you can see the gaps have increased. They've got Chris Walton ahead of them, who's leading Class B. We lost, as we just said, we lost Ronan Bradley on the opening lap with a spin. Russell Dack leads the way in the Jägermeister lookalike BMW. There's Brian Branson. Been a quiet race for him. His race ruined when he fluffed the start. There is the Prep and Lay sponsored M3. There's Michael Vitulli. It's been a quiet race for him. He breezed through in the first couple of laps from the back of the grid up to 6th. That's as high as he's got, behind Adrian Bradley. I wonder if he might be having some braking issues with that car, because we saw it lock up a couple of times in the early laps. There's Bradley in 5th place with the green, number 21, the Irish-born racer. He's on to win the invitation class. Kevin Denwood in 7th there, we just caught a glimpse of him, is leading Class C once again. Should be 2 laps to go this time. Russell Dack. What's his celebration going to be this time? Climb onto the roof and do a backflip off it like Carl Edwards used to do in NASCAR maybe. James Card giving chase, and he's got the gap down now to 0.85 of a second. He's not done yet, James Card, he's still on the attack. Zach Blackwell meanwhile is still leading the minis. He's going to win his latest double. That'll be 6 wins out of 8 in the BMW Minis for him this year. Here come the leaders under the bridge. Here comes James Card. He's got the headlights on. Can he get close enough to attack Russell Dack? There's 1 lap to go this time. There's Zach Blackwell, we just mentioned, still leading the BMW Mini category. Leaders come into sight around Luffield. There's Brad Sheehan. He's dropped back a bit now into 3rd. It's just between these 2 at the front of the pack. And there's Brian Branson. Now, is he catching Brad Sheehan here? The gap was 4.4 seconds. We'll have a look as he comes over the line. Yeah, 3.4 seconds now the gap, so he's closing, but I don't think he'll get on the podium. 0.889 in between the 2 leaders. Virtually identical lap times that time through. Can James Card do? And there's back markers again. Steve Webb in the black BMW Mini needs to get out of the way here. He's done so. Russell Dack will be nervous in that 22 car. The last thing he wants is to trip over a back marker with only about 3 corners of the race to go. They're coming up on Zach Blackwell. Here comes James Card. He's getting closer, but can he get close enough to challenge in the final couple of corners? Round the left at Brooklands. It's only the double right at Luffield, then the sprint through Woodcote. Card is trying, but I don't think he's going to do it. They lap Zach Blackwell, who keeps out of the way. Card is trying, but I don't think he's going to do it. It's going to be a win for the Dackmeister. Number 22, Russell Dack, comes in to take the win in the Kumho BMW Championship 2nd race. He is elated. 2nd for James Card. Brad Sheehan is 3rd, and Brian Branson has to settle for 4th this time, but he was within 2.5 seconds of Brad Sheehan at the flag. He was trying to close in, but ran out of laps. 5th place is going to go to Adrian Bradley, and he will win the invitation class ahead of Michael Vitulli. Kevin Denwood will take Class C in 7th place. Sapra was closing on him, but again ran out of laps to catch him, and the BMW Minis won by Zach Blackwell for the 2nd time today in number 411. Let's wait for the last couple of cars to come over the line. Our commenters on YouTube's come up with the headline for the reports of that race: Dack leads the pack. Nice one. A big round of applause as they head back towards Parc Fermé as well. Confirm the provisional results in a moment. There is an overjoyed Russell Dack. I can't wait to hear from him down in Parc Fermé. Russell Dack the winner by 0.4 of a second. James Carr did close in over the last couple of laps, has to settle for second. Brad Sheehan in third, and Brian Branson, the pole sitter, taking fourth. It was Adrian Bradley who won the invitation class in fifth ahead of Michael Vitulli. Class C won by Kevin Denwood ahead of Jasmine Sapra. The BMW Minis were next. In ninth place, Zach Blackwell won the class ahead of Steve Webb, his best results of the season so far. Then Dan Butcher-Lord, Rob Austin and Andy Langley. Class B was won by Chris Walton in 14th ahead of Colin Voice, completing the top 15. The other runners were Ross Alexander and Charlie Heatley in their Minis. Then Trevor Ford, Yonek Carrare, Sean Foley after a couple of spins, and Alan Lee completed the finishers. And we lost Ronan Bradley and Nigel Williams early on. Well, they're down in Parc Ferme then. And we'll be ready to capture the celebrations for our top three. And Ewan Dunlop is down there to greet them in just a moment.
Wow, what a brilliant end to the weekend here at Silverstone. We got a very, very happy Russell Dack behind us. Let's go and have a little chat. Come on, mate. Let's have a little word. Seriously emotional. Tired, excited, ecstatic. What's the word best to describe it? Winner at Silverstone.
7 years that's taken me to do that. Yeah, wow.
How? Can you put it into words? You were sort of fist pumping as you came through the pit straight here.
It's just, I've been used to a compact with a 2.5 litre for the last 6 years, and then got into this, and it's like slightly different. And then obviously these boys have had a few years ahead, and then I could see I was reeling Brad in a bit. Can I explain it? Got a point, please.
Now, with about 5 laps to go, there was a critical move when you were overtaking, I think, 2 of the Minis at the back markers.
Yeah, threw me off.
And you went from third to first. It was a massive move.
Yeah, well, there was also another point where there was a yellow flag and I went past Trevor, so I gave that place back. And then I knew I was going out, and I could see Brad go round the other side. And then I could see James, so I didn't know where to go. But what I didn't want to do was gain a place through advantage, unfair advantage. So I had to think seriously what I was doing, and I thought, no, I didn't do that. So I thought, right now, keep footing. I did.
Mate, you played an absolute blinder.
Mate, thanks very much.
Go and celebrate with your family and friends over there.
Yeah, cheers.
Congrats, mate. Right, let's speak to our second place finisher, James Carr, as they embrace here. First and second position. James, mate, great end to your weekend too.
Yeah, very pleased because we had problems all weekend. Friday we actually had a problem with the engine, and G-Sport swapped the engine on Saturday, so I'm actually just glad to actually finish the race, and good result, so brilliant.
And race one?
Race one I struggled a bit in the wet. I don't think I quite got the setup right. I'm not that strong in the wet, so once it got dry I didn't think I've got a chance here, but this engine's not as powerful as the last one, and Russ just got the legs on me. I couldn't do anything about it.
Mate, when you end the weekend with a smile on your face, it's all good.
Perfect.
What a mate. Cheers, buddy. And let's speak to 2 third place finishes for Brad Sheehan. So we're going to jump in right now. In fact, let's do it. Brad held the lead for a long time. Frustration to finish third?
Yeah, a bit, yeah. I know that the Russ's car's very, very fast, but I got hung out to dry by back markers, and they both come through on me. And the lap times are that close that, I got a gap, and then it turned into a bit of back marker playing, and the problem was that offline was wet. Yes. And we were on slicks, so as soon as you went offline it was pretty tricky, and then you would obviously have a slow lap, but it was good fun. I enjoyed it.
We said to Russell there was that one critical move with 5 laps to go where there was 5 of you on the grid, 3 of you trying to overtake 2 back markers, and that's how it plays out sometimes, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's coming down the Wellington Straight into there. There was about 5-6 cars, back markers, and I decided to go left of them because they were guarding the inside, and they all decided to move over. Yeah. They let them 2 through and pushed me out almost off the track.
We saw the hand waving, yeah.
Yeah, well, that was another occasion, so you won't go into that one. But no, otherwise, I'm enjoying it. It's the main thing.
It's 2 podiums at Silverstone.
Yeah, exactly.
Well done, mate.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. And that is us all done then for the racing here weekend, Jubilee Platinum weekend at Silverstone. Hope you've enjoyed it. My name's been Ewan, bringing you the action from the paddock and the pits. Your voice from above has, of course, been Dave Goddard. So for one last time, Dave, it is over to you.
Thank you very much indeed, Ewan. That does indeed wrap up the weekend here at the Silverstone National Circuit on BARC TV. That's it for a few weekends now. Our next action is at Thruxton at the beginning of July, where we have the British Truck Racing Championship, so do not miss that. Convoy on the Plain is the theme of that event. Salisbury Plain, of course. And just to clear up one thing that's been asked in the comments there, the Rob Austin that was in that race in the BMW Mini, no, it isn't the same man as the British touring car racer of a few years ago, so there are two Rob Austins. Well, first of all, we must say thank you to all our volunteer marshals. We couldn't go racing without the Orange family. They've had a busy day today with a fair bit of debris to clear up, so thank you and well done to them. Plenty of gravel to sweep away as well. Thank you to all the other officials, the medical staff, the recovery crews, the race control staff and everyone else here at the home of British Motorsport as well. Thanks must also go to all our camera crews for braving the weather in particular today, and to everybody else, to our directors and everyone else for bringing you this live stream. Thanks to all the drivers for their entertainment, and to their teams and mechanics back in the paddock for keeping everything rolling as well. Our thanks on behalf of Ewan Dunlop and his crew down in the pits for bringing us all the interviews too. Well, we'll see you in a few weeks' time for the next meeting on BARC TV from Thruxton. But from here at Silverstone, this is Dave Goddard signing off here at the home of British Motorsport. Thank you to all of you for joining us, and thank you for all your comments. We hope you've enjoyed the show. We'll see you in a few weeks from Thruxton. It's goodbye until then.